Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
What's going on, people? It's Flight Sports TV. I appreciate everybody out there for checking with me. You already know what it is. We got a whole lot of things we're going to talk about tonight, and a few of them will be involving our very own guy, ZO2, Lonzo Ball. You already know what it is, our very own. It's Flight Sports. We got a whole lot of content we bring it to the people. I'm letting everybody know right now, y'all better be on the lookout. We got a lot of things coming, you understand? So I want to let y'all know something. We will be discussing Lonzo today. You already know what it is. But before we do that, I need everybody to hit that like button. We're going to talk, before we get into all the ZO2 talk that we all came to speak about, we will be disrespectful not to get into, this pivotal game tomorrow night that's going to decide the Eastern Conference. You understand where I feel the Bulls should have been, due to all these other circumstances. You understand? We're going to get into that as well. It's going to be a long night, ladies and gentlemen. I don't work tomorrow. I don't have shit to do. This is my life. This is what the fuck we about to do. It's Flight Sports TV. You already know what it is. So let's get into it, man. Tomorrow night, man, I got the Miami Heat, man. I'm just going to put it out there right now. I'm not a gambling man. I ain't got nothing on it, but I got Miami, and I got Miami big. You understand? Big, I'm telling you. Don't be surprised if we out of here by the third quarter. Don't be surprised. I think Miami, they just got inspired. It's about to be something crazy, about to lay the smack down. You understand? It's Flight Sports TV. Let me know. Shout out to the Zen Master, too. He a Boston Celtics fan. There's a lot of people rocking with the Celtics. You understand? Shout out to y'all if y'all rocking with the Celtics. Shout out my man Jayceon Bryant too. He says Lonzo Ball, a superstar that way. The other players just hooper. I'm not understanding what you said. I wish you would have said it a little bit more correctly. But if I could piece together what you're saying, we're gonna get into that in a second. Yo, we got all access. What's the deal, Dex? Talk to the people. We live as Flight Sports TV. You already know what it is. We got a lot to talk about.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the People's Champ, voice of the voiceless, the machine. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the chat and all the courageous chatter that will be going on throughout the stream. And shout out to everybody that pulled up on these Flight Sports streets and rocking out with us during this Memorial Day weekend. Shout out to you, shout out to your family, and shout out to everybody that you're going to memorialize and celebrate in their absence from now until Monday. Salute to you. Flight, oh my God, Flight. What's going on with you, Flight? How's everything?
And everything is good, man. I really can't complain. You know what it is, man. A lot of working going on. We got to get things in development, to be honest with you. I'm just chilling, I'm feeling good on and off the damn channel, but on the channel, I feel like production needs to increase. I feel like we're doing well, but and me personally, I feel like I'm bullshit, and I feel like I need to turn up the intensity. I think I need to go. It's time to. We got a lot of Pelicans fans in the building. I feel like I've been alienating them. But besides that, I think business is running smoothly. Shout out to the people that's rocking with me, man. I can't do shit without the people. It's Flight Sports TV. Salute to y'all, man. Peace and love. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling, Dex. How you feeling, dog?
Man, I'm feeling wonderful. My parents are deceased. My daughter's mom is deceased, So this is a momentous time for me, and I'm just glad that you're giving me the opportunity to divert some of my emotions away from my losses, my important losses in my life, and I can be here on Flight Sports TV, rocking out with everybody that's rocking with us and celebrating with everybody that's celebrating with us and giving out that beautiful and wonderful substantive content, my brother.
That's right, man. We got some. We about to get into all the Lonzo Ball talk. Let me tell y'all something right now. Y'all just relax yourselves. We ain't even get started yet, y'all. I want to discuss a few things involving the Los Angeles Lakers. You understand? There's a lot to talk about. We got Darvin Ham, who was just selected, all access. What's the deal with this guy, Darvin Ham? Tell us what the Lakers are. What are they getting in this guy?
Well, Flight, I'm glad you asked me because the Lakers seem to be flying under the radar lately because of their dismal display in the season where they didn't even qualify for a play-in tournament. So everybody in Lakerland, they're swirling their heads, they're scratching the top of their heads, they're rubbing their chins, trying to figure out what the hell done went on this season. What did we witness? This is something that the Los Angeles Lakers are not familiar with when they have a superstar or multiple superstars that supposedly have taken the mantle of the championship legacy of the Los Angeles Lakers and move it forward. Unfortunately, that didn't happen this season, but wait, there's more. Darvin Ham. Oh my God. They're starting to come around on this guy, Darvin Ham. Once you have done the research on this gentleman, this brother, listen, I'm going to tell you, he has an overwhelming personality. He's not too old, Flight. He's not too young. He's 48 years old. He comes from the Popovich tree via Budenholzer. He's been with Budenholzer for, 11 years, I believe, something to that nature.
Right.
He have coached alongside of Mike Brown when he was the head coach of the Lakers. So he been around Laker fanfare before. This is not unfamiliar territory for Darvin Ham. He has a relationship with a lot of players in the league. They really respect him as a technician for his defensively. He is one of the ones who helped engineer the championship defense for the Milwaukee Bucks, and also his player development skills. What can I say about that? You see Giannis. You're looking at Giannis. You know what he has become thanks to the assistance of a Darvin Ham. And listen, Flight, we all know the coaching whirlpool was a little lackluster this year. It wasn't like too many big names out there. It was a lot of retreads. And some of these retreads we know are gross losers. And I mean that in the most fashionable way, not in the most disrespectful way. These retreads are coming off of some type of hiatus, thinking that they can get these grand old jobs like it used to be and yesterday. But today's, no. We need fresh blood injected into the NBA, not retreaded losers. That is so gross. I feel like barfing when you bring up all these old heads. Listen, people are talking about Mike D'Antoni. Listen, the guy is ancient. I mean, listen, the man is old as Methuselah. Check his birth certificate, okay? I'm quite sure the last time D'Antoni was in a basketball uniform, Moses was parting the Red Sea, for crying out loud. So listen, we don't need all that oldness with these young men right now. We need men that's mentors, that's leaders, and it's going to ferment and cement and augmentate their talent to the next level. And you know another thing, Flight, about Darvin Ham? I think he's a guy that's can deal with the rambunctiousness of a Russell Westbrook and also the passive aggressiveness of a LeBron James. When he interviewed, because Terry Stott went in before Darvin Ham for the interview. I think it was Tuesday. Darvin Ham came in Thursday, and he wooed the Los Angeles Lakers executive staff They knew they had the man. And after that, they didn't need to take in no more interviews because he said something to the Los Angeles Lakers that was so crucial, it actually popped Adams in Jeannie Buss's head because that is a dynamic that the Lakers have to deal with. The Russell Westbrooks of the world, who's an LA native, who bleed LA blood, you follow what I'm saying? Russell Westbrook has what you consider a forceful mentality. You know what I'm saying? So he don't hold no bars. He's gonna say what he's gonna say in the locker room, and so they have to bring in an arbitrator. And Darvin Ham is one of the best arbitrators that you can bring because Darvin Ham is very charismatic. He's not one of these dissociated individuals who only come to the game, deal with the players on game time while they're on the floor, and after that really have no dealings with them and allow the assistant coaches to parade these players throughout practices and travel and things of that nature. No, Darvin Ham will get in your face. He's going to let you know. He's going to hold you accountable, and players are respectful of that. So he is definitely the man for the Lakers right now. Also, he was the number 2 from the athletic coaching, and I believe Quinn Snyder was number 1. But not too many people can flirt with Quinn Snyder because I believe he's locked in with the Utah Jazz. Although the Lakers did contemplate reaching for him, but I think he's more cemented with the Utah Jazz. So I'm kind of happy right now. We got some fresh blood. The Lakers should be revitalized. They're gonna have to shake up that roster big time, move some pieces around, and then hopefully they can augment the talent that's there and go forward and become a formidable force in the Western Conference.
No, that's facts. Like I said, we just getting started. We didn't even get to the topic yet, y'all. We just getting shit heated up right now. I'm telling you, shit. Yo, I got a whole lot of shit I got to get off my chest. It's Flight Sports TV. Uncle Vern and Marv, what's the deal?
What's going on, Jack, Lionel, Uncle Vern, Jax? Salute.
What's going on, Bob? What's going on, Jack? What's good, Flight?
What's good? What's good? Salute to y'all.
Salute, my brothers.
Yeah. So I kind of want to get in segue. I see the chat people rolling in here. I seen a comment in the goddamn chat that kind of somebody said that we should transition titles like this. This title is very important, man. Shit is not a joke. It's not a laughing matter. Like I said, we discussing Lonzo Ball. If you look at to be honest with you, one thing that's consistent with Lonzo Ball is when he's hurt, you know, the team is just fucking around, falls completely just out of standards. We go back to the Lakers situation, that second year with LeBron James. You understand? They were the 4th seed. Christmas Day, LeBron goes out. They're still able to hover. This is before the play-in and all this old bullshit. You understand? And then they was able to still hold up in that 7th slot. You know, once Lonzo falls out, they just completely fall out the goddamn picture. You understand? And then along with the Pelicans, we all know that situation. And then now it's almost like a reoccurring effort, you know. But not only does Lonzo Ball impact winning when his team with his teams, you know, he also impacts dollar signs, revenue, you know, things like that, TV money, you know, ain't nobody flying out overseas, all these different places, you understand, to see DeMar DeRozan. You understand? Dudes ain't coming from London to see Zach Lavine. You understand? I'm just keeping it 100. You understand? We gotta put shit into the proper perspective. I know this one hurts, but we got a lot of you know, people that quote unquote think they're real Bulls fans or things of that nature. Shout out to the SBs and the Unstoppables. We got some real Bulls fans, my man Marvin and shit like that. But we got a lot of people, you know, up in this money trail fucking with Lonzo Ball in this wave because people are just trying to milk Lonzo Ball because, you know, when this big wave with the Chicago Bulls happened, you know, this big wave didn't come from Zach Lavine. Zach was on the roster. Where the hell did all these Bulls channels come from? You understand? We got to put shit into perspective, ladies and gentlemen. We got a lot of people, you know, seeing what was going on. You know, Lonzo Ball signed. Oh, it's time to get the cameras. It's time to get rolling. You understand? Shout out to the people that's been doing this for a long time. You understand? We got to pay the utmost homage. I just don't feel like the proper homage is being paid. Lonzo Ball brings a lot of impact to the Chicago Bulls, ladies and gentlemen. And that's where I'm going with this. You know, the triple Bs is just a whole nother dynamic. Ain't nobody on that roster got the situation, you understand, that Lonzo Ball came from. You understand? This is the triple Bs. You know, this is not New Balance, and that's no disrespect, but it's just a different ball game. I see the chat. People are saying, it says how they come and see Zoe. But listen, Lonzo Ball, this injury hurt just about the most. This was probably like the longest situation that he may have dealt with. You know, this one really was crazy. But trust me, if Lonzo Ball is healthy, he's impacting winning. He's impacting revenue. He's impacting a whole lot of shit. Bottom line is what I'm saying is Lonzo Ball is box office. You understand? DeMar DeRozan was an MVP candidate. You understand? DeMar DeRozan is not box office. You understand? If somebody says Lonzo Ball more popular than 90% of the league, and that's an absolute fact. You understand? And he ain't even trying. You understand?
You know, Flight, I want to say something before you continue on.
Yeah, what's up?
What a lot of people probably don't realize, and they will realize here in a little while, if Zach Lavine stays with the Bulls, it's because of Lonzo Ball. That's the very reason he's gonna stay.
Right.
You know, he want to make sure
people don't understand. I think I don't mean to cut you off, Marvin. Lonzo Ball kind of was a big culprit in the situation with the whole Zion Williamson. Even though the only thing that to save the Zion situation was all of this winning. You understand that they did. Otherwise, Zion was going to be out the door, and Lonzo Ball's situation would have been the main culprit in his exit. Is where I'm going with this. Lonzo Ball is a major factor. I don't give a hell what the hell people are trying to say or do, but where I'm going with this is people are riding the Bulls, and I'm not talking about the SBs of the world, the people that have been doing this for a long time, the Unstoppables and things of that nature, but we got a lot of guys running around not showing the homage that Lonzo Ball brought and the prestige he's bringing to the Chicago Bulls with him just being on the fucking roster. You understand? Point blank, period. Ball facts, so put some respect on that ball name. Flight speaking straight facts. That's just a cold-blooded fact. I know it hurts, you understand, but it's just something that we must talk about. You know, we're gonna get into the basketball and on-court stuff too, because Lonzo Ball is impacting all levels of the game. You understand? A lot of things where the way the Bulls were able to play, you know, prior to the injury was the result of Lonzo Ball. You understand? What I was going to say, I think they was on their way to the goddamn finals. They had a shot, just as good a shot of anybody, you know, if all these injuries didn't happen. We just got to put that into perspective as well, you know. I think that Lonzo Ball is another thing I want to go with this. You're not going to tell me, I don't give a fuck about no stat lines, no numbers, none of that shit that y'all going to put in front of my fucking face. Let me tell you something. You're not going to tell me is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12 players with a higher basketball IQ than Lonzo Ball. I don't give a shit what the numbers tell you. You ain't going to tell me these dudes have a higher basketball IQ than Lonzo Ball. I'm just saying we could go like Kyle Lowry doesn't have a higher basketball IQ than Lonzo Ball. Whoever the hell is the point guard for the Boston Celtics don't have a higher basketball than you know where I'm going with this. Shit is crazy. We could go down all of the list. You understand? I'm just telling you, we only got a couple of guys that maybe is on par IQ-wise with Lonzo Ball. You understand? Marvin, what's the deal? What you was about to say?
You know, one thing I can say, Flight, is I just tell people who doubt it, just go back and look at his tape. Look at him when he playing. Look at what he does on the floor.
Yes, do your homework, goddamn. Do your goddamn homework.
Look how smooth he does it, effortlessly.
Well, the man revitalized UCLA. Who the hell was the man? They put Chino Hills on the map. Where the hell did DeMar DeRozan? Well, Compton was already on the map. Where the hell did these dudes come from? You know, did Paul George put Palmdale on the map? I'm just saying. Look at this is Lonzo Ball, Triple B, ZO2. Y'all must pay the utmost homage. You understand? It's just no other way to put it. You know, it's just no other way to put it. Go ahead, Marvin.
Well, when he was healthy on the Bulls, it was hoop ha, hurrah, and everything about the Bulls when he was playing. Soon as he got hurt and the Bulls started playing bad, he started actually getting some of the flack behind it, and he wasn't even playing. He was hurt. But what real fans of the team realize is how much we missed it. Listen, guys, I've been a Bulls fan for a long time. I know we didn't have some decent point guards on our team. We ain't never had one that controls the offense the way that Lonzo does. This guy's a pure pass first point guard. He don't mind playing say. He loves to make somebody else look good. That's what you want from a point guard. Size, and then his defense comes in. All I'm gonna say is this. I don't have to toot his horn too much. If you don't believe me, go look at his tapes and let's see.
Yes.
Lord help.
Yeah,
Please,
if you look at him, look at the tapes.
Next year. If he stay healthy next year, everybody will know it. If he stay healthy.
We got Sky in the building. New Orleans just walked in the house. What's the deal? I don't give a damn what y'all just had. Lonzo Ball is better than Jose Alvarado, Herb Jones, and all of the point guards on that roster combined. And that's where I'm going with it. It's Flight Sports TV. That's how I'm coming with things tonight. I'm not here to be nice. We just got to pay the utmost respect. I don't care what the stat line numbers tell you. None of those point guards, but all of them combined, and CJ, don't have the IQ of Lonzo Ball. I'm going to leave it at that. Go ahead, Sky. How you doing today this evening? It's Flight Sports. What's up?
Man, y'all capping early, bro. Why y'all doing that capping?
What you talking?
You see,
I'm here.
How someone who has no availability is better than the players you name with availability.
Paul, well, no, that's not what I stated. I didn't say he was better. I said he has a higher basketball IQ. And he has a higher basketball IQ than probably everybody. He has a higher basketball IQ than everybody on the Pelicans roster.
All right, we're gonna go with that, right?
What he does. No, probably the coach.
Have he ever won something in the NBA?
No, that's not. But listen,
no.
A lot of these guys have. He hasn't. He hasn't won anything in the NBA. But Lonzo Ball is in his fifth season. He's 24 years old. You understand? Yes, he has a high basketball IQ. Arguably,
we talking about
one
Chino
of the top
Hills?
in the game.
We talking about Chino. We talking about.
No, I'm not talking about Chino Hills.
We talking about NBA Lonzo. Which one we talking about? We talking about Chino Hills or NBA?
I'm talking about right now.
And you really believe that?
Yes. You're not going to tell me it's 10, 7, 8 players with a higher basketball IQ than Lonzo Ball. You ain't going to tell me that. Just give me some names. Give me 10 to 15, 12 players with a higher basketball IQ than Lonzo Ball, and I'm going to tell you're a liar.
Chris Paul.
That's in the running. That's one of them.
Marcus Smart.
No, hell no. Get the fuck out of here with that. Get up out of here.
What?
Next.
Yeah, Woody, I'm here, Woody. See, that brought me in. That brought me in right here. You said Marcus Smart. You said
I'm here too.
Sky. You said Marcus Smart. Come on now, Sky.
Yeah, man.
Did you see how he's been playing?
I'm here too. Let's go.
Do you think that's real high IQ basketball?
Let's go.
Hurt, man. The man been on the winning team since
keep going
with
these names. Keep going with these names. You said Marcus Smart. That's a double O. Next.
So what Marcus Smart average in assists?
Listen, let me tell you something. What part of I don't give a damn about what numbers you give me in front of my face. Marcus Smart does not have a higher basketball IQ than Lonzo Ball. Next player, please. Give me 10 to 15 players with a higher basketball IQ than Lonzo Ball, and I'm going to tell you a liar. But get your ass up here and tell me. You go in the chat because you ain't going to find the number of people to tell me this.
Hold on.
IQ because I might be lost.
But hold on, no.
You gotta know what IQ is.
You mentioned Kyle Lowry, though. You mentioned Kyle Lowry. Who is a champion?
Ball has a higher basketball IQ than Kyle Lowry.
He's a champion.
Listen, he's a champion. Let me tell you something. Kawhi Leonard won that championship. Let's keep it 100. Yes, he did do his thing. I'd give major credit. He was a major.
So is Dwight a champion? I don't mean he got a high IQ.
Yes.
Lonzo will never get a championship. How about that? And not with the Bulls either.
That's what you're talking about. Lonzo Ball is a championship player.
No, as your boy Ball facts, no, that's facts. They're not coming out the East, bro. The East is too strong, and the Bulls is not one of the top teams. We already seen how they crumbled, man.
You changing the argument.
No, I'm not, because I'm not changing the argument. I'm gonna tell you why I'm not, because you keep living off of possibility. You keep saying what Lonzo is. You keep saying what Lonzo is, but he has not lived up to that. You're talking about possibility. You're talking about potential. If you're not available, like Scott said from the beginning, then what's your purpose, bro? What are we talking about?
Listen, I'll let you talk. I didn't know you didn't get shit. I just told you that when healthy, Lonzo Ball has a higher basketball IQ than arguably probably the top in the game. You heard what Magic Johnson said, and I told you, give me 10 to 15 players with a higher basketball IQ.
Right, but you're not making sense.
Hold on, wait a second. I am making sense. You're talking about his availability. Listen. When on the floor, of course, when he's not on the floor, what the hell are you talking about? What are we comparing? I'm talking about when he's playing. What you mean? Wait a second, Phonics. This is probably one of the most devastating injuries that he has suffered. Okay, he has some knickknacks here, he has some knickknacks there. This has really kept him out for some period. When he tore his meniscus after that rookie season or whatever, he had, I believe it was, I don't know what happened. I'm not sure if it was a procedure done, but he was ready for game 1 in Portland when LeBron James was there, and he contributed in training camp. He didn't start that training camp, but he did make some of that training camp and played game 1 for the Lakers. You understand? Despite being hurt during the off season, this is really the first time where it really impacted something major. You understand? I'm just saying, I'm just keeping it 100. You know, this one really hurt.
This one I'm
Go
trying to figure out.
Go ahead. Listen, I'm with the assumption. I'm talking with the assumption of next season, Lonzo Ball being relatively healthy.
Again,
hold on, wait a second. I'm gonna let you go. Where I'm going with this as well. All of this stuff we hearing with Lonzo Ball. Oh, this is going on. The Bulls is this. I don't give a damn what we hearing today. If he's ready, game 1 of this season, I don't give a shit about what they talking about today. That's where I'm speaking from. The standpoint. Go ahead, Phonics. Go ahead.
It was Sky's tone, but I'm just going to say this real quick. That's very pathetic of you because you kept using the word if. If it means possibility, if it can happen. So you can't definitely say anything. But what we've known, what we've seen so far, he's not that dude. Go ahead, Sky.
That's a lie, but keep going. But I understand where people be going.
Listen,
what you mean by that, dude? Dex.
Right, the truth sound like a sidewinder. What you mean if it's just a possibility? Basically, that's what we're premises on. If it's nothing definite, mostly everything is if a possibility. So what are you talking about, Phonics?
That's pathetic.
He's in at the draft.
You're sounding real pathetic. You're sounding real pathetic, Dex.
Okay, you learned a new word. Okay.
You are sounding pathetic. You sounding shameful
give him
right now.
A round of applause.
You're sounding shameful. You're sounding shameful.
Listen. Okay, let me ask you a question. When you signed and when you enlisted to go into the military, you didn't know all the realms of possibility that was afforded you, right? But you went knowing that there was an opportunity for you to grow and develop to be a very productive human being. But it wasn't no guarantee. So why are you challenging flight on the word if you apply that to mostly everything you do on a daily basis?
You hear this audience, you hear this chat, this man got the nerve to compare me to a bus. Go ahead, Sky.
Man,
Go ahead.
all I want to know is what y'all excuse is next year when he didn't show up. He didn't show up the past 5 years. So what's the excuse next year?
He was available for y'all with the Pelicans. Your guy didn't show up. If Zion was healthy the last season with the Pelicans, Lonzo Ball was healthy towards that damn whole season.
I agree with what you saying if that's what you want to say. But check this out.
No. So hold on. So you telling me he wasn't healthy that's that
man,
third year?
Dude was physically
that was a
there.
contract year.
Man, the dude was physically there and he was mentally not there.
I mean, how could you say that? I mean,
that's easy on that team. There was a whole lot of players wasn't
on the court,
there.
but the mind wasn't on the court.
Yeah, Jay Blackfoot, right?
That was
your
for y'all.
body's here with me, but your mind is on the other side of town. Yeah, I know you know about that Jay Blackfoot, but that was basically the 90% of the Pelicans team last season.
He went from being
a lot of them checked out. Matter of fact, they benched him early. They benched him like 7 games left for the remaining season. So is that checking out?
He went from the third option to the full option. So what we waiting for him to be the 6th man? What we waiting?
Give me 7 guys with a higher basketball IQ than Lonzo Ball. Jessica got CP3, LeBron, Jokic. They on the level. Keep going.
He ain't on the level.
What? Hold on. We can talk about numbers.
I'm talking
Jason
about
Tatum. Jason Tatum.
No, he don't have a high.
Donovan Mitchell. No, that's your opinion. That's not a fact. And they're winners. He's not a winner.
All right, cool. Donovan Mitchell don't have a higher basketball
IQ.
IQ.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. And he's a winner. And he's a winner. He impacts his team.
What the hell he won?
He's led his team to the playoffs. You cannot say that about Lonzo.
Lonzo Ball did lead his team to the playoffs.
He did, man. He played 32,
I'm about to log off.
35 games,
Get the fuck out of here then.
I'm about to log off. I'm about to log off, man. This man is delusional.
He
You are
35
certainly
games, man. Man, he wasn't no factor on that team, man. Y'all quit doing that, man.
word.
35 games, man. Come on, man.
And they keep acting like we come back to the Bulls. You keep talking about Zach Lavine. Zach Lavine, number one, he ain't that dude. You had one dude last year that really stepped up and played with heart. That was DeMar DeRozan. Yeah, y'all clowns for that. He the one that y'all wouldn't have been in their game if DeRozan wasn't there.
Listen, no, Lonzo Ball numbers would have increased, and he would have had numbers comparable to some of you guys that y'all wanted. That's what would have happened. That's what Lonzo Ball would have did. Whatever the fuck the team asked.
How he operation man?
He did that, and he showed that.
Man, he operation man. How, man?
Lord.
He got hurt in 35 games, bro. He operation man. So how you gonna help them on from the bench? Tell me.
Thank you. Your best ability is availability. You know what I'm saying? I watch Shannon Crush Skip all the time. You know what I'm saying? When they was talking about Kawhi Leonard. You could talk about all the stuff he did in the past, but what has he done recently? Nothing.
I mean,
He sat out a whole year. And we can't take that from him.
He just not this. I ain't gonna say that.
And even when you say
maybe he just don't go as hard for it as like other players. He's dealing with injury as well.
Oh,
like
it's pathetic.
Night and every year is championship.
But Flight, it's pathetic.
What do you got to prove?
But Flight, what do you mean when you have to prove? You have to keep updating your resume. It's pathetic that a man sits. No, that's your generation. That's your generation that don't look like it like that. That's why y'all are paper champions.
That's just them. What you mean? They generate. That's just them.
Mm-hmm. You supposed to
everybody that fell in line with that boy. Everybody tired of him. Even the true Bulls fans tired of him. What you talking about? I ain't talking about the Lonzo. I'm talking about the true Bulls fans.
The true Bulls fans.
And how much you want to bet if Zach don't sign that contract? He on the trade block. Y'all saying he gonna sign? Y'all saying
go ahead.
Y'all saying he gonna sign because of Zoe. No, Zoe will want to follow Zach because Zach the one who got him to 85. He didn't get Zach no money.
Well, Rich Paul got him to 85.
Man, man. Zach had
that's a representation.
The Bulls ain't want him, man. Zach talked up for him. I guarantee you Zach talked up for him. He wasn't on them people read all like that.
This guy you saying the Bulls didn't want him, but yet they got flagged for an infraction of trying to talk to Lonzo illegally according to the rules and regulation that governs the NBA. You saying the Bulls didn't want him and they got docked a draft pick for that, but they don't want him? Are you freaking kidding me? If you guys actually listen to this, man, listen, what are you on tonight? I know it's Memorial Day weekend. You must have started drinking early.
Oh, Dix, you ever heard of trying to keep the person who you want satisfied? Why you think
if they want to keep him satisfied, give him what he want. Hold on. See, because you said something. Let me respond. You said keep him satisfied, right? What do Zach want right now that will satisfy him? And why are the Bulls hesitating on it?
A championship, which he won't get.
He won his own team.
How many Skies I'm talking to? Baby Sky. I'm not talking to you, Baby Sky. I'm talking to Big Sky, the OG.
Oh, I'm about to go in on you. Go ahead, Sky.
Oh, you
about to go on who? Pause. You talking about?
No, let's Sky answer.
Yeah, pause. Yeah, pause. Yeah,
you answer this question for me. Why Giannis' brother on the team? You got highlight tapes on him?
No, wait. Where we going with this, Sky?
What I'm saying is they try to keep Giannis satisfied, so they signed his brother. His brother don't got no highlights like that. That's the same thing that went on with the Bulls and Zoe. All right, you want Zoe over here, we gonna get him. We want you to sign that contract. We know that. He don't have the stats, man.
Nah, but I will disagree with that a little bit. The reason I'm gonna disagree with that though, Scott, because it's a lot of analysts and people. They're very high on Lonzo Ball. They're very high on him. I don't know why, but they're very high on him. Man. They're not gonna come down until he disappoints them yet again.
You taking it wrong. What I'm telling you is.
You gave a compliment.
We going off the point I'm giving. The Bulls ain't giving them no 85 dog, without Zach, dog. They ain't
hold on. That's old Uncle Vern? Yeah. Oh shit. Oh, Uncle Vern was good, homie.
Look, the reason why they so high on Lonzo Ball is because of the fact that he's real good. Game,
My
recognized
old
game. People around here got game. You and that lame nigga Sky ain't got no game. Y'all don't know nothing. All y'all do
okay.
is hate. So that's
My
what y'all
old
do
dusty
to me.
dude is breathing.
Even if Lonzo would have scored 100 points this year, and y'all would have said, "Oh man, he ain't. That was luck. He ain't gonna do that no
Nah,
more."
I just say he
Y'all
improved
do.
this
Y'all
game.
hate. Y'all hate
I
all
don't
man.
hate.
That's why the boy hurt.
I'm gonna call a spade a spade. I'm gonna say he
Uncle
improved this
Uncle
game.
Vern, Uncle Vern, you're 100% right.
Yeah.
Sky have the
Yeah.
audacity to say the Chicago Bulls didn't want him.
Man,
That's
they
the
don't
Can you?
old
want
Uncle
him.
Vern.
And he's
Old
and
Uncle Vern.
he's not even retracting that. He's not even saying no, I made a mistake on that. He's holding
I wouldn't
firm
do it.
and he's standing his ground.
You know
So
what's
right
going?
there shows me that Sky
Yeah.
is
I
drinking
wouldn't do
early.
it.
All right, Dex, check this
Called
out, Dex.
hatred.
So what y'all
It's
gonna
called
say?
hatred.
Finance, check this out. What y'all gonna say if Zach don't sign that contract, and then for the draft, Lonzo Ball be in a trade package? What y'all gonna say then? I'm right, right?
Man,
We ain't gonna say
Oh,
nothing.
forget
Scott.
Zach.
That ain't
A
gonna
you
happen.
trade
saying Zach?
package.
Forget
It
Zach.
sound like what you saying.
I don't know who you
Forget about
listening
Zach.
to. A lot of these content creators
They
that
could
you
go.
might be
They could
listening
go
to
get
might have
Jello.
some type
Jello
of
could be there.
vengeance. Yeah, chop of vengeance or jealousy of what's going on with that situation. But listen, let me tell you something, man. Lonzo ain't going nowhere in no trade package, whether Zach
So,
stay
Nowhere,
or
brother.
go.
so you thinking the Bulls gonna build around Lonzo Ball? That's what y'all telling me, and they hoping that Zach come back. So y'all telling me we just not gonna go
Who
with this?
say Zach is even leaving though, Sky?
He didn't. He didn't.
That's not a
He was
firm.
I
That's
never
no.
not
He
a
was saying
firm.
it hypothetically. Dex. He was saying it
hypothetically.
Oh
hypothetically.
well, but why is he arguing so hard if it's hypothetical?
No,
You know what hypothetical is, right? The
because I'm
truth.
trying to see what I'm trying to see is the only reason they got that ball over there is because Zach over there. That's what I'm saying. Y'all trying
I'm saying you
reason
correct. I
Bo's
agree
over there.
with that. That's
Yeah.
not nothing to disagree upon. That's
All
very
right.
credulous. But I'm saying you're sounding very incredulous about
No.
the
So
importance of the Lonzo Ball dynamic being with Zach, being with Vooch, being with Demar, being with Alex, being with Ayo DeSumo. That was supposed to be a solidified core, but every last one of them got hurt this year except
Oh,
really DeMar
okay.
DeRozan.
so
He
Okay,
was
with
why
the
that.
only
they
rock
gonna
for the
trade
Bulls
him
this
then?
year.
They can't
Oh,
put another player with him if Zach don't sign. Why they got to trade him?
Yes,
okay,
they
with that.
can.
You
Sky.
just said that was a
Yes, they can.
hypothetical, right? So
No, no, Uncle Vern.
why you so bent on that? If that's a
I'm saying
hypothetical,
hypothetical. If
well,
Zach,
I'm just saying you're making it
why
seem
would
like you
they
have some
trade him?
inside info.
Huh? I
I
don't
said you're
need.
making it seem like you have some
I don't need no
inside
inside
info
info.
because you're being very hard on your take.
No,
Oh,
man, I don't have no inside info. If you could see, it's plain and simple on the wall. Y'all the type of person get slapped in the face and say, "Oh, nobody ain't hit me." Man, he just slapped the piss out you.
hey, with Dex, you know
I
what I'm
don't know
saying? But
about that one.
Yeah, me
okay,
neither.
with Dex.
I wasn't a
Okay,
good
well, Flight.
analogy.
Okay, well, Flight, Dex. I do want to say this though. We just watched, you know what I'm saying, the playoffs. You know what I'm saying, and we seen the teams in the East. You know what I'm saying. Do you seriously think, like seriously, like the Bulls are good enough or competitive enough to go against teams like Milwaukee or Boston or Miami or even Cleveland for that matter? Like, you know what I'm
When they
saying?
Yeah,
Like they're
healthy.
Cleveland,
just as
most
Yeah,
definitely
serious.
I think they
Cleveland.
get Cleveland.
Yeah,
You
they
know what I'm
get
saying?
Cleveland.
Listen, when they
Oh,
was healthy, there was a number one seed.
that
Nah,
didn't last long, man.
yeah,
Stop
but
acting
that's
like
when
that.
everybody
Just
started falling apart.
nah, stop just acting like that. Just but okay, injuries is a part of a sports flight. Let's
Okay,
stop
so
saying
yeah,
that. Let's just stop saying that. It's next man up, and I'm not talking about Lonzo right now. I'm talking about the team as a whole. Who is the next man up? Y'all proved that there is no next man up. So what do you think Lonzo's going to do in that situation? He's never had that kind of pressure on him to where
What?
he has to
Oh,
lead
wait a
a
minute. What
team.
the hell are you talking about? He ain't never had that kind of pressure on him. Lonzo Ball had the kind of pressure that LeBron James had coming out of
What?
goddamn similar, very
Y'all about to
similar.
go. Yo,
Listen,
flight, let's go,
yo,
man.
let me
Come
tell
on,
you
man. This
something.
is
Listen,
disrespectful.
yo, he had that kind of. I'm trying to think. Maybe Zion. It was some.
Like,
I think it was bigger than yo. When Lonzo Ball was coming out and that whole Chino Hill situation, what are you talking about? What kind of pressure?
flight,
Lonzo Ball came into the league with pressure.
flight. Let me tell you something. LeBron James comes from my generation.
Uh,
LeBron James, the height that he had was real, and he lived up to it. No injuries, no missing, you know what I'm saying, 30 games. That's your boy. How dare you compare those two? No, what I'm saying? LeBron single-handedly drugged those teams in Cleveland for years.
I
Lonzo can't do that.
no,
Don't
listen.
be blasphemous. and disrespectful.
Listen, Lonzo
Nervous,
Ball
man.
did have pressure, coming out of
He had
UCLA to the Lakers.
extreme
You said that he
pressure.
ain't never had this kind of pressure. Talking about if Zach Lavine leaves, he ain't never had that kind of pressure. What the hell are you talking about?
I didn't say that. No, that's not what I said.
So what you
I
say?
No, that's what Scott said. What I said is the next man up mentality. So you're gonna sit here and tell me if the number one scorer or facilitator on that team goes down, Lonzo can step up and carry the weight? Are you out your damn mind? No, he can't, and you know he can, man. You're being
Especially-
Yes, he
delusional.
can. I believe he can. I believe Lonzo can step up and carry the weight. And this is why I criticize the Bulls for crawling on their knees, crying, huffing and puffing with snot flying out of their nose for the NBA to grant them a reprieve when they was COVID stricken. I understand the situation with the COVID, but they had enough players to play, and it was an opportunity for Lonzo to play with Vooch and the rest of the crew. And the Chicago Bulls said, hell no, no way. We don't want no part of it. NBA, help us. And the NBA granted them a reprieve after the Chicago Bulls came crawling on their knees, wanting to suspend or delay, postpone those two games. Now, I won't dock Chicago for the Toronto game because that game was probably going to be postponed regardless of what the Bulls did because of the situation of the pandemic in Toronto, because that's a whole nother country. But the Bulls damn sure should have let Lonzo and Vooch lead the band on, or the soldiers on, to march in to Detroit and play Cade Cunningham and company. That game should have been allowed to go on.
I respect what you said. Go ahead, Woody.
Them people did right casting that game, man. That would have been another L, man. If we had to depend on Lonzo.
Hey, but
I
I was
disagree.
Oh, you said them people did right. What you talking about? What they do right?
by canceling the game.
Yeah.
He said it would have been another L if Lonzo played.
Would have. They know that.
But listen. Even that's the case. Say for instance that's the case, Sky. We give you the benefit of the doubt because it was 50-50, right? Because they was basically on par for that game, basically evenly matched. But it was a TV game, and that would have been sensational to see how Lonzo can acclimate Vooch in the absence of Derozan and Zach Lavine, as well as I don't think Alex Caruso was available that game. I don't think it was available either. Against Cade Cunningham, campaigning for the Rookie of the Year. You feel me? He was on his high horse coming back from a dismal start of the season. That would have been perfect. That's why the game was nationally televised. And the fucking Bulls don't have faith enough to allow Lonzo, an $85 million man, to allow him to play against a rookie, Cade Cunningham. Shame on the Bulls. And this is why we have guys like Phonics, a.k.a. Write the Truth, and Sky saying that Lonzo is not up to the billing. That game right there would have demonstrated if he was up to the billing or not.
Man, we
Hey,
talked
what's
about
wrong with
game in 5
You cooking,
years.
Dex.
He ain't
Hey,
show
Go ahead,
shit.
preacher.
Hey, but Dex, I respect what you said, though. No, he's not. Shut up. I respect what you said, though,
Yes,
Dex.
he is. He
You know,
preaching.
in the beginning of your
Stop
comment,
doing
you
that. He
said
preaching.
you said that you believe Lonzo. So I want all the listeners to remember what he said. He said, "I believe." Whenever somebody starts something with "I," that means that's your opinion. You're entitled to it. That doesn't make it fact. We watched all this footage of what we've seen in this man on the court, and subsequently, he's having a problem staying available. And it's going on for too long. So we're sitting on here and all the Lonzo Ball fanboys, shout out to y'all. Y'all are projecting what you think Lonzo's going to do, but you don't know because you don't have any evidence of that. You know what I'm saying?
You've been projecting fast
Is
5
this
years.
Phonics
Hold on one second, Sky. Hold on
Yeah,
one second.
we just let him
Everybody,
talk.
hold on. Hold on one second. Everybody, hold on just 1 second. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the voice of the people's champ. Listen, Flight Sports TV is a machine. If you like what you hear and you be pulling up on a regular, please hit that like button, hit that Cash App, hit that super chat, because when we come right back, we're going to have more from the panel that you haven't heard from yet. I know the conversation been dominated by Sky and Write the Truth, but we have a panel full of superstars. We're going to get to them right back after this message.
129.9 pounds.
undefeated. He has 7 wins. 6 of his 7 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, fighting out of San Antonio, Texas, by way of Austin, here is Floyd Kid Austin Schofield the third.
Oh yeah, I want to give a shout out to Light Sports TV.
Yes, we have Spike Lee on the panel. We have Murgod on the panel. We have Brother Lack on the panel. So whenever you guys want to chime in, hey man, go for it.
I want to hear Brother Lack.
I want to chime in.
Well, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Phonics, that is the most. Phonics and Sky. Why y'all hating so much?
We not hating.
Like,
Shameful.
It's funny because y'all give all this. Y'all sit here and you judge Lonzo for saying.
What happened to him?
I don't know.
Oh no, I think he lagged out. He'll be back.
Spike Lee, is you available, Spike Lee?
No, he right back. I think that's him.
He got that family dollar Wi-Fi.
There you go.
Murgod's available, right? Murgod's available.
Yeah, shout out Joseph Abrams. So stop this. Yeah, definitely. We got to stop this Zoe slander, man. It's wild. You know, I'm telling you. We about to start. I'm telling you, we about to. Yo, go ahead, Marquez. Yeah, he must be having some technical difficulties tonight.
Man, they didn't cut him from the store off, man.
Yeah, but bottom line, y'all still didn't give me the list of names and the chat. Give me about 7 names that has a higher basketball IQ than Lonzo Ball. Just give me 7.
Right, and then when y'all give him the 7, I want y'all to put in the chat, how does his basketball IQ equate to winning when he's won nothing? I'll wait.
That's the point I be getting at.
I'll wait.
What, man?
It's hilarious. It really is. It almost brings me to tears.
Look, you don't have the stats, so we can't even see the stats match up to it. Like,
listen, I stated before the argument, you're not going. I don't care about no stats. I don't care about gauging them off. Right? And in terms of let me tell you something. Lonzo Ball is a unique kind of player, and I'm not just saying this to be funny. You understand? The way he plays, you cannot put a stat line to the IQ that he's bringing to the table. I'm not just saying this. Right, the truth just stated. You got analysts that think like this. I'm not. Stop acting like this is no. Magic Johnson went on national television and
stop doing that.
Is he a liar? He said it on multiple occasions.
Hell yeah, he's a liar. Hell yeah, he's a liar.
He said it a few weeks ago.
He talked shit about Rob Pelinka. He talked shit about Rob Pelinka. You know what I'm saying? Like Rob Pelinka was he still got his job though. And he walked away from the Lakers. He's a quitter.
They say Lonzo Ball, PJ Tucker, man. That's all they say. They say that dude, PJ Tucker.
Man, that's not even funny, man. I ain't never. That's so
man.
You
give a flight. Tucker have 12, 13.
That's so stupid. We're not even gonna entertain that.
Okay, well, Flight, entertain this. You said we're gonna throw out the numbers and all that. So then, basically, again, we're going to your opinion. That doesn't make it a fact because you said it. Because if you do go to the numbers, as we did on previous episodes, I exposed y'all and showed y'all how his career numbers are comparable to Markelle Fultz, who everybody agrees is a bust.
That's not true. That's not true.
Y'all go back and check his numbers, career numbers. Go back and compare both of their numbers,
You're casual. I'm convinced you're casual.
Well, just go back and check their numbers and then come back on the show and talk.
You don't. It's funny. No, Phonics, because you're clearly a hater. You're a hater because you don't have the same energy with other NBA players. It's just for him.
Word, young man. You don't understand that word, hater.
Oh, I don't understand hater. So how come you don't talk shit about De'Aaron Fox? How come you don't talk shit about Donovan Mitchell? Because
that's not what this show is about.
And it's
we're not talking about him.
It's not just that, man. Them dudes lead.
But then you sit here, but you can't sit here, Phonics, with a straight face. No, you can't sit here with a straight face and keep using the same exact excuses that any other person that watches the NBA can say.
I haven't had a straight face the whole show, brother. I've been rolling over laughing over here. I haven't had a straight face at all. Because look what we're
For
talking
sure,
about
you're
here. Are
casual.
you serious, man? Are you
Bro,
serious?
the
I mean,
fact that you're comparing Markelle Fultz to Lonzo Ball is clearly disrespectful.
No, pull up the
It's
numbers.
clearly
That's all I need.
disrespectful.
But no, all I need
I've
you to do is
seen
pull
the
up the numbers.
numbers.
Okay, so
I've
tell
seen
us
the
then. Tell us
numbers.
in the audience then. Tell us in the audience then. Are their numbers
Phonics,
not
I'm not
comparable?
going to keep repeating the numbers to you.
You
For clearly,
you
his
can't.
stats are better than Markelle Fultz. Clearly,
Listen, one
You're a
thing
liar.
you have to separate right here.
I'm lying. For
Yes.
sure.
Fight the truth. Fight the truth. One thing you have to separate right here. Lonzo Ball has never actually been the lead guy. You follow what I'm saying?
I
And what I
agree
mean by that, the fans will want him to be the lead guy, but unfortunately, coaches and some teams and staff and organization have yet to allow him to be the lead guy.
I agree with you.
But
I agree with you.
Markelle folks have. Markelle folks have been the lead guy.
Now you lost
So-
me because you on some bullshit now. You on some
No,
bullshit,
listen.
Dex.
Yeah,
Listen. When Markelle folks went to the Orlando Magic, was not he the lead guy prior to him getting hurt?
Dex,
No.
you and
Yes, he
you
was.
was on. No, hold on, Dex, hold on, because you wasn't on here, Marquavius or whatever your name is. I'm sorry, I'm
We
back
got
your name.
boots in the ground in
Dex.
Orlando now.
But
We
hold
got,
on,
we
Dex.
got boots in the
But hold on,
ground in
Dex.
Orlando that
Dex.
give us updates on the Orlando
Dex.
Magic.
Dex, you
Clearly.
were on this show when we read the numbers off. You even came on my show
No, you're not here.
when I
You're
read
not.
the numbers.
Listen. Do
Hold
not,
on, no, you're not
do
listening.
not
You're trying
deflect.
to.
No,
You're
do
trying
not
to alter the
deflect to what I'm saying.
conversation.
Lonzo, okay, let me just put it in a nutshell because he knows what
No,
he's
these
doing.
dudes is-
He's deflecting, guys. Everybody knows that. Right, the truth is
That's
deflecting.
he's
When
deflecting.
I said Lonzo has never been and has even received the auspice of a coach to allow him to be a lead in the orchestra, but Markelle folks have, and their numbers are comparable, then
You have
what do
more
that say
excuses.
about Markelle folks?
You have more excuses than a
Because
dude going to
he's
jail,
getting
man.
numbers. He's getting numbers. Listen to me. He's getting numbers being second, third, fourth fiddle. Markelle folks' numbers
I mean,
are
that is
first
true,
fiddle.
Days, because
At
remember
worst, second
they
fiddle.
had Vucevic and they had the I forget his name, the tall dude who was talking about he had set up the anthem or something like that, but he had get hurt after that in the bubble. They had
You talking about
two players
Isaiah?
already.
You talking about Isaiah Jonathan? Jonathan Isaiah?
Isaac.
Jonathan?
Jonathan Isaac.
He ain't
Jonathan
been a man
Isaac.
in, Orlando.
No, listen. Jonathan Isaac never played. He played 1 or 2 games before he just cracked his
does
whole
play.
leg.
Remember they've been in the bubble and they've been talking to him? That's 2022.
The man cracked his
That was
whole
2
leg.
years
The
ago.
dude wasn't even available. When Markelle folks went over there, that was his offense.
But why you saying
Vooch was gone. Vooch was in Chicago.
Think about it. Vooch been there 2020. Vooch only been with the Bulls the last 2 seasons.
And where was folks?
Folks just get traded to them.
Where was folks?
Man, he was at
Also,
He been in Philly before. And he wasn't
No,
the main
where
guy
was
in
no?
Philly.
Listen,
Then he get
listen.
traded to Orlando, which he
Where
wasn't the main
was
guy in
folks?
Philly.
Where was folks when Vooch got traded?
in Orlando.
In Orlando.
Okay, then that's all I'm saying.
No, but you
Isaiah
Thank you.
down.
No,
folks,
listen.
and Isaiah down, and Vooch is gone.
Vooch get
They
traded.
didn't
in the
have
middle,
Cole
like,
yet.
in
They
the
didn't
middle
have
of the
Cole.
season.
Well, if he got traded in the middle of the season, then who was it? Who did they rely on prior to him getting hurt? Remember now, prior to him getting hurt.
I'm about to go look up their roster. Go ahead and keep talking.
Man, he capping, man. You right, man.
We capping.
How
Damn
capping?
right.
We capping.
Damn right.
He just said he had to go look up the roster, so
Because
He don't even know the answer.
Because I wanted to give you some names, but they had a good bit of
Listen,
players.
we
that
had
he
a
was
guy.
not
I
one of
forgot
good
the
players.
young man's name.
They
They used to
just
come
had
up here
traded Aaron
from
Gordon right
Orlando.
before that.
I think is it apply that pressure from Orlando?
No, it's
Who's to be?
no,
Who's to come
exactly
up here for Orlando?
Foreign.
Foreign, exactly. So don't tell me this guy's there.
They had Terrence
He goes
Ross
to the
that
game.
season. Hold on, let me pull up the full roster.
Put the full roster. We just gave you
You
the
can't
answer.
even tell me. You can't even tell me the last time Jonathan Isaac played. I just told you who you was looking for. The
Jonathan
dude's leg
Isaac
was
hasn't played in
busted up.
3 years.
Dude busted up, man.
And he
So-
to
Go ahead, Marquez. Go ahead.
add on to Dex's point, again, this is why I say it's disrespectful. Because Markelle Fultz Dex not only had the lead, the keys to Philadelphia. He goes to Orlando
Well, he
and
didn't have
gets
the,
the
he didn't have the
keys
lead in
there.
Philadelphia though. He didn't have the lead in Philadelphia because they had Joel. I mean, they had Joel Embiid.
Right,
and,
he didn't have the keys.
Ben
I'm
Simmons.
sorry. He had the keys to Orlando. And then as soon as Cole Anthony comes, they give Cole Anthony the keys. Why is that?
Why are you
Because
adding your own
Markel
narrative?
Fultz is
In his
not
defense,
that
Markel Fultz got
guy.
hurt.
But you're adding.
Hold
But you're
on,
adding.
hold on. I got him right here.
But hold on, you're adding. But hold on, real quick.
They
You're
had
adding your own
Al-Farouq
narrative.
Aminu, DJ
But you're
I'm not
going back
adding
to
my
the-
own narrative.
They had
He
Mike
went to
DJ
Orlando.
Augustine
Even
is
if
damn
he
near
was
100 years
listen,
old, man. Don't tell me about no
listen,
DJ Augustine.
you can say what you want. Y'all say what y'all want to say.
That was Kevin Garnett. That was Kevin Durant, point guard in college. Don't tell me about no
Dex.
DJ Augustine.
No, okay, so
Dex,
Aaron
Dex,
Gordon.
I got
Aaron
him.
Gordon.
I got him. You know how I got him, Dex? Because you just heard how they just said.
Aaron Gordon on his way out.
Oh, it's a false. I'm doing a false narrative. So as soon as I said, hold on.
Keep on going.
For example, hold on, because you will say that Cole Anthony got the keys because Markel Fultz was injured, an injury. So if you can use an injury for an excuse for Lonzo, for an excuse for Markel Fultz, then how come you're making those same injuries as a liability for Lonzo? You can't have it both ways.
Are you asking me or you telling me?
You can't have it both ways.
Stop saying exactly.
You're right.
Are you asking me or telling me? Because I never said anything about an injury. No, hold on. All I'm asking the listeners is,
nah, man. You said that Lonzo is an injury prone and he's a liability. Nah, man. Missing with that you won't. You just sat there and made an excuse. I caught you. I caught you.
No, you didn't. Let me finish my point and stop talking over me, man. The point, no, son. What I said from the beginning was about this particular conversation is go and look at their career numbers. They are damn near identical.
And Lonzo's stats are better than Markel Fultz.
Don't tell me about a dude missed this and a dude went from Philly. I don't want to hear none of that. All I want the listeners to do is to look up their career
That's the truth.
You
the same niggas you the same niggas Phonics who sat there Phonics. You are the same nigga that sits around Phonics and say De'Aaron Fox is better. When we know getting damn well, De'Aaron Fox is a loser.
De'Aaron Fox is on the court. Lonzo isn't.
For sure.
So what are you talking about?
What's the difference? For sure. So wait, hold on. So you gotta have a player that's on the court. Would you rather have a player that's on the court and putting up numbers, not winning, or would you rather have a player on the court that's actually putting up decent numbers and is actually leading to more wins?
Your guy isn't doing either. What are you talking about? He's not doing either.
I'm sorry, because when Lonzo was on the court, he was
a little decorum. Hold on, guys. Let's get a little decorum and chill on the N-word. Let's get a little decorum. Okay. Phonics, you have to realize when you bring up De'Aaron Fox or Marquez bring up De'Aaron Fox had that team for 5 years and they've been going backwards ever since. He's a super talent. He's extremely talented. He's a bucket getter, but they've been going backward. So is stats all that, or is IQ and availability?
But I don't think you're talking to me. I think you're talking to Marquez.
No, Phonics. Answer the question. Answer the question.
I can answer. Why y'all ain't talking about all the different coaches that man had?
What, bro?
You know
what's the difference?
2.5.
How many?
No, hold on. He only had 2.5 coaches.
How many years he been in the league?
Same as Lonzo, 5.
I was like
5 years.
What's the
difference?
On the same team
has a better resume.
How many? I know how many coaches.
Ain't even sniffed the playoffs.
Man, listen what I'm saying. How many Lonzo had?
Lonzo had 1, 2, 3 coaches.
All right, same thing.
4.
It's not the same thing. Your logic.
How is not?
That's something nobody puts into
one thing about
consideration.
one thing like Lonzo been bounced around. Fox have not been bounced around. He has not even left
I don't know why y'all.
He been bounced around because they didn't want it.
Y'all been wrong about the match.
I'm just saying though.
But you want De'Aaron Fox to put up 20 points a game?
Whatever connotation you want to put, Sky, put that connotation. But if the fact remains that Lonzo's been on 3 different teams in 5 years, De'Aaron Fox been on 1 team, and he's still going backwards.
Facts.
So that's the excuse y'all gonna use.
See, Dex, they pump faking. They using their own narrative and semantics.
He's drinking.
Their own narrative and semantics.
Understand that.
Hey, listen, Dex. So
this guy started his celebration early. Let's put it like that.
Man, y'all all getting the point.
Man, I ain't gonna even get on the Pelicans. I promise I wouldn't destroy the Pelicans.
Markel's full trash, and if you want to say
Zion,
I'll pick you before.
Did you guys hear the news about Zion?
What's the news?
The news on Zion is that he's not getting no guaranteed contract. They're going to approach him like he's a football player.
And where you heard that at?
It's on ESPN, brother.
Go check your resources. Go check your
sources, my nigga. Check your sources.
That was a Woj bomb. Hey, that was a Woj bomb right there. They pursuing Zion as if he's a football
like he's
player.
a free agent.
This is the point I'm getting
Hold
at.
on.
Dex, Dex, we joking. We serious.
Y'all been wrong all these years.
No, you think he's serious? You think he's serious?
Y'all been wrong. ESPN been wrong all these years.
Orlando roster.
Hey, y'all can say what y'all want to say.
Wait a second, goddammit. Wait a second, goddammit. It's time. We gotta have some manners. We gotta. It's ladies first. Jessica is in the building. What's going on, Jessica?
Hey, Jessica.
Hey, everybody! Yeah. Shout out to Flight Sports TV. I heard a name.
What name, Jessica? What name did you hear?
I heard a Zion name.
Your favorite player, right?
Here we go.
Oh, he's been cleared too. We got.
That's Jessica's favorite player.
It is my favorite player who hasn't been playing.
Yes, Jessica. Unfortunately for Zion, they're basically telling them we don't trust you and we don't trust your health issues. So we're going to pursue you in free agency as if you was a nose tackle for the New Orleans Saints.
Okay.
That'd be funny if Griffin did that to him, yo. Griffin should play hardball. That should be funny.
You said Griffin.
Griffin got the leverage right now.
Hey, Flight. If David Griffin,
that nigga trying to get Griffin fired.
Well,
Griffin about to get Griffin fuck around and get an extension out of him. Watch. Go ahead.
If that's, I don't know if that's the truth or not, but if it is, I mean, I don't blame him. He hasn't played in 3 years. He's injury prone. He's got a lot of weight issues.
No, he hasn't. No, Jessica, that's incorrect. I know that was a Freudian slip, but he has played within 3 years.
Well, I'm saying he has. Okay, let me be more specific. He has played probably 40%, and 60% he hasn't. So he's been sitting on the bench more than half of his 3 years.
So you okay with that approach?
Yeah, I mean, to be on the business side of things and to make sure that your team is gonna have somebody who's gonna come out there and be all in, then I am okay with that. If he wants that money or if he wants to be on the team, I mean, we actually had a fun season without him and we did okay.
I think his tenure in New Orleans could come to an end because I'm gonna tell you, he is part of the biggest sports agency in the world, and they do not tolerate you spitting on their player, especially when he's one of the fan favorites.
Okay,
I'm talking about NBA fan favorites. So CAA they're not even talking to the New Orleans Pelicans.
I don't know about all that, so I'm not gonna speak on that. But what I will say is, fuck around and go to another team and let them pay him, and his ass is fat or hurt or can't or something happens. Then what? Who's the fool then?
Listen, as soon as the Pelicans do not match with anything that's out there for Zion, you're going to see Zion shit out so many crawfish that it's unimaginable, and he's going to work himself into shape, the Pelicans going to regret it because that poverty-stricken franchise probably would never get a player like that of his caliber again.
You pulling the Charles Barkley, Dex.
And once again, the same thing that they say about Zoe, I'm gonna say about my favorite player. You got to be on that floor and you got to stay healthy and you got to play. It don't matter what you can do; is what you're doing.
Zion and Zoe brought the Pelicans' net worth up $700 million. They increased nearly $700 million.
And what happened when Zion got
from
hurt?
2019 to 2021?
And what happened when Zion got hurt and he couldn't play for the whole season?
Well, this season y'all lost your TV games. Y'all were supposed to be on a whole lot, but
So I mean, just as much as he gives us is just as much as he give away. I mean, he take.
I bet if Jessica, I don't mean to cut you off. I bet if Lonzo Ball was still on that roster, those TV dates would have stayed. That's right.
No, they wouldn't have.
Yeah, that's my word. They would have made it. Trust me. Them TV dates would have stayed. Think about that for a second.
Lonzo Ball's box office.
Thank you. Them dates staying.
That ball boy carries his name around and he makes other teams elevate. Not just by players, but by the money in the stadium.
I mean, do you really think that the Pelicans is dumb for being cautious, like how they did the Joel Embiid contract back in his younger days? I mean, do you really think that them being cautious and of everything that's been going on the past 3 years is really like it's dumb of them? They may not get enough.
Yes, a little bit, yes. A little bit, yes. You know why? Because Joel Embiid did not come out the box like Zion. So you can't compare Joel Embiid contract because he came out of college injured too. You feel me? But he didn't come out the gate. He didn't come out the gate like Zion. Zion came out the gate like a rocket. And it had everybody in a frenzy. Joel Embiid has never had the NBA world in a frenzy.
Well, we know social media is a lot different nowadays too. And even though, and this is how you know that I'm not delusional or just biased, because Zion is my favorite player, but here I am trying to be 100 about that player. Zion came out like a firework, but he ain't even played for a whole season.
Jessica, believe this, dog. Don't listen to ESPN when I tell you this. They gonna get a man a max. They went up on the ticket price.
They better.
They gonna pay.
They better.
ESPN
Hopefully.
trying to find. Look, the way they was trying to use to get him out, that ain't work. So now they got to come with something else to try to get him out. But them people don't even.
I definitely agree with that.
Them people don't even talk to the media, man. The Pelicans, they don't even talk to the media.
And
don't
you know,
that.
right? And you know,
I agree with you right there, Sky. Most definitely, I agree with you right there.
And you know how
they definitely should give him his money.
You know how they have those little questionnaire things? You know, you go on YouTube and they ask you a question, and then it shows you how many percentage.
A poll, yes.
Okay, a poll. So look, I seen one where they said, you know, should the Pelicans pay Zion the max, and probably about 80% said no. And in my head, my thoughts was about 80% of them people who said no are people that are saying no because they want him on their team.
Thank you. I agree. I agree with
and
that.
check this out.
I agree with you right there.
And look at this.
No, please, Pelicans don't pay.
Yeah, let him go. Let him go.
Let him go.
This what they gonna do.
I'll pay for his meal plan.
Man, the man gonna get the max, man. What they gonna do is they gonna wait till like the season about to start. If he come back in shape, he getting his money. I'm telling you what they doing. They just want him to stay in shape. Them people ain't about to man. And if they do put incentives in there, what is gonna be? He got to keep his weight down. That's something he's supposed to do anyway.
He's supposed to do that anyway. That's right. Just like Miami. That's one of the regiments. That's one of the Miami Heat's regiment.
Exactly.
Is to keep your weight within 8% body fat.
Facts.
That's so he don't be lazy. That's all it is. They know they can win without him, so they ain't tripping on that.
Yeah, they can win without him, Sky, but they can't win without him. They might can get into a playoff.
Win what without that? I agree with that.
You never know about. You can't say that they can't win without him, because what do we get if we trade them? We could get a player that can help us win.
But they're not talking about trading him. If they don't sign him, he's going to play that last season out.
But this
they're not talking about trading him.
You don't know. I mean, that would really be stupid. I don't think that.
But it's not much you can get. Listen, it's not much you can get with Zion because his value has decreased on the market as an asset. But
you just sat here and told me that them folks is gonna pay him that money.
Listen. Slow down, Jessica.
Man,
I understand.
Man.
Let me finish. Zion Williamson value has diminished as an asset for trade, but his play and the way he played, if healthy, have not diminished. So it's best right now, like Sky said a long time ago about Lonzo, keep his value low. Right. Keep disseminating that craziness out there. So hold on, somebody got something in the background. Please mute your mic. We're not telling you to stop doing what you're doing, but just mute your mic. Yeah, so they wanna try to diminish the interest of Zion because they don't want teams keep picking at his agent to try to pry him away from the Pelicans. But the Pelicans should just go ahead and do the right thing and kill it because he's a young man. Zion definitely is an extreme force and is a freak of nature. You don't get that much power-packed dynamite explosiveness in a human being, especially of that size and that anatomical physique. Pay the man, give him his money, let Zion be happy, and the Pelicans will be extremely competitive come next season.
I mean, they're doing the right thing. They need to see if that boy gonna do what he need to do. Because me being a fan, he damn sure do need to do what he need to do this offseason. If he don't do it, then fuck him. Shit.
Ooh, wait, Jessica, you done celebrated early too, I see.
I'm just saying.
Jessica, what did you pour up? What did you pour up already? Jessica, you poured something up already, right? What you pour up? What you pour up?
Shit.
Is it wine, champagne?
No, nothing. I ain't sipping on nothing.
Casamigos?
So I got a question for y'all real quick, because when I was listening, y'all confused me a little bit. So I'm just gonna ask a question. Don't jump on me, okay? So I think if I heard correctly, y'all said that a lot of teams wanted Lonzo, including the Bulls. They wanted him, right? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, we listening.
I asked a question.
Oh, yes. Dallas wanted him. Denver flirted with him with a little bit. Boston definitely wanted him. New York coveted him towards almost towards the deadline of the free agency, and then they re-met and it was no consensus on Lonzo, so they just went ahead and passed on him. Who else wanted Lonzo at the time? The Bulls, of course, and I'm missing somebody. Who I'm missing?
The Hornets.
The Clippers. Hornets and Clippers. So that's about 8 teams.
So did the Bulls want him because he's such a great player, or did they want him because of Zach?
Well, it was a combination of both.
Okay.
It was a combination of both.
Okay. And the only reason why I'm asking that is because I feel like if you think that you have such a great player that's capable of doing a lot of things, when they had that situation that you were talking about, Dex, that you said you thought was dumb for the Bulls to not want to play because of that COVID situation, how come they didn't have trust in Lonzo?
That, you know what, that right there is so fascinating, because you play a player $85 million, and then the first opportunity you have to actually see what he have without his shield on the left and his shield on the right, which is DeMar DeRozan and Zach Lavine, he still had an all-star in Vooch, so he wasn't just along with G League players. He still had Vooch, he still had Ayo DeSumo, he still had a nice plethora of talent around him, and it was young, and they're playing a bottom feeder, cellar dweller Detroit Piston team who have no ambition to be a champion at this point in time, basically on the way they constructed. That would have been perfect to actually showcase Lonzo and to make those TV ratings go sky high. Listen, I'm telling you right now, even TNT was somewhat appalled at the Bulls, copping cheese.
So with that,
that's crazy, because I remember you having an argument with me before about that, when I was saying Lonzo can't lead a team I'm not by himself, but lead a team or whatever without DeRozan and Lavine, and you've been saying he been playing with G Leaguers, so to stand the third. I can't remember why we get into the argument, but you've been saying that he been playing with a bunch of G Leaguers, and this person ain't been there, that person ain't been there. Now you naming Ayo and Vooch and all these other players you got with him, like he had help.
No, I don't remember saying that, because that's not something that I talk. That's not a term that I use. A bunch of G Leaguers.
Remember the argument we've been having when you've been saying, I said,
but maybe I said something different. You know what I mean? I know hold on one second. I know Dave James used that term a lot. A bunch of G Leaguers. I know Rico Recap might use that term. A bunch of G Leaguers. I know Nico used that term. A bunch of G Leaguers. I don't know. Yeah, but I don't use that term.
You, because I remember saying you sound like you don't even believe that Lonzo could have lead that team if they didn't get the COVID break. And you've been saying they could have.
Oh, no, not me. No, that can't be me.
Because that wouldn't be fair.
Negative.
No, that wasn't me. No, sir. Because that's perfect for me to have Lonzo play with inferior talent. Because that's how you're going to demonstrate who and what he is.
That part,
so I wouldn't say that.
That part, but I just remember you saying, I was saying he had more than just G Leaguers on the team, and you or somebody else been keep naming off. Y'all been talking about the little white boy. Y'all been talking about
Matt Thomas.
Never seen he had
Troy Brown Jr. But what I'm saying, no panic. I'm not saying that. Listen, No panic. I'm not saying that discussion never happened, whether it was discussion, debate, or dialogue. I'm not saying that never happened. But the term that you're saying that I use, a bunch of G leaguers, that's not what I don't even speak.
I mean,
that
it might have not been saying a bunch of G leaguers, but you've been saying he had a lot of G League players on the team. And I'm saying, if you look at that roster,
I probably was being facetious.
Yeah, Vooch and Ayo. Because I was saying you don't sound like you believe Lonzo going to leave because you say
no, but that's not true though. But that's what I'm telling you. That part is not true. I definitely believe he can leave. I seen him play. I saw him play with my own eyes, up close and personal. I know what he can do. I seen him play with LeBron. I seen him play without LeBron. You know what I'm saying? I know what he can do, and I know what I feel he should work on. You know what I'm saying? But that right there would have been a perfect showcase of why the Bulls gave him $85 million. That's the only thing I'm saying. And for the Bull to cop cheese the way they did, it just didn't sit right with me.
Well, with that information, and this is just my opinion, not no facts, but just listening to all of that, then I feel like the Bulls only brought him over because of Zach, because it seemed like they didn't trust in him. They didn't trust in him as like, we really want him. We trust in him. He good. He this, that, and the third. As soon as Zach and Derozan was out, I was like, nope, we ain't playing.
That's what it seemed like. But unfortunately, I disagree because Vooch was there. So Vooch is a more seasoned vet, right? And he's an all-star. So his credentials supersede Lonzo. So if you really put it down, did they trust in Vooch?
No.
And I can say something about that. This is no knock against Lonzo. But you got to understand when they've been talking about Zach and his next contract, just like they do any other superstar that coming up on the contract, the media start throwing these narratives out like this person going to leave if the team ain't winning. So when they going to get Vooch, they're going to get Vooch, but like, we need somebody to bring in his, so Zach don't want to leave. And then when the next season roll around, he been like, okay, let's look on the market and who available. I ain't saying that Lonzo ain't worth the $85 million. All I saying is it had more to do with the fact that they've been just trying to grab but they've been trying to grab as much players as they can to throw on the team to make Zach feel
Well, I feel like
I'm not
that's
going
hilarious.
for that.
That's hilarious. You know why? Hold on one second,
Jessica. All
Jessica.
the time now. They do that all
Jessica,
the time.
hold on one second. No, that's hilarious because they were strategic in what they was pursuing. And if you listen to AK, which apparently you haven't, he laid out specifically why he target certain aspect and why he target certain players, because there was things that the Bulls needed to address that they didn't address in the last administration. So when the changing of the guard took place, that was a high priority. Point guard, defense, ball movement, easy buckets, transition, make it easier for Zach. This is why they went out and pursued the Lonzo Balls, the Alex Caruso, the DeMar DeRozan, the Derrick Jones Jr.'s, and things of that nature. It was strategic. Don't sit there and say about these intelligent people who hold on, about these intelligent people, because AK have shown that he's a potential executive of the year in a high-level market like Chicago, just going out loosely fishing, recklessly for players. Come on, man. You got to be a little smarter than that.
Everything you saying is lending to my point. I ain't trying to say Lonzo ain't worth the money. I ain't saying that Lonzo ain't good. All I saying is whenever you got a superstar, the narrative is we got to make them happy. If any other team would have give DeRozan that same money, which I don't think no other team other than the Bulls would give DeRozan that same money, even though he coming off a decent season in Spurs. I don't think the Bulls would have given that money. And with Caruso, like, think about all the names he get. Like, not saying that they don't work to what he's trying to do, but at the end of the day, it's like, look at the free agent market that year. They were just kind of grabbing whoever been available and willing to come. Because Caruso ain't even really want to come fully.
That's
he
not
really
true.
Stay with the Lakers. No, he said himself. He said
that's not true.
He said he want to take less money.
It was specifically target. Don't panic. Get this into your head. They specifically target those off-season acquisitions. It wasn't like they just grabbing anybody available. And that free agent market was pretty decent.
Point guard available that they feel like they could have get, they would have get him. Before, when they get Lonzo, Kyle Lowry just pop up as, oh yeah, he gonna be leaving, but you would have had to trade for Lowry.
Dude, Lonzo was the first person signed. Come on, man.
No,
where you getting your facts from? He was the very first person signed in free agency.
I understand that, but Lowry.
So that means everybody was still available.
Around the same time. Lowry became available at around the same time that they already had signed Lonzo. If he came a bit available early and willing to take a lot less money than he get from Miami, I promise you they probably would have targeted Lowry first. They probably would have.
They didn't want no Lowry, man. They already knew who they wanted. This is what I'm telling you. According to them.
Listen, I know they
according to them. Now, if they lying, I'm flying. And I don't got no goddamn wings. All I'm saying, they said who they specifically wanted, and they went after, and they got basically everybody
they said they specifically wanted DeRozan, but they ain't been interested in him until they realized they could afford to get him.
Okay, if you can't afford it, you can't afford it.
Like when
everybody thought that was true. Listen, it was a far-going conclusion that Lowry was leaving. He wanted to play with Jimmy Butler. That was already a far-going conclusion. They buddies, okay? And it was already a far-going conclusion that DeMar DeRozan most likely would be a Los Angeles Laker. So it was shocking when they found out that he was still available.
You know why he didn't become a Laker?
Why?
But that's neither here nor there.
Contract with Russ, they couldn't afford him at that point. Even if he did,
listen, it was buying. No, you got your timeline wrong. You got your timeline wrong. Russ was in contract with the Washington Wizards. DeRozan was a unrestricted free agent. Okay, Russ got there through a trade. Stop it, man. He didn't come there off a free agent. They traded Montrezl Harrell. They traded Kyle Kuzma. They traded KCP, some integral parts of the Los Angeles Lakers, to get Russell Westbrook. Stop making it seem like he came there because of DeMar DeRozan as a free agent. No, you're not saying it right.
Listen, I'm listening very good. They could have afforded to get Buddy Hield and DeRozan with the two contracts they would have given him, because DeRozan wouldn't get that same money that he getting from Chicago now. When they got Russ,
I'm done, bro.
Dude, do you understand they got him for a trade? It was a trade. They traded 3 players for 1.
But he took up
what are you talking about?
Slot.
DeMar DeRozan could have walked over to the Lakers.
You're not understanding the money.
Who cares about the money when Russell Westbrook's getting north for $40 million?
Because that's
DeRozan's not getting north. DeRozan only getting about what, 32 million or something like that. 28.
32. He's not getting 32 million.
Able to afford.
Yeah, he's not getting no 40. He's not getting no $40 million. So when you talking about money? Money wasn't an issue.
Listen, sometimes you just
no. Listen to what? This is the foolishness, insidious, fictitious hate. Listen to what? Why would I subject my ears to that? But I know it's so untrue.
If they had traded and got Buddy Hield, his contract, what he making plus DeRozan, whatever he was going to get paid with a foot on the team. But the fact that they decided to go with Russ instead, they wouldn't be able to afford DeRozan. So DeRozan going to the highest bidder, which was the Bulls. When you listen to
they did not want DeRozan. It was obvious. That's not true.
I ain't saying that they didn't want Lonzo.
They saw Russell Westbrook. Listen now. They saw Russell Westbrook. He wanted out. They made a deal to get him out. Listen, LeBron traded his. Listen what I'm telling you now.
Remember the trade for Buddy Hield originally, and LeBron said he had want Russ instead. When they get Russ instead, now you can't get DeRozan.
Are you understanding what you're saying? LeBron traded 2 of his clients. 2 of Clutch Sports clients to get Russ. It was LeBron who wanted Russ. Stop it.
It don't matter if you trade for Russ.
So don't talk about no DeRozan. DeRozan was very affordable.
Paying $40 million.
And they could have kept their team. You don't have to trade for DeRozan.
You have to trade for Russ
because Russ was under contract.
I saying sign
stop the foolishness and stop the insidious, fictitious takes. It's wacky.
The money the money that you spend for Buddy Hield, if they had trade for Buddy Hield,
why are you talking about Buddy Hield for?
Bro, you just
we talking about DeMar DeRozan. What Buddy Hield got to do with this?
And I trying to break down why I try to tell you why they didn't get DeRozan. Because you couldn't get DeRozan with Russell Westbrook.
LeBron didn't want DeRozan. Let me tell you again. LeBron didn't want DeRozan. LeBron didn't want DeRozan. LeBron didn't want DeRozan. LeBron didn't want DeRozan. What part of that you don't understand?
But that's not the point.
Didn't want DeRozan. What part of that you don't understand?
It's not the point I try to make if Braun will want him or not. What I'm trying to tell you is the reason why the Bulls got DeRozan, because DeRozan was another piece they could have put on the team to be like, Zach, look, we voted something. Same as Lonzo. I ain't saying Lonzo ain't worth the $85 million, but DeRozan wanted to get the same money with the Lakers that he got with the
Bruh,
Bulls.
LeBron didn't want DeRozan, man.
They made a trade for
What
Russell.
part of that you don't understand, Marquez? LeBron didn't want him.
Oh my!
I don't
Bro,
know.
Dex, you got nothing, bro. You just talking and talking, and you ain't listening. You missing the whole point of why he's trying to tell you.
You must listen to Magic. You want to make up your own fictitious. You want to make up your own insidious fictitious take. When Magic sit there and said, "LeBron, this own you." Magic said that. LeBron, you got to own this.
Next.
What else you need to hear?
Over and over, and you stole.
Because LeBron wanted Russell Westbrook.
Who cares about Buddy Hield and all that other flabbergabber, man? You deflecting.
LeBron wanted Westbrook. You making everybody confused, man.
Everybody just stop talking right now. Let me get 10 seconds to say the same thing I just said this now, so people can understand. The only reason I'm bringing up DeRozan, because the point I'm trying to make is they didn't get Lonzo Ball like, oh, this somebody that we, no matter if Zach here or not, we gonna have him. They get Lonzo Ball because it's like we need a bullet team around Zach to stay. The reason I bring up DeRozan is because DeRozan made a decision to come to the Bulls after he see the Lakers made a decision to go against getting Buddy Hield and instead get Russ.
That's not
Once
true.
They got
That's
Russ,
not true.
That's
a little bit is
what
true.
it does.
A little, listen, no panic. A little bit what you're saying is true. Listen, you do build around your star. I mean, that's common sense, right? You do supposed to build around your star. You ask them, who do you want? We're going to get better. We're trying to win. Stay, Zach. We're going to give you the money. Let us get Lonzo over here. I said this a long time ago, so I'm going to re-say it again. Lonzo opened up a portal for the Chicago Bulls to be this big fanfare team, right? That's in the NBA, just like the Pelicans was when Zion and Lonzo linked up. They became a big fanfare team, just like what LaMelo did when he went to Charlotte. He became a big fanfare team. So Chicago's not a big fanfare team prior to Lonzo Ball. They have their own fans. They have their core fans. But outside of Chicago, or even to all the way up to Urbana or Champaign, or north up to Moni, outside of that, listen.
What I gotta do
DeRozan was under contract.
You ain't listening.
Listen, let me finish.
You just talking right now.
No, let me finish. Hold on, let me finish. DeMar DeRozan.
You just talking.
No, that has nothing to do with Lonzo. DeMar DeRozan was under contract with the San Antonio Spurs when the Chicago Bulls was flirting with Lonzo Ball. So I don't know where you get this DeMar DeRozan intervention. They was already DeMar DeRozan already under contract. They
you
flirted.
Just start talking. You gotta.
That's what you're doing now, right? Aren't you doing the same thing? So you're a hypocrite. Because when DeMar DeRozan was under contract with the San Antonio Spurs, the Chicago Bulls was flirting with Lonzo at the trade deadline. They was flirting with Lonzo at the trade deadline.
I get that. I agree, and
they did not release Lonzo. They did not trade Lonzo because Griffin said, no, we're going to hold back because Zion and Brandon Ingram wanted Lonzo to remain a New Orleans Pelicans for the remainder of the season. Now, so don't come with the DeMar
that's
talk.
why I say everything you saying, I'm agreeing with, outside the fact that you ain't getting the point I'm trying to make. All I'm trying to tell you is DeRozan made a decision about his future based on the move they made for Russell Westbrook. Because once they made that move for Russell Westbrook, now it became about the money.
It's not about DeMar DeRozan. It's not.
A little bit though. No panic. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Because out of DeRozan's mouth, because you're not speaking facts. Out of DeRozan's mouth, he said he didn't know where he was going to go, and then Chicago came calling. He thought he was going to be a Laker. That's all he knew. He thought he was going to be a Laker. He found out he wasn't going to be a Laker. The deal fell through. He didn't know where he was going to go. DeMar DeRozan was in limbo. Then Chicago came calling.
You know why he fell through? Because LeBron made it.
It's DeMar saying that. Go check out the podcast with Gilbert Arenas. You'll hear from DeMar mouth.
And that's why.
And he's like, damn, Lonzo in Chicago? Shit, that made it easy for me. I said, hell yeah, I'm coming.
The only team that gave DeRozan that type of money, they got him because it was like, we need a bullet team around Zach. I'm not saying that they had no interest at all in DeRozan or Lonzo. All I'm saying is, if the Bulls had a stacked team already, and they feel like they really need nobody else, just need to resign their players, they wouldn't have interest in getting Lonzo. They signed Lonzo as one of the few people that they could have put
told him
around
that
Zach to
earlier.
save the team.
No,
Man, I
I
told
don't
him
care
that
what you told him
earlier,
that. This
man.
was listen. This is scenario. Hold on one second, guys.
You can't tell him
Guys,
no
hold on.
different.
This is scenario. Listen, all Sky was doing was just waiting for an inkling to come
Man,
in
that's
of
the
any type of
truth,
negative
man.
connotation
Y'all
that's
don't
attached
see
to
about
Lonzo Ball.
Lonzo.
Listen,
Nobody
this is
else
what.
is
Hold
going to give
on.
Lonzo Ball
Hold on.
all
This
that
is what
money
it
like
is.
that.
Listen, this is what it is. That's out of your head. But this is what it
Mm.
is. Chicago Bulls had a need. They had a need they
And that's
had
why they paid him
to
85 to come.
address. Okay, but that happens. Just like Mike
Okay, but
Conley
what?
was with the Memphis Grizzlies. The Memphis Grizzlies had a need and they had max money and they gave Mike Conley the money.
Okay,
He was the
but they
first $2
needed him.
million
All right,
player.
all right.
So what are you talking
You're saying
about?
exactly my point. It's not so
But
much that
they had a
wanted
need. That's
him,
what I'm
him
saying.
specifically.
They had a
They
need,
needed to
and they
put people
addressed that
around
need
Zach
by
Lavine to make him feel
bringing a
comfortable
point
to
guard.
stay.
Kobe White could not hold the fort. Okay,
Facts.
he failed miserably.
Would the Mavericks give Lonzo 85 million?
The Magic don't need
No, I said a Mavericks.
Lonzo.
Because when he they
got too many. They got a listen. The Magic got a plethora of point guards. Want me to name them?
So you just
Well,
said
you need Lonzo
no
there.
panic.
earlier.
Bruh, no
Plenty of
panic check in my head.
teams, plenty teams that want Lonzo, right?
No panic.
You
Please
named the
check out. Check
Mavs.
out. No
You
panic.
said
Just tap out.
you
Please.
named all these different teams that want him.
Not for
How much of the
85
team would give him
million.
85 million?
No, none of them. I agree with
And
you.
It doesn't
the fact.
matter.
That's the point I'm trying to make.
What does that matter though? No. Listen, that's not negative because if the Bulls outbid you, they just outbid you. The only
No, it's
person
not an
probably
outbid.
had the
No,
money to outbid the
same
Bulls
reason why
was the New
nobody
York
won't pay
Knicks.
Lonzo outside of the Bulls.
That's a
is
fact.
the same reason why the Pelicans in there won't pay him.
Exactly.
It was a
Y'all
bidding
just
war.
saying
What are you
Lonzo
talking about? You
got
act like it
paid
was
with
only
the
just
bidding
two
It
teams.
wasn't no bidding war. Ain't nobody go
And
higher
if
than
Boston.
it been a bidding war, he
Hold
wouldn't
on. You had
need Rich
Boston.
Paul. He got a
You had
regular
Dallas.
agent.
You don't
New
think
York.
that they hollered at Rich Paul saying, "Listen, we offering this," and Rich Paul looked at the envelope and said, "Nah, we good," because they already knew what the Bulls offered already
The
at the
Bulls pay
All-Star
more
break.
money for
Right?
all the players
Oh
that they
my
got,
God.
and that's a fact. They
There's
play.
nothing wrong with that.
No, I ain't saying
Because
saying
if
nothing
you have
wrong.
a
What I'm
need,
saying is they had a need to build a team around Lavine.
right?
So
That's good. I agree with you.
all right. So at the
I
end of the
agree with
day,
you.
Man, them
if
people.
nobody else is going to give Lonzo that same 85 million, everybody
Because
offering them
maybe they didn't want to
40
address the
million,
need
50
like that.
million. At the end
Listen,
of the day, if
the
they
Charlotte
don't pay for him
Hornets,
because they
hold
needed
on.
to have
The
more
Charlotte
team.
Hornets put a bid at Lonzo. They put a bid at Lonzo. The bid was more than what the Pelicans was willing to pay. But Chicago
Facts.
jumped them.
Man, them people paid for Fruit Loops and they got great value, man.
Well, I mean, you could be facetious all you want. We just dealing with the facts.
Right. I don't care.
If you
what
want to
Sky
be a
got to say.
comic,
But that
go to the
don't
Laugh
change.
Factory.
That don't change.
It's the truth.
Like that's remember when Dallas going to get KP from the New York Knicks. You know why they going to get him? They didn't really look at him, but like this is a player we need, and so and so and so. They give up whatever they had to give up to get him because he been like, we got a star in Luka, and we need to maximize this team because we need another player, another star, because everybody around the league got a 2-star team. If they had to make a different decision, if they didn't need no other players, they wouldn't just casually going out and get KP. When you trying to make your superstar happy, it don't matter how much you spend for.
That was a trade. Why you guys keep talking about money? There's a difference when you trade and when you pay somebody straight up.
It's really not a difference. If I trade for a max play, I still got to pay that money. It's really not a difference. You keep saying that, but it's not a difference.
But that's what I'm trying to explain to you.
contract.
Lonzo was a restricted free agent, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So in order for Chicago to get him, they have to give up a little something. The Pelicans only was willing to take Gary Temple and Thomas Stanorowski, whatever his name is.
And what I said
that's not the Bulls' fault. Do you believe those two players are worth $85 million? Gary Temple.
no.
I don't think.
And,
listen, I don't think
Stanorowski?
Lonzo worth $85 million. So
But the
if you ask me
Bulls feel that way,
it's
though.
really the question you need to ask me if I think them two players worth $20 million.
But what I'm trying to say is that the Bulls felt that. And the Pelicans say, okay, you want to pay him that? Sucker, go ahead. Go ahead, give us Temple and Satoransky. Go ahead.
But Dex, the
wanna
way
pay
the
that, go ahead.
NBA works is when you try to make your star happy, you do all type of shit. Like they're going to give Vooch, but Vooch probably don't really fit in with the plans they had down the road. And in mind, they're going to give Vooch, and then the free agent come up. They go, well, okay, we can get Lonzo from so and so and so. We've been trying to trade
the season. That's what I'm saying.
Then
they tried to listen. They covered Lonzo at the trade deadline last season. That's what I'm trying to get in your head. They've been fishing for this young man.
I'm not arguing against that. All I'm saying is most of what the reason why they get Lonzo because they've been trying to put a team around Lavine.
We understand that. That's natural. That's natural.
If another point guard been out there and they feel like he do about the same as Lonzo, and we can get him for like $15 million a year, you don't think they would have just paid him instead of Lonzo?
Cap alert. Listen. Do you know who was the point guard that was rated ahead? Hold on, whoa! You see, he cut me off. He cut me off.
He cut him off.
Hey, come on, man. He cut him off.
He cut me off. Listen, cap alert. Chris Paul was a free agent market with Lonzo Ball. Kawhi Leonard number 1, Chris Paul number 2, Kyle Lowry 3, Lonzo Ball number 4.
So you think the Bulls would have given
stop it? Don't you say nothing about Chris Paul.
$120 million?
You need to stop.
You think they would give Chris Paul $120 million? The Bulls?
You need to stop.
Don't be disrespectful.
You need to stop.
Don't be disrespectful.
You just said that there was no other point guard.
$120 million.
No.
What you talking about?
Out of your mouth, you said there was no other point guards. And I'm telling you, there was 2. Not 1.
No.
2.
When Chris Paul was never leaving the fucking Phoenix Suns.
Listen, I'm done with it. Okay, Patty, you got it. I'm done with it.
Dex, why are you still arguing with this man?
I'm finna mute my mic.
Dex, why are you arguing with this man?
Why would the Phoenix Suns let Chris Paul walk out the door if he just took them to the finals and them the first time in the playoff in years?
You're not listening.
You said there was no other point guards. That's what you said out your mouth. I'm not saying with the dynamic surrounding Chris Paul. I'm not talking about that. You said out of your own mouth, without hesitation, there was no other point guard. That's what you said.
There wasn't.
And I'm telling you, you're incorrect. There was 2 point guards rated ahead of Lonzo Ball.
So what?
There was 2 point guards rated ahead of Lonzo Ball.
Chris Paul and Kyle Lowry.
Devontae Graham is a point guard. Last I checked, Devontae Graham was a point guard.
But he's not rated higher than Lonzo.
Was he in that free agency market? It doesn't matter. He was no other point guard.
No, that wasn't a free agent.
Was he in that free agency market?
He ain't even no free
agent.
Yes,
he was.
Oh my God, I'm done. I rest my case.
Are you arguing with him, bro?
You know he get traded, right?
Lonzo got traded. What are you talking about? Lonzo got the trade. It was a sign and trade. So what are you talking about? Devontae Graham, sign and trade.
Right.
So Chris Paul wasn't leaving Phoenix.
If you meant something different, you should have said.
Talking about Kyle Lowry wasn't really on. Even Kyle Lowry been like thinking that he's the entire time or another contender.
Didn't I just say that? Didn't I say he was already coveted by the Heat? Remember the Heat got in trouble too. Hold on. Remember I said the Heat got in trouble too for tampering as well.
For tampering.
If they get in trouble,
but he was not officially signed. Hold on.
You basically proving my point.
You can't
There
escape
was no other point guard available.
Why are you pump faking, Dex? Why are you pump faking? You pump faking too much.
The point guards. Now, I'm saying there was other point guards. As a matter of fact, there was 2 rated higher than Lonzo.
Next, I'm about to poke a hole in what you just said. Chris Paul, we all know he was never leaving Phoenix after taking him to the finals for the first time.
That is not the argument. That is not the argument.
That's not the argument.
No, just listen. I'm about to get to everything.
Stop flipping the argument. That's not the argument.
Chris Paul, we know he ain't been going away. Kyle Lowry, you just said
I'm kicking the can. He's trying to kick that can. And he's kicking that can.
He's trying to move the goal.
I know you love soccer.
You know I'm about to say something, so now you start talking. Kyle Lowry, you just said yourself just now they had tampering with him. Tampering means that you was talking to him way before he was available to become a free agent. So if they were talking
they had tampering with Lonzo Ball.
2 point guards who wasn't
available. They tampered with Lonzo.
So now you get the Lonzo Ball, the only point
guard
that you
Lonzo.
get.
But you said he was just like this throwaway jump that was just hanging out in the atmosphere.
Okay, bro. What about Devontae Graham? What about Devontae Graham?
I'm telling you, he wasn't. He was coveted.
What about Chris Paul?
All-Star break.
Stop it.
This is how we gonna know if the Bulls really want him. If Zach don't sign that on,
here goes Scott with his stupid soliloquies and shit.
I'm just being honest. If Zach don't sign that extension and they don't keep him, that says a lot.
No, it doesn't.
Why it don't?
It really doesn't.
So you sitting up here telling me you get
Zach's been carrying him for how many years?
He on a fresh 5 years.
No. Zach's been carrying him how many years, Sky?
Man,
Listen,
this dude.
Zach got everything. Sky. With all due respect, Sky, Zach got everything in his favor to be and remain a Chicago Bull. He qualified for the no trade clause that LeBron James can't qualify for. He qualified for the no trade clause that Kevin Durant couldn't qualify, nor Kyrie, nor James Harden could qualify for. It was only one superstar out there that could qualify for the no trade clause, and that was Giannis.
Facts.
Everybody else don't.
But the only
not even Brandon Ingram.
I agree with
not
you.
Jason Tatum.
But the only difference with what you
Not
talking
Donovan
about
Mitchell.
is the team can't trade him, but he could still demand a trade.
But there's no guarantee that he'll get his wishes with a no trade clause.
Right. Facts.
What you said?
So Zach got a lot in his favor. That's what I'm saying, and I'm quite sure he has
no
Rich
trade
Paul.
clause work in his favor, man. That's all.
Oh, because he's been with the team. Listen,
he say where he go.
No,
That's the
no.
only thing that means. If he gets ready to say, "Oh, I
No, the
don't
team
want to play,"
cannot trade him. Right, the team can't trade him on their own.
that's the only thing. But if he say,
They
"I
cannot
won't
trade
get traded,"
He has to
could
agree.
pick
He
what
has to-
team.
he has to sign
He
off
has to agree.
That's the only
with that
thing.
trade.
That's the only thing.
But that no trade clause, Sky, also.
Man, that's a good thing and that's a bad
that no
thing.
trade
So don't let
clause
Dex-
also
don't
gives the
let
team
Dex-
the power, though.
Don't let Dex manipulate you with that.
CBA,
That's a good
everybody
thing
don't
and a
qualify
bad
for
thing.
that.
That's a good thing and a bad thing because if he signed that, the team might don't. If he have no trade clause, the team gonna do what's best for them. Dex know that, so that'll be a reason that they don't sign him back.
So, So go back to No Panic's
gonna do
point.
what's best
No
for the
Panic
team,
said.
man.
No Panic said, and I quote: "There is no other point guards for Chicago Bulls to get." What about CP3?
wasn't.
What
Like, you
about
keep saying
Kyle
that like I
Lowry?
said something
Stop
wrong.
it.
Chris, listen. Everybody, let me get.
But
10
you are
seconds. Let me
wrong.
say something to this. Chris Paul was never leaving Phoenix. Let's stop bringing him up.
Man, them people
Kyle
come off a
Lowry
championship.
Chris Paul was a
man.
free agent.
with Miami,
Stop
so
it.
that mean he was never coming.
Chris
nowhere
Paul
but
was
Miami.
said to be
So
the
stop
free
it.
agent.
Only
Stop
other
it.
point guards that been on the market was Dennis Schrader. So stop that. Stop talking like y'all know what y'all
Kyle
talking
Lowry,
about. Y'all
Chris
listen to y'all
Paul.
feelings about Lonzo Ball.
Come on, there was
No
two other
panic,
people
we're
that
not
were
arguing that.
better. Come
Y'all hanging
on.
No panic.
like y'all
That's a
listen.
mute point. You know why? That's a mute
That's a
point.
mute point.
Because we're
How?
not arguing that. I'm finna tell you how.
We're
Because we
arguing
was
you
not
that you
just-
said that there
first
was
of
no
all-
other point guards.
Hold on, Marquez.
And
First
that's
of all,
why,
we was
just like Dex said, y'all being
listen,
facetious of y'all arguing that. If y'all know basketball like y'all say y'all know
No Panic is
basketball,
out of control
y'all would
right now.
understand that Chris Paul ain't been going nowhere.
You must
and
have
Kyle
you
Lowry
must
was
have started
never going to the
celebrating early
Flash
too.
Bowls.
No, we know Chris Paul was attached at the hip with the Phoenix Suns because nobody
So
could
why
pay
y'all
Chris
keep
Paul
being
as much.
facetious?
No,
Why
hold
y'all
on
keep being
though.
facetious?
We only attack the aspect of your
Because
argument
y'all like
that
to
you
play
said.
semantics instead of talking.
But don't say
Y'all
it
play
then. Don't give us the
semantics about everything.
opportunity. Don't give
For
us the
real.
opening. That's why I said mean what you say and say what you mean. Don't be out here
There was no
loose-lipped,
other.
reckless
Okay,
with your
we gonna
wacky
go back to a
takes.
couple of weeks when I've been saying the word can't, and y'all said, "Well, yeah, you keep saying can't," but now I understand what you're saying. Y'all boy fake. That's all y'all do.
Oh
is
my
say
God.
fake and be acting
These
like
We're
words
y'all
come
faking.
out
know
of
You
your
said there was
mouth.
no other
but
point
y'all
guards.
really just love
Really?
one player.
They-
But when
don't get
somebody
mad at
wants the
us.
scope of the NBA talk,
I'm
y'all
done.
don't want it. Y'all don't want to understand because it ain't
Because-
Lonzo related.
No, you know what, Marquez? If I would have said something like that, if I had a Freudian slip, you know they would have hammered my head.
That's
You
not a
know that,
Freudian
No,
Marquez.
slip.
Dex, they would have cooked you for 20
There
for
was
3
no other
days.
point
Heck
guard.
yeah.
There was
Miss
no
me
other
with that.
point
He
guard.
pump faking. You pump faking, No Panic. You're pump faking.
Man,
There
no
was
panic,
no other
man.
point
You
guard for
can't.
the Bulls to get.
Oh, no
That's
panic. You
not no
can't
fraud.
get
No
heat
Panic.
with
You said out
That's
your own
true.
mouth, though, that there was no other point guards to get but Lonzo. That's cap.
How?
Man.
Super cap.
That's cap. Even
Chris
if
Paul
Chris
was-
Paul was never going to leave, he
Y'all
was still on
sound
the free
crazy.
agent
You
market.
just said we
Cap.
know
Thank
Chris
you.
Paul
That's all we're
backing up
saying.
with the Suns.
Cap.
Then
If we
you
would have
just
had a
said
bet, you would have
Kyle
lost, No
Lowry
Panic.
been in
Man, them
tampering.
people pay
So which
85
one is it?
million for a
How
limit,
was
man.
which one is it, Dex?
That's
And,
your
oh, Sky.
paid
No,
for a
hold on,
limit.
Sky. No. Sky, you talking about a living. You talking
Man,
about a
them people
lemon.
paid
And you got
for
a
a
fat
limit,
boy in New Orleans right now that ain't playing for you. So shut your mouth. Go ahead, no
Listen,
panic.
it would have been an utter disaster for Sky.
Whenever they get mad at
One second, no
something
panic. Let me say
now
this Sky
y'all
real
talk
quick.
about the Pelicans. Like, what I got to do with
No,
anything?
no, because Sky
Every time
interjected.
somebody
You
say
got
something
to
about
get mad at
Sky
Sky.
interjected. Want to be a shit talker.
Don't get
Go back
mad
to
at
your
us.
point,
Get
no
mad at
panic.
Sky.
Man, they could talk about the Pelicans. What they gonna say? All they gonna
Because you're
say
sorry
is
as
the
shit.
fact was,
Man, ain't even
They
about,
was on the brink
it's
of
about
disaster
every
if it
time
wasn't for
somebody
CJ
bring up
McCollum.
something up with Lonzo and it's
Dex,
not in
leave,
the light
Dex,
that
leave it
y'all
alone.
like it.
We promise we
Y'all
wouldn't
start
go hard on
grabbing
these
other
Pelicans
things,
fans.
and that
We'll leave it
changes
alone.
subject.
they said we was
No
on
panic. Don't get mad at us. Sky's the one doing
Ain't
that,
about
not
getting,
us.
Facts.
I'll never get mad. I just frustrated the
But
fact that
my
Well, I
y'all
thing
don't
is
don't
get
this,
listen
bro.
mad.
You got some
when other
wonky
people
takes.
talk, and
You
then when
said that
y'all
Lonzo
talk,
Ball.
y'all like
No,
to
no.
make it
You're
seem like
pump
what y'all
faking.
saying is all
Actually,
You
good and
said that
all.
Lonzo Ball
listen. No
was the
panic.
only
Actually,
point
you
guard
blowing.
available.
Actually, no panic is blowing a lot of hot air. You follow what I'm saying? You need to save that breath for one day when you're drowning, because you're gonna need it. Because right now you're under a pool of foolishness.
Dex, he's drowning right now. He needs
No
it
panic.
today.
You know
And
that's their
He
job
needs
to
it
every
protect.
time
today.
somebody having a nice conversation and they going back and forth about something, and y'all get to the point where y'all feel like y'all
That's
wrong,
Sky.
y'all start
That's
doing
Sky.
all this low
No, I'm
churn
That's
not.
Sky,
I'm
and
bro.
not
stuff
I'm
like that.
mad.
Like,
I'm
I'm
just
pointing
and
to
it's
glad.
Sky
all
on that one.
the name
Sky,
of
that's
Nah,
it
Sky
I'm
is
just
fault.
glad.
it's okay to
That's
be
Sky's fault.
wrong. It's
I'm
okay
just
to be
happy he
wrong.
off our team.
Wait,
I
hey,
don't
hold
know what
on.
y'all
Hold
talking
on.
about.
We
It's
not wrong.
okay to
Glad
be
he gone.
wrong.
Glad he
Sky,
gone.
you
All this
can't.
nigga
Sky,
Sky
you
do
ain't
is
true. That
troll.
ain't true,
That's
Sky.
true,
Sky,
man.
that
Sky,
ain't
you
true.
ain't.
Come on now. You know
So
you
you
miss
want
those.
Devontae Graham? You want Devontae Graham? You like
Man,
Devontae Graham?
I picked Devontae Graham before him.
Oh
So
yeah,
this nigga a
right.
hater.
Whatever.
This nigga a hater.
Whatever.
Man, it's the
You
This
truth.
nigga a
celebrating. You
casual.
celebrating good right now, Sky.
Right.
Man,
You
Nah,
got
he a
that
35,
Captain
casual,
Jack.
Dex.
Sky out
30,
there with that
That's
Captain
that.
Jack.
man,
Scott.
35,
Nah,
35,
Dex. He eating that Captain Crunch. That nigga
man,
capping right now. I can't believe it.
35 games. Shit, I take Devontae
Sky,
Graham.
what color dot you got on your
And that's
Ciroc
another
bottle?
thing. Like,
What color
you
dot
think
you
they
got on
gonna
your
pay
Ciroc bottle?
Lonzo? You think any other team will pay Lonzo even over $50 million and he can't play a whole season?
That's the point I'm getting at.
Did
We
they
got
know
more
that?
games out of Devontae Graham
Yeah,
for cheaper.
man. The Pelicans knew that.
Yeah,
You
we
think
knew
so?
that. Yeah, why you think
I
they didn't
know
pay
He
so.
him
just
now?
came off of playing the full season, right? He only missed what
He
Man, why you
9
never
think
games.
played
we?
the full season.
Why you think
He
Never.
we
missed 9
Not
paid
even
games,
him?
in
I
the
right?
short
told him
season.
that.
Hold on.
Not
Out of
even in the
72
short
game
season.
season, Lonzo missed 9 because he played 63, right?
Every season in the NBA, this
Yes.
boy
Is that a
missed
yes
time.
or a no? Is that a yes or no? Going into
Every
his
season he
contract
missed
year,
time.
he played over 90% of the games.
No, he
Yes
He
or
did.
didn't.
no?
Okay, you got players that
Yes, he
play
did.
100% of the games.
No, he
Well, what do
didn't.
you
Not
mean he
every
didn't? No
NBA
panic.
player is playing 100%
Lonzo
of the
played
game. They're gonna
90%
sit
of
their
the
players
games
out for
in
the
a shortened
playoffs.
season.
Come on,
That's
man.
so what that's and a normal season that'll be 80%.
But he
Okay.
played over 90.
So okay, that's a
Out of
short
72,
season.
he only
And
missed
72
9.
games, 90% will be like what? 60 games.
And he played over that. He played
Okay,
He
so what
played
I'm
63.
trying
over
to
the
say
60
is
games.
he injury prone, and you want me to give
But
85
he just
million
had
to
a
him?
full season. Wait a minute. Make up your mind.
Leave it alone. They pump faking too much. They making my head hurt. Leave it alone, man.
Panic
Make
if
up
you
your
want.
mind. Make up your mind.
Panic if you want to kill
But
that
why?
question.
He never played a full season.
Ask him who won the
Dex,
trade.
that's
How many
not the
players in the
truth.
NBA have ever played a full season
The
now?
full
Come on now.
season.
Since,
Who won the
Plenty of
trade
players
this
don't
since
year?
the
play full
history of the
season.
game. Since the history of
Plenty
the
of
game.
players don't play
What
full season.
percentage? What percentage, though? What percentage you think it is?
80 to
Dex,
Do you think it's over
I'll say
90%.
50?
about 70, 80.
Because that means you can't miss one game now.
Dex, who won the
There's only
trade,
so many
Dex?
AC Greens in the league.
Facts.
Don't forget
It's
that, no
only so
panic.
many. It's only so much. Oscar Robertsons.
Hey, and listen, hey, Sky, that's what they do right, y'all. Whenever you bring up a good fact about a negative thing about Lonzo, they bring up another stat that be like, well, everybody like that. But then when you do a general statement about something, it's
Because
like,
you
oh no,
can't
that
make
can't be Lonzo.
you can't make Lonzo the anomaly on the negative. That's
No,
all I'm
because
saying.
Facts.
okay, if Lonzo done played 4 or 5 seasons in the NBA, and he's never finished
Correct.
the season. But you want me to give him $85 million?
Well, I don't care what you give him. I know what the
I don't
Bulls
care
give him.
what you give him.
No,
The
I
Bulls gave him
bring that up because
$85
I tried
million.
to show
I got a
y'all.
question.
The Bulls
Uh-oh.
felt like we
Hold
needed
on
to
now.
get
Hold on
Okay,
now.
hold on.
Listen,
He need to be
let's
getting
respect this.
seven player on the bench, man. Peace. Rave.
Hold on, Sky. Jessica on the scene now. You got to roll out that red carpet. Hey, Jessica.
Hey, Jessica.
Hey, Dex. So my question is, my question is to Dex, since y'all know why so much about the Pelicans. Why the Pelicans did not pay Lonzo?
Because can I answer that, Dex?
Oh, well, she said Dexter. Okay, Dexter.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dex. I'm sorry.
Rave number 2, man. That's rave number 2. Man.
I'm sorry, Dex. Go ahead, Dex.
Now, Marquez, my bodyguard right now. He makes sure y'all don't double team me.
Oh no, but Dex, no, for real, thank you, because they definitely double team with the pump fakes. This is bull crap. But go ahead, go ahead.
Go back to answer Jessica's question. Me, honestly, I believe they wanted to sign Lonzo, but they wanted to sign him at a discount rate. You know what I'm saying? They want a thrifty version of Lonzo as far as his contract, but they want him to play like if he was $1 billion corporation. So therefore, Zion Williamson and Brandon Ingram would not be, feeling shitty because they didn't make a stern grab at retaining Lonzo.
So they would have overpaid.
So why do you think that? So why you think the Pelicans didn't want to pay Lonzo what he wanted to get paid?
You don't have the answer for that.
I think you went out.
Yeah, they doing. They doing. They ain't gonna
I mean, come on, it's an educated guess,
ain't gonna allow that.
No, Jessica saying something
again. The reason why I ask questions is because sometimes
ask the question again.
The reason why I ask questions is sometimes we give the answers and then y'all say no. So since you don't want to believe the answers that Sky or anybody else are saying, I just want to ask you why the Pelicans did not want to pay Lonzo what Lonzo wanted to get paid, since he has such a high IQ and so forth.
I think Lonzo was already checked out, to be honest with you. I mean, you want me to be honest
Lonzo
with
didn't
you?
even want to be there.
Lonzo already knew that. Lonzo already had an idea he was going to be a Bull, Pelican, or New York Knicks. He had a strong indication. That's what I said. Bulls, Hornets, or New York Knicks. He had a strong indication of what the landscape. Rich Paul came to him with the offers and things of that nature.
I got a question.
And it was up to him. Did you really want to be a Hornet, or you want to take the money and run with your own legacy and be a Bull or a New York Knicks? That's what I honestly believe. But he knew he was gone.
Checked out, and that's why he get the. That's why he only get $85 million from the Bulls.
Say that again, no Patty?
But my question,
you said he been checked out, and that's why he get $85 million from Chicago.
No, he was checked out for the He was checked out for the Pelicans.
Offer him $100 million.
Well, then now you got to go renegotiate. Just because I check out, that don't mean I got to leave. Shit.
See, and that's why I say your answers always different. It's always a different answer.
You can always, you got the right to change your mind. Okay, we have Jessica up here, right? Jessica, isn't there a slogan? You have the right to change your mind, right? You can't hold him to something that he might already have planned. But if somebody come with a better plan, damn right, I'm taking that $100 million. You know what I'm saying? And Zion, you can get all the lobs. Shit. And Brandon Ingram, you will get all the fast breaks.
Listen, Zion missed way more games in his career than Lonzo. How you gonna feel if they still give Zion the max? You still ain't gonna think Pelicans know what they been talking about with Lonzo?
Well, I don't listen. That Zion situation is unique because everybody has a very strong point on that.
No, don't keep talking. Don't keep talking. Answer the question. If they give Zion the max, knowing he must way more games than Lonzo, what is that going to say about Lonzo? How they felt about Lonzo?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Listen, no, that doesn't say much about like that. Listen, first of all, Zion is a different beast.
Come on.
No, Zion. Listen, man. You can't compare the Zion to
Lonzo. What you saying?
So you're trying to say Zion can lead the team and Lonzo can't? That's what you're saying, basically.
Basically, yeah.
I'm saying the Pelicans believe that. I don't believe that, but the Pelicans believe that if they give him the max.
You think you know more than the Pelicans about Lonzo?
Do I know more about the Lonzo than the Pelicans? Medically?
Do you think that you know more about Lonzo than the Pelicans?
That's what I'm asking. Medically or mentally? Mentally, yes. Medically, no.
How that? You've never been around Lonzo in person. How you know him better than somebody he worked for?
How do you know that? Honestly, how do you know that?
Even if you don't know him for 60 hours,
have you ever been to my Instagram?
You know him better than
Wait. Here you go out there with the looseness, reckless talk. How do you know that?
How do I know what?
That I have to. That's what I'm asking. How do you know that?
Man, the Chino Hill.
How do you know there's no line of communication?
Man, the Chino Hill.
Chino Hill pictures don't count,
be careful.
That's me you talking to. I ain't one of these I ain't gonna, I ain't gonna
Okay,
say nothing
all right,
all
just
that
whatever,
on screen,
whatever.
but I want to
Whatever, Dex, he's not going to answer it.
Yeah.
Just move on.
Okay,
He's not
whatever.
going to answer it.
No, I
Whatever.
You don't know. I'm just saying, you don't
You
know.
don't know it.
know something.
Listen,
and
first of
I ain't
all,
about to just say
no
something off
panic.
the cuff, but
First of all, no
I ain't
panic.
one of those
Listen,
slow
I
dudes.
know you're a loose leaf. I know you're a loose leaf, and you blow in the wind. Okay, but you don't know
what
who's in
the
my
deal
contact.
is. I know what the deal is.
Well, you
So
can
like
say
I
it.
say,
And I don't know what you mean by
Lonzo
that.
at all.
I don't know.
He worked for the Pelicans for 3 years. You don't know anything about Lonzo personally. You don't know more than the actual team. You can say,
No,
how
I
do
didn't say I didn't know
and
more
all
than the
that.
actual team.
You
I
do
said
not know
mentally.
Lonzo.
I
You
think
do
I
not
know his
the Ball
mindset
family
mentally.
personally, so you can't sit there and say that you know him better than his actual employers.
Flight. You hear this dude, Flight? You hear this dude? See, I already knew. Hold on one second. See, I already knew we have guys like you amongst us.
Oh, here we go. That's
Right.
what I'm saying.
Cappers.
That's what I was saying.
All you gotta do is
I-
ask Flight.
I-
Hold on.
I-
Listen. You accuse me, right? You accuse me of being a fraud. That's what you basically
ain't saying
saying.
you a fraud. I just
All
saying
you gotta
don't-
do, he said, no.
None of us know this man personally.
Ask
And
who
that man
jargon.
ain't call
Hold
you a
on.
fraud. That man
Yes, he
said,
did.
None of us be
I
around
don't
this.
He said, I don't
called
know.
him fraud.
No, he said, I don't know.
Man, come on now.
All you gotta do is ask hoop jargon, ask ball facts,
Oh,
ask
don't know
AB
the
the
man.
Hero,
You wouldn't know the
Flight
team.
Sports
You wouldn't know.
TV.
Dex, you ain't
Listen,
supposed to know.
I put 2 and 2 together, right? That's Alonzo
He
channel.
said, I don't
but
know.
we
That's what he
never-
said, right?
I can say
Didn't he say that, yes or no? I don't know
said
the ball
fraud as
family.
the man, as a person.
No,
For
that's what he said. Hold on. It's recorded.
And
That's what he said.
Dex, you smarter than
I
what
don't
you
know
trying
anybody
to come at your mouth
connected
with
to
right
him.
now. You know I ain't call you no fraud. I calling it what it is. Have you spent a lot
You
of
said
time
I
in
do not
Lonzo's
know.
face?
No, you said I don't know Lonzo. You said I don't
don't.
know nobody in the ball family. You said I don't have no connection to ties.
We
That's what you
don't.
basically said.
But how do you
That's
know
what
that?
he
I
said.
said nothing about a connection.
But how do you know that, no
this.
Penny?
I'm not a dumb person. I understand.
But how do you
You
not
don't
know
have
that,
to be
no
dumb.
Penny?
But
That's a stupid shit
I
what you
said,
just
if I
said,
was-
though.
No, I want him to come out with it because I know there's more people like him among us.
No, because I
Oh.
wouldn't disrespect nobody channel and say no shit. I ain't
You
that
can
type
say
of
what you
person.
want with me, bro, because I don't have nothing to hide.
Nah.
Everybody know I show my lifestyle. I have nothing to hide. I cam up everything.
Listen,
I ain't like you
making
cats who
nothing
don't want to get on the
personal.
camera.
All I saying
I ain't
is,
like you cats who don't show my crib with the
I
things
talk
that I
about
have,
basketball
my
just
travels,
like
the things
you
I do
do.
all over. I go to
don't know
basketball
none of these
games. I
players
show that too.
personally, so
I show
would
that
never
too.
say I know
And the
them
type of
better than
basketball
their
games I
actual
go
team
to
knows them.
and where
That's
I
all I
sit
saying.
tells a lot about who the fuck I am.
Now I say y'all be getting emotional. What going on?
It ain't no
Like,
emotional because
listen,
you can't call me a fraud and just think that's going to get up under there because there's thousands of people that's going to view this stream.
I talk about basketball players the same way you do.
You do not
but
know
will never
who I
sit here
have
and say
in
I
my
know
phone
them
contacts.
better than I know that any team know them.
You don't know who I
I've
just
seen plenty
talked
of
to
players in person
the other day.
Been to games. I don't get autographs, but I'll
So
never
don't say who I know and who
them
I don't
better
know.
than their team know them.
But I know it's more
I
guys
asked you
like
the
you
right
among
question.
us.
Do you think
It's a
that you know
fungus
Lonzo
among us.
better than the team? You say, yeah, I
Hey,
disagree.
Dex, you got to
I can't
copyright
say
that,
your
Dex.
opinion wrong.
Copyright that. Fungus
I know
among
it.
us.
See, I know it's
Copyright
there. I know people. I know they listen to other streams and they get in these chats and they talk bad about Flight Sports TV and things of that nature. They try to
What I
hold it
gotta
back,
do what
but
I
they
said?
cannot
What?
hold it
Dex,
in
Dex,
forever.
Stop.
I don't.
Listen, you
I
ain't no
am
child.
legitimate.
You a grown
Dex,
man.
I don't think he's
I'm
saying it like
protecting
that,
my
Dex,
listen.
man.
You just in
I'm
your feelings,
protecting
you
my
trying to talk it
validity.
out by
I'm
saying
not
all
mad
this
because if I
blasphemous
was
stuff
mad,
about me
I would
calling
cut
you a
him.
fraud.
I'm
I ain't
protecting my
calling you no
validity.
fraud. I ain't calling you no liar.
I think
All
he
I said
telling
is
you.
you
I
don't
think
know
he said.
Lonzo better than the actual team he played for. That's like me saying I know
No,
an
you
employee
went
at
further
McDonald's
though.
better than the job that
No, don't
that he
listen.
working.
Don't
Come on, man.
listen. Do not fall back from your stance. Stay on your ground, young man.
I
Stay
am
on your
staying my
ground.
ground. You don't know
You said
Lonzo
I
better
don't
than
know
the actual
nobody.
team he played for.
That's what you said. I know what's going on. I really know what's going on, but I ain't gonna say it. I'm giving you permission to say it.
Say why?
Because I know what you really want to say. Because those feelings are harbored from a few people.
Say you don't know Lonzo.
That comes on.
I don't think he's saying.
Bruh.
Hold on. Let me say this.
No, don't say what you think. Let him
No,
talk for
Sky.
himself because
Let
he's
him go
here.
first.
Let him
Like
talk
me,
for
I
himself. You
can't
don't need
say
no
if you know the
representation.
man or not. I don't care if you know him. Like I'm not even trying to get to know him.
Yeah,
Celebrities
even
don't
man.
turn me on like that, man. I treat him like anybody on the street. He's human to me.
It does not matter. Let no panic Atlantic finish out what he's saying, because I know he's far from the truth. Because
Dex,
all you got to do is
say
ask Flight.
exactly what I
Listen to
just
what I'm
said.
telling you. Ask Flight who he talked to on the phone and how did he talk to him.
You telling me to say why he about to say it right, and I'm about to tell you why I'm about to say
it
because I
right
already
then
said
and
it.
there. So
Let
right then and there. No, because he's trying to backpedal.
Do you think you know Lonzo better than his employer? You said
I said
you talk about
medically, no. But psychologically, I think I have a good idea because I'm saying he's worth every penny he got.
You don't know him better than the team.
That's what I'm telling you. The Pelicans don't know him like that.
$85 million.
I'm saying he's worth every penny he got. So goddamn right, I know him.
And that's cool.
And if I was an owner, I would give him 86 million. How's that? He'll be on my team.
Shit.
That's cool.
I give him 90 million if it was the Knicks. Take this 90. Respectfully. I need a guy like Lonzo on our team.
Every time we get the conversation about Lonzo, emotions come out.
Yeah, because the Knicks need some.
Jessica, don't do that. Don't do that, Jessica. Jessica, don't do that. Jessica, please.
Listen, one thing I can say about my integrity, I don't have no integrity issues. And not only that,
Dex, who questioned your integrity?
I'm certified.
Who questioned your integrity?
You did, bro.
You just said I don't know nobody in the ball family.
What little white boy name us?
Oh, that can't. Who? Eminem?
Who, nigga?
Marquez.
The one who's been talking.
Marquez.
Nigga, me. What? What about it? What's up?
Hey, I ain't talking to you. You just egging junk on. I ain't trying to talk to this man.
I'm egging junk on. Nah, bro, you been pump faking the last 20 minutes. Go ahead and keep pump faking. Now you backpedaling. Go ahead and start backpedaling some more, bro.
What?
Go ahead, keep backpedaling.
What is backpedaling?
I ain't never seen somebody with a garbage take like yours. You trash.
Never back down from what I say. You don't know Lonzo better than the Pelicans. You don't know Lonzo. I'm not stepping down off that.
Cap.
What I'm saying is this right here. Medically, no, I don't know. I don't know nothing about him medically. But psychologically, I'm saying I know him better than the Pelicans because I would have gave him that money to be amongst the Zions and the Brandon Ingrams and the Josh Harts of the world.
That's because you're going off feelings, Dex. You going off feelings.
I'm going off knowledge.
That's feelings,
I'm going off knowledge.
That's
But
feelings.
That's knowledge, though.
That's feelings, man.
NBA.
But
them boy NBA players, but they're regular
but the
ass
Pelicans.
dudes.
Check this out, Dex. I'm gonna ask you this question.
But
I want
you
you to
said
be
that
honest.
Zoe checked out, so why would the Pelicans pay him?
Jessica, check this out. This is what he basically said.
Why would the Pelicans pay Zion, who hasn't been there the last 3-4 years? But y'all logic.
Because Zion and Zoe is two different. Zion and Zoe is two different people.
Dex, y'all see how they make excuses for their favorite players? I don't hear that shit.
No, I just know that.
I get mad at
It's not that it's my favorite player, but
be on here harboring a lot of hate.
Zion can bring what Zion can bring to a team is more than what Zoe can bring to a team.
Exactly.
Jessica, that's cap.
I'm sorry. Well, and you know what? That's
Zion got impact just as much as Zoe got impact. Let's not do that.
No, he don't.
Okay, for sure.
Like you know good and well,
That's
Zion bring a
cap.
bigger
My
impact to the
opinion
game.
Lonzo clearly makes it. Okay. I'm not going to argue with people
Zion
who don't know
played a
basketball.
lot less in his career than Lonzo, but the fact that he's a
there you
What's
go,
that
talking
supposed
about
to
people
bigger
who don't know
impact
basketball.
player, he gonna get.
Jessica, I'm not talking about you, Jessica. You know your stuff. I'm talking about no panic with these trash takes. I know who I said when nobody don't know basketball. I was talking about no panic. Now everything is meant for certain people. Repeat that, no
Marquez,
panic.
where you from, Marquez, man?
Nigga, I'm from Florida. What is
Now
it?
you saying nigga, you need to stop that.
Man, we ain't worried about Marquez. There's something wrong with that dude. That dude got T-Rex.
Oh, for sure. Nah, I'm not gonna keep arguing.
I want to know who is No Panic's team. Is you still a Pelican fan?
Every time we bring up
if you a Bulls fan,
it's like y'all need to have something to hit back on something totally different.
But where's your foundation?
What do you mean? You've been perfect in the last 2 hours.
I want to know what is No Panic's NBA team foundation. Because you do a lot of nitpicking on other teams, but we need to know who's your team.
Please, because if it's the Sacramento Kings, I'm finna go in. Let it be Sacramento.
This something that you can take. This is a life lesson for everybody. If I bring up an issue to you about something in life, now is not the time for you to decide. Now you can bring up your issue.
Oh, he's afraid to tell who his team is.
No, you're right about that. No, you're right about that. You're right about
to have something to say negative.
But this is a debate, though.
That's what y'all do.
You're right though. No, you're right about that.
Nah, they can't do that.
No,
they can't do that. But
that's one of the number one rules in socializing and developing a relationship. When somebody check you down, the first thing you do as a defense mechanism, try to find something to check them down with. So
Dex.
therefore, there's no meeting in the middle.
But Dex, this is
you're
a
right. No, he's
debate.
right on that. You're right. But
This is a debate,
it's a
though,
little
Dex.
different, though. You're right.
Come on,
The
this is a
debate's a little
debate.
different, though, Panic. Because
Come on,
when you
man.
have your high ground, I gotta find another ground that's higher than yours. Because in the
Facts.
art of war of my son to zoo, you gotta be on a high ground to have that advantage.
But see,
So,
Diggs, I don't. When
it's
I
just
get
a
on here,
debate,
I
though.
don't come on here with my feelings to argue just to be right or whatever like that. I talk basketball because I look at basketball.
So, okay,
So
no
if we
panic.
going
What's your
back
favorite
and forth,
basketball
Who's your
team?
team? That's what I'm asking you. Who's your team?
Who's your
That's all I'm
team?
asking you. Everybody has a team. Who's your team?
I like the
Who's your
NBA.
team?
So
My
you don't have a
is the
team.
NBA.
So you
He's
nitpick.
pump
Okay, you
faking Dex.
nitpick the Warriors.
Dex.
Yeah, listen.
No,
He
no.
nitpicked the
My
Warriors.
fa-
He
listen,
nitpicked
my
the
favorite
Suns.
player
He
was Kobe.
nitpicked the Grizzlies. He
My
nitpicked
favorite
the
player is
Bulls. He
Washington
nitpicked the
Kyrie
He
Irving.
nitpicks the
Pelicans.
Knicks.
He
So if y'all
nitpicked the
gonna nitpick
Lakers.
me, you
He
gotta nitpick
nitpicked the
Kyrie
Knicks.
Irving.
He nitpicked Brooklyn. He nitpicked Boston. He nitpicked Milwaukee. He nitpicked everybody. So I'm trying to find out who
That's
and what
not
is your
nitpicking.
team.
If we
If
talking
Favorite
you
about
trying to
team.
say
we
you
talking
don't
about
come up here for
teams.
debate.
I talking
You
about
He
trying
my
to
sound like a
tell me?
Detroit fan, Dex. He
I
sound
give
like a
No
Detroit
panic, you're a
fan.
free agent now.
criticism. I give negative criticism.
No panic, a free agent out
Man,
here, man. You don't got
There
no
you,
team.
Dave James.
That's all I'm trying to figure out is where his
Who's your
team
team,
at, so
no
we know his
panic?
Hey, listen,
foundation. We know
my
the players
favorite
that he
player
like.
right now in the NBA to watch is Kyrie Irving. So Nick picked that.
Well, so you don't. If you just say you don't have a team, then I understand. You just like players.
I like basketball.
I have
to
a
be honest.
team.
I'll watch every
My team is the Lakers. So
Fact.
when
I have a
people
team. My
get
team's
at
the
me a lot
Knicks.
of times, they talk about the Lakers. When they want to get at him, they talk about the Knicks. When they want to get at Flight, they
Facts.
talk about the Knicks. When they want to get at Rave, they talk about the Bulls. Or Marvin, they talk about the Bulls. Uncle Vern, they talk about the Bucks. We all have teams. They talk
Okay.
about the Pelicans with Sky and Jessica. We all have
And
teams
that's
that
and
we
that's cool.
aligned
I ain't
ourselves
saying
with.
I'm not saying nobody can have no favorite team. All I saying
Bird
is
God like the
if
Hornets.
I say
Huh.
if you say something about Kyrie Irving,
Unstoppable the
I'm not going
Bulls.
to return and be like, oh well, but the Lakers so. That's not who I is. I don't do stuff like that. That's all I
But
say.
you don't understand the nature of debate. Because it's a debate.
That's
It's
not a debate. If you
it's
gotta
a
go,
Lonzo podcast that's based on debate. This is why people
no,
do
but
have
Dex, you know what you're doing.
strong
Basically,
emotions.
what you're doing is, if I see your couch and they be like, you got an old ass couch, and you be like, oh, well, you got an old ass house.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, in
That's
life,
all
I
you doing.
understand. I agree with you when we're trying to build relationships. But when we're talking about
This is
basketball and
debate.
sports, that's a pastime.
Oh,
That's
Dex,
not
all
that
you gotta
serious.
But
do
if
is
it's a
tell
debate,
them.
we stay on topic. We don't go on other things.
Panic, they just saying you a critic, dog.
What?
You don't got no team, bro. You
No,
just a critic.
bruh. No
You just a
panic.
critic,
This
man.
is
If we
why I
talking
can't
about
stand certain
listen, if we
people.
talking about if Lonzo worth $85 million and all, what they got to do with
He is.
what the Pelicans doing with Zion?
Because guy interjected and wanted to talk shit. So that's why we talk about the Pelicans.
But that's not a debate. That's just you
I'm not
having,
talking
you want to have an
shit.
argument with somebody.
I didn't say you, Jessica. You gotta listen. I said Sky.
Man, I don't know
Yeah,
why
and that's why
people
I'm saying
talking
because you just
man.
want to have an argument with somebody. You can't just
No,
All
I
I'm
don't.
saying is this right here.
Lonzo
If
Ball.
y'all want to
Lonzo
talk
Ball.
shit about my Knicks, I'm gonna talk shit about your
Lonzo-
Pelicans.
Listen,
That's not a
Lonzo Anderson Ball, in my opinion, in my observation, he's worth every penny, and they should have gave him a little extra.
Facts.
And that's cool. I ain't debating that.
Okay.
That's your opinion. If you feel like that way, say kudos. All I saying is when y'all bring up Zion all the time, Zion play a lot less games, but he getting a max contract.
And
Okay.
and I don't care what nobody say, but I'm sorry. If healthy, Zion is more valuable than Zoe.
That's okay.
That's to the chat.
Been doing it, man.
That's
We
to the
know that.
panel.
Okay.
I don't care what nobody say, but if I had to pick a team and I had to pick between a healthy Zoe and a healthy Zion, I'm taking Zion.
Me too.
Interesting.
Too.
And that's a fact. And
Well, I mean, it's not like that's
even be a
it's not like
debating
that's a
fact.
hard, exactly. That's not a hard decision to make. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Right.
but I mean, I just heard a couple.
The
of
niggas
folks-
is 6'6" with a 42-inch vertical.
Hey, but
Yeah,
why,
but
you
I-
just been
there's some-
saying
I'm
just
just
now.
saying
And he's
I think
not
Zion too.
But now you agree because
Come on now.
You see what I mean?
We never
Now that
disagreed
Dex
though
say,
on that.
oh, yeah,
We
that's
never
not the
disagree with you.
Now you jumping
I
on
We
never
never
disagree
disagreed
with
on
You
that.
ain't
you.
got your own mind. You Rave Junior for
The
real.
fuck? I never disagreed with you. I just don't care.
That's not true, no panic, because me and Marquez had our fisticuffs. We don't put on our
Facts.
shared boxing gloves.
No. Listen, why he's saying is Hum and Rave do this thing, and I don't mean to talk about Rave like because he ain't on the screen. I don't like doing that. But Hum
Oh,
and Rave
Hum and
do this
Rave?
thing.
I got a
will
name,
argue
sir.
something with you, but if somebody else go against and be like, no, you totally right about that Panic, then hum and Rave will be like, oh, yeah, I ain't arguing that Panic. And they'll be like, but you just was arguing that. That's what y'all be
No,
doing. That's
we argue with you, no panic. No, well, since you're talking about me, I argue with you, no panic, because you sat here with a straight face and made one of the dumbest fucking takes and said that Lonzo Ball.
Oh, no panic.
No, you said that Lonzo Ball was getting chosen by the Bulls as a last year option. You can't make this shit up, Dex. He said out his own mouth.
I know. He said out
Did he
his own
not?
mouth.
Did he not? For real.
Then I'll say
Okay.
we crushed him on that one.
For real. I mean,
shout out to Quiz. Hold on one second. We got some intelligent decorum. We got Quiz in the building.
Thank you.
The intelligent decorum.
Yes. What's good, fellas? Listen, I gotta be honest. I've been chilling out, hanging out in the chat, and I've been thoroughly entertained tonight. I mean, we've had these conversations over and over again, but panel, you guys need to pat yourselves on the back, man. This is one of the most entertaining debates that I've heard in a minute. You guys
shout
are
out to
cooking.
No Panic. Shout out to Marquez. Shout out to Sky. Shout out to Jessica.
Listen, I want to say one thing, right? Listen.
Debate, though.
Everybody.
You say it's a dumb debate, but then you can say it's a dumb debate, but the person who says it's a dumb debate is the one saying.
Yo, hold on. Let Quiz. Wait. Everybody, wait.
Is more of a complete pair than fucking Zion was. Put the shit.
Okay, but hold on one second. Hold on. We're going to get to that. Let Quiz.
Y'all be saying something.
Hold on. I'm going to mute mics now. Quiz just got up here. Hold on. Quiz just got up here. Let's show him some respect.
Y'all be saying some dumbass
Listen,
shit.
you can get at him, Jessica. Just hold on one second. Go ahead, Quiz. Finish.
Listen, there was a point where Dex just a couple of minutes ago where you guys were getting on my man for not having a team, because I'm one of those dudes. I like basketball. You know what I mean? I haven't had a basketball team since the 90s with the Bulls. But real talk.
Oh my fucking God.
Everybody is entitled to an opinion, right? We don't know everything 100%. You know what I mean? We can speak we can make intelligent guesses. We can have opinions. You know what I mean? And you know, an opinion and a fact are two totally different things. So it's okay if a person feels as though they like Zion or somebody likes Giannis, or you know, that's what makes this thing all entertaining and all interesting.
It's like assholes and tartar morning breath. Everybody got a fucking opinion.
Take it everywhere they go, right? And they take it everywhere they go.
That's right. That's something I agree with you.
It's a good thing.
Right. Let Quiz go now. No, listen. Let Quiz come and bring some decorum.
What's good, y'all?
We've been hostile. Let Quiz go, man. Go ahead, Quiz.
We've been going at each other, but I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I like it. I enjoy it, and I just want to let you guys know, like, you know, at the end of the day, that's what makes for lens for enlightening conversation, and that's how we all grow from evaluating, analyzing each other's perspectives. So I just want to give you guys I want you guys all give yourselves a pat on the back for keeping up.
20 and that bitch still in there.
I don't think we'll ever have an answer to some of these questions asking.
Now let me stop listening.
Quiz couldn't resist, right? Quiz, you couldn't resist?
I couldn't, man. I was laughing too much, man. Some of these jokes are hilarious. And Dex, man, he got you. I was actually surprised, Dex. He got you to the point, man. You was getting in your emotional bag for a second there, Dex. I was damn, y'all got Dex emotional over here.
Let me explain something to you. Every human being, male or female, have X and Y chromosome. But we want to make sure whatever our dominant chromosome is, that we keep it in balance. So it's there, but that don't mean it's going to dominate me. So that Y chromosome is there sometimes, but that don't mean it's going to dominate me.
All right, Dex, we need you, man. Don't let them back you down in the corner, man. I just hopped on here in case you need a little bit extra reinforcement.
Oh, well, my credibility was challenged. I come from an era, Quiz, where when somebody question your credibility, they got to come with some facts. Or else you looking at it as hate or some jealousy or envy. You follow what I'm saying?
No, that's real shit though. That's real shit.
So when they make those loose assertions, when I know I can prove mine, and like I said, all you gotta do is just hit flight up. You ain't gotta do it in public if you don't want to be, you know, Like, do Dex really know what he's talking about? Do Dex know the people that he know? And go from there. Because Flight will tell you, listen, man, off his phone, I talked to somebody very important in the Ball family.
Now, Dex, that was no panic that was talking, right?
Yeah, that was no panic.
Yeah, that was no panic.
So listen, no panic. How do you feel about Dex's credibility? I didn't really get a clear answer from you to respond about, the credibility issues. It sounds like, you know what I mean? Dex is obviously in his feelings because you question his credibility. You feel as though Dex is not a credible person to talk. You feel as though.
Listen, I never call him a fraud. I never question his credibility. All I said, I asked him a question. I said, do you feel like you know Lonzo Ball better than the actual team he played for 2 years? He said, you talk about medically or psychologically. I said, do you know him? He's saying, yeah. To me, I don't care what nobody say. I don't care who you connected to. You don't know Lonzo Ball as good as the team that actually been employing him for 2 years now.
Oh, okay.
Well, I humbly disagree. That's part of it. But you said, I don't know nobody. I know what's up. I know what's up. What is that indicating? What are you alluding to? What type of crescendo are you trying to reach when you say that? Well, I really know what's up. I know what's up.
So, okay, let me ask you this.
I take that as.
Let me ask you this, Dex.
I take that as. I'm just telling you how I take it. If somebody coming to me.
Listen, I'm asking you a question right now. How often
you don't know nobody?
Lonzo Ball?
I don't never talk to Lonzo Ball.
How often do you talk to LeBron?
Lonzo Ball ain't talking to nobody like that. But that's not none of your business. That part.
Dex, why would you feel mad or feel like question your credibility when you saying yourself right now you don't know him?
I'm saying psychologically. I'm not saying medically.
But
psychologically, I trust.
You can't know somebody just by watching them on highlights.
From what I listen, hold on.
Wait, y'all be watching.
What I examine,
y'all be talking about.
Listen, y'all know, right. From what I examined of this young man, coming from, I'm not Chino Hills Lonzo. I'm talking about UCLA Lonzo, Summer League Lonzo, Laker Lonzo, Pelican Lonzo, Bull Lonzo. From what I gathered from him psychologically. He's worth every penny, and I love the way his mind operates on this basketball court.
Facts.
Now, that's all I had to
when you talk about
question, not about your
no, let me finish. Now, when you talk about things off the basketball court, can I finish? Can I humbly finish? Because listen, I was challenged here. My integrity was challenged. When you talk about things off the basketball court, then I have spoken to his dad about certain issues. You feel me? Of all of them, on and off the basketball court. And if he don't know his sons better than anybody, then who the fuck do?
Facts.
I get all that. All I saying is you still don't know him better than the team. That's all I saying.
What? He just gave you an answer and you perfect. He gave you the answer and you just perfect out the answer.
He just want to argue.
You can't make this shit up.
That is hard. He can't help it.
No, listen.
I just know I'm valid. I don't care what nobody says.
He just gave you an answer on how he know Lonzo psychologically, and you just said like, "Bro, okay, well."
Let me put a disclaimer out there. And this ball content, only know 4 valid people, 4 that I can vouch for. And that's definitely Ball Facts. That's definitely AB the Hero, who was a godfather of this. AB the Hero was the godfather, not Ball Facts. AB the Hero was the godfather of this. Keep that in mind. Hoop jargon, myself. Numerous occasions,
so if you
I get snippets. Listen, hold on, man. I'm trying to give y'all something. On numerous occasions, I get snippets of certain aspects, and then the thing they might say, don't say you got it from me.
I feel you.
So you sitting up here saying, since I know you, I can say I know Lonzo then, because I'm getting it from you.
Listen, I have.
Here we go, fight with the dumb shit. Here we go. Man, here we go. This boy with the dumb shit.
Marvin, that motherfucker don't know. Yo, hating that man.
So I don't know. I just know I'm valid.
Right. And somebody called him out for his unvalidness. He got him back for
if
it.
you feel like calling you,
and not only that, it's footage. You know what I'm saying, Marquez? There's
right. It's literally footage.
Go through Flight Sports Library. So you won't have to feel this way.
I don't even know why you're wasting your time no more.
Go through his library. You will see it for yourself. How much I know.
Just leave
You
it.
see it for yourself.
Dex, listen,
Go through Hoop Jargon
again,
Library.
this last time I said.
Go do Ball Factions library. Go do AB the Heroes library. He's valid.
You said you do. I asked you. I said if you know.
I'm as real as steel. That's all I can tell
I'm
you.
gonna be honest with y'all. They got 24 hours in
Bro,
the
he
day.
just gave you a fucking answer, bro. What the fuck?
Thank you. Stop
trying-
pump faking to get the answer you want,
I'm not
bro.
out here. You know what? And I'm gonna tell you this. I'm not out here charging people, talking about I'm gonna give them access to this and give them access to that. When you don't have any access, you don't even have a line of communication. I ain't out here doing that. I'm not out here playing off of that because I know for doggone well, LeVar Ball listen to this podcast. I know LaMelo Ball
does.
listen to this podcast. I know this.
I know
Feel
LiAngelo
me?
listen
And
to
this
his
is a LaMelo
podcast.
Ball podcast. And LaMelo listened to it more than Lonzo.
Oh man,
Feel me?
I better stop talking if Lonzo listens.
You can talk whatever you want to talk. We ain't on that time, Scott.
Right.
You can talk whatever you want to talk. We love the way you
Oh no,
talk.
Scott,
That's why
Scott,
still
we all
here.
know Scott gonna
Dex
come with that
was it-
bullshit.
Dex,
Yeah,
it
it's
was-
entertaining to everybody else because it's bullshit.
Dex, it
A
was-
lot of
it
people
was-
just laugh when they hear Sky talk. I'm telling you, man.
Because he really
They
don't have
laugh
no
like, who
takes.
is
He's a
this guy?
casual. Who is
I
guy?
don't be
So
laughing.
Scott be coming
you
with
was,
some
you was good.
Like Lonzo
Jessica,
Ball,
you believe
like-
that
takes
bullshit.
and shit.
Jessica believe
Like-
that bullshit.
Hey,
Jessica be
hey,
backing
Dex.
his
believes
ass.
Sky is the
That shit
Bible.
wild.
Hey,
Jessica be
Dex.
backing-
Hey, Dex. Can you imagine?
Jessica be
Man,
backing his
hold on
ass.
real quick. Hey, hold on real quick.
I
Who that
haven't been
is
wrong
talking
yet.
that say-
I haven't been
Who
wrong
that is
yet.
talking? That's stating my name. I just want to know so I know.
Scott, cut the shit, man. You got some dumb ass.
Hey,
You be saying you be some dumb ass takes,
that
man.
is
Cut
talking?
the shit,
Man, you
man.
just a fan.
I like
dog.
this guy. I don't even know who he is, but he's speaking the truth.
Ass is full. Scott,
He ain't even
Scott,
saying
nothing,
Scott, your takes ass is full.
No, Jessica. He cooking.
Scott,
He
your
cooking right
takes
now. He
ass
actually
is full.
cooking.
Everybody,
This is how everybody really feel about Sky.
You come on this podcast every day to just entertain.
Who?
Scott, you come on this bitch every day to come on and entertain. That's what you
Well,
do.
this
He's a
is-
damn
Dex.
sure good entertainer.
Look
This
for
what I
it,
do.
yo.
Damn,
Nice,
sure enough
good
some good
entertainer,
entertainment.
You a fucking
Have I
troll.
been
That's some
like
good entertainment, though.
everything I said? Have I lied
Troll.
yet?
You're a troll.
Yes.
Yeah, what do you
Scott.
mean?
Scott, you a troll.
That was a bad question,
You-
Scott. That was
Hell yeah. How you gonna think? How you fix your mouth to think that you the Bible?
Have I been wrong?
Right.
Man,
More
all
than
I'm
I've been
saying,
right.
y'all.
Yes,
boys
you have
know
been
that.
Yes.
wrong.
Y'all
You
need
said
to
Lonzo
have
wasn't gonna
been
get that
wrong.
money.
Life,
Remember?
man. World
When I
You
got
said
that
that,
money.
Sky.
said that, I said the Pelicans.
Sky,
wasn't
we
gonna
got
get
footage
to
now.
him.
Come on now, we got footage. When you come
Scott said I wasn't
Sky.
gonna get that 85. How am I
Hey,
gonna do with
hey,
this?
hey, Dex. We need to make a compilation of every time the Sky was wrong.
Man.
Then
Hold on,
every
but
time you say some
Yeah, but
stupid
he
stuff,
wasn't wrong.
we
He
can.
wasn't wrong that many times. Now, y'all, come on.
That
now.
shit
Yes,
ain't over
Jessica,
3 hours.
he is.
Let's be real.
Sit down on 3 hours.
Let's not
One
cap.
mic. I'm
Man,
not
Nobody
capping.
finna sit through
I'm
3
not-
hours of
I'm not
footage
capping.
of
I
Scott
feel like-
bullshit takes.
Okay, some of his takes may not be your preference, but what I'm saying is,
They're not
especially
right,
when it came
Jessica.
to the Pelicans, there's been a plenty of times where Sky knew what he was talking about, and he
Sky
wasn't
hasn't
he
been wrong
was
on all
right.
of his takes. We
Jessica,
gotta be fair.
he picked Oscar Robinson over Magic Johnson.
Marquez,
That's all you
y'all-
need to know,
y'all
Jessica.
gave it.
Hey, sorry, my
What?
boy.
I don't care about all that. I'm just talking about the
Damn.
fact
Hey,
that
what happened? Hey,
What do you mean you don't care? That's about basketball takes.
yeah, there was just a shit.
I know, but we're not talking. We talk.
Oh, for real.
I didn't say that Sky was 100% correct all the time.
He's
What I am
100%
saying-
wrong majority of the time.
I mean,
No, he's
Oscar Rob. I mean, that's his opinion. I mean,
I was
Oscar got
about
11
80%
rings.
right.
Zach don't got 11. I
All
wouldn't
right,
take
then,
him
Bitch, he make, but that's his opinion, but he thinks it's right.
Like everybody gonna give their opinion. You ain't gotta agree with it.
Like, come on, bro. Clearly, every single opinion he makes is not based off some form of righteousness. It's all just cap.
The Pelicans at the beginning.
90% of everything that's said on here is an
and
opinion.
ain't nobody saying nothing about he been right and none of that shit there. This man been saying all that about the Pelicans and the Pelicans back him up. He ain't been wrong on that.
Hold on. Who was that other dude who was speaking? Hold
The
on.
over-
Let's have
the
some
over-
decorum, as Dex says. We got to have our dictionary words.
The
Decorum.
over 32 games,
Let's
I
stick with
wasn't wrong.
decorum.
Right, decorum.
Who was that other dude who was saying that Sky has the craziest takes? Let's let him get a chance to say what he got to
The
say.
dude
And then
left,
Sky,
Quiz.
you could defend yourself.
Quiz, he's gone.
Oh, he only hopped on to say that?
So who all on the?
He's
who
been
all
here
on
for
the-
a while, but he had to go left. He just left. He said he's coming back, but he left.
Yeah, he'll be back.
But
He'll
check
be
this.
back.
What I have to say to him.
I think that was Slimkin who was that Slimkin who?
Probably was Slim. It sounded like it.
Man, the dude.
All right. Well, let Scott defend himself for a minute, and then we'll move forward.
See, y'all look at it from the point of a player. I look at it from the point of the game. Y'all don't question Lonzo accurate. Like, I look at him like a player that should be getting paid like the 6 man or the 7 man, which y'all see him as like the 1 or 2. Why y'all see him as that?
Is crazy.
And I'm not and don't get it twisted. I'm not saying he can't get paid like a 1 and 2. All I could go off of is his play. His play is more like a 6 man or a 7 man. So if we judging him off that, he need to get paid like a 6 man or a 7 man. And if he was getting paid like that, we can't judge him. He getting played like a 1 or a 2, but he playing like a 6 or
You're
a
already
7.
wrong, Sky.
Good, because you
You're
know
already
what?
wrong,
You know what?
Sky.
I want my boy to have the biggest sack on the block. Pause. That's what I want. You know what I'm saying?
Pause.
We not arguing the decision making. His decision making was right because I would have signed it too, whether I'm trash or not. You get what I'm saying?
But he's not trash, and you keep saying that he's trash.
I'm not.
That's why you're wrong.
That's his opinion.
taking
But
it
the Bulls
wrong
don't feel that
anyway.
way.
I'm not saying the man trash.
You're right.
Endurance don't feel that way.
What I'm saying is, if I was in the NBA and I was a 6 or 7 player on the bench, I'm not gonna turn down more money neither. But
he's not the 6 or 7 player on the bench, though.
The point I'm getting at is we're not.
But he's not the 6 or 7 player on the bench.
Exactly.
He's a starter.
But he like 1 note.
He's a starter. That's where you're wrong.
Listen, whenever somebody talking, y'all gotta let them finish. Y'all
Man,
jump
what
on.
I'm
don't let
saying-
nobody
Don't let
finish.
this
So what
man
you
go into
talking about? You a
soliloquy and shut up.
Because I'm telling the
You're a
truth.
hypocrite, no panic.
All right,
Now,
he the
every
6.
time somebody says something, but he's not a 6'7" man.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
why
the
you
6.
talking then? No, Pan. Then why you talking right now then?
He a
Why you
starter.
talking
Right,
right now?
get him, Dex.
Y'all right.
Get him, Dex. Why are you
Y'all
talking
right.
right now?
Y'all right.
Ain't
He a
nobody
starter
defend
playing like
themselves and
a
make
player
a
off the
point.
bench. He a starter playing like a player off the bench. I'm gonna put it to you like that.
Listen, first of all,
You know what? I ain't
how
gonna
should
say
he play?
nothing.
No.
Listen.
I'm gonna ask no panic. I mean, not no panic. Excuse me, Sky. Since you made that ridiculous remark, how should he play?
Well, like an $85 million man.
And how do you play like an $85 million
Yeah, because the
man?
Bulls feel that.
We gotta judge. We gotta judge a player that get paid by 85, get paid 85 million. So,
Okay,
So
give
basically,
us an example.
Sky, you just went in a freaking
what
circle.
other player getting paid like that?
I don't know. You
I
tell
don't
me.
watch their money.
My
I
thing
can't
is, why
tell,
is Sky
you know-
worrying about a man's pockets?
No,
But go ahead, Sky.
That's it
You
right
can't make
there.
you can't make that type of assertion and then don't have anything behind it when we ask you a
No,
question.
because whatever I say, y'all gonna shoot it down. So I'm telling y'all, give me a player that make that type of money. And then
Lonzo make that type of money.
we can't judge Lonzo off Lonzo.
Why not? That's what you're doing.
No, I'm
What?
not. No,
You
I'm
say
not.
you don't deserve that.
See, I'm setting y'all up for my question
Oh
because
my God.
if I give y'all a player, then y'all gonna say, "Oh no, Lonzo better than him."
So you
I
saying
just gotta
that the
laugh,
Bulls
bro.
paid him?
I just painted out a beautiful scenario, an expose of why Lonzo in the Bulls was a match made in heaven. Unfortunately, Lonzo did get hurt. Okay, that happened.
Right.
Unfortunately, Zach got hurt. Okay, that happens. You feel me? But Lonzo was a match made in heaven, and the Bulls seen that. Listen, the Bulls agreed by committee. It was a consensus that they was willing to pay north of $80 million for the talent that Lonzo brings to the floor.
So
But what you guys fail to realize is that you keep trying to equate Lonzo with these score first point guards. And Lonzo is not a score first point guard because the Bulls don't need that. They have that in Kobe White if that's what they wanted. Kobe White is a score first point guard.
So
that
what he
failed
is, a
miserably.
pass first? He a pass
Of course
first?
he is. He's always
Well,
been that.
Well, if he a pass first, why he just had 2 triple doubles last year out of 35 games?
Easy. You know what? Easy. Because
Brandy.
I believe.
How many times
this-
Lonzo Ball had more than 10 assists in the
Wow,
game?
how many
last
times
year?
questions you gonna ask? You compounding your questions. So I'm trying to figure out who to answer first.
Now
Who
you
should I answer
stalling.
first?
Me.
It got nothing to do with stalling because I already have my answer. I
We
just
all
want to know
know
who
it's
I'm
gonna be
addressing.
Cap. Answer how you want. We all know it's Cap.
Sky said you're gonna be capped. No, listen. No, honestly though. See, by Lonzo being a pass point pass first point guard. It fit the schematics of the Chicago Bulls because they didn't need erratic scoring from all kind of different players. They need their scoring to be more focused on Zach Lavine and Vucevic. But when DeMar DeRozan, now I'm saying this, I'm going through the chronological timeline. I'm saying this because Lonzo was coveted way before Zach DeRozan was even a thought of coming to the Chicago Bulls. DeMar DeRozan was still under contract with the San Antonio Spurs. So when the Bulls was coveting Lonzo, they know they needed a need for Zach to help him and alleviate him from being a difficult shot taker, right? He's a difficult shot taker, but he's a outstanding difficult shot maker. But the Bulls wanted easy shots for Zach. So they covered Lonzo. He's a pass first point guard. He's not worried about statistics. He's not worried about stats. He's not worried about trying to be the man over the man and all that old type of stuff. Whoever got this thing going on, you know you're busy in the background, please mute your mic. You can still hear. Just mute your mic. Whoever is busy in the background, you know who you are.
What you sound like?
You don't hear the noise?
No.
Okay, there we go. It's gone. It's gone now. So
Okay.
So yeah. So Zach being a premier scorer and Vooch need to get his off, Lonzo was a perfect point guard because ego is not involved when he's on the court. He's going to feed Vooch where he needs to be fed in his pocket. He's going to feed Zach Lavine on fast break alley-oops, making his game easier so he can have less contact and less abrasion, bumping into other players, trying to make these difficult shots and wiggle his way to the rim and things of that nature. So he was the perfect idea of the point guard Chicago Bulls wanted. That's why they covered him the way they covered him. And then to even put the icing on the cake with DeMar DeRozan coming, now we have an arbitrator with the basketball to give either Zach on the left or DeRozan on the right without them bumping heads with each other to see who's going to score, because both of them are very prolific scorers and efficient at that. And both of them can get their own shots if need be. See, you don't have to spoon food Zach. You do not have to spoon feed DeRozan. The only person you kind of have to spoon feed to a degree and babysit his shot taking is Vooch. And Lonzo is perfect for that because he does not see himself above anybody. He don't see himself as I'm a big I and you a little you. You feel what I'm saying? So that's why they gave him what they gave him. If you look at Lonzo Ball's career, even when he was drafted by the LA Lakers, what did the Lakers want? They had D'Lo. They had a scoring point guard, right? He throws some dimes from time to time, but a lot of other players wasn't eating. The Julius Randles of the world, the Project and Brandon Ingram of the world. He was averaging a measly 9 freaking points. Then when they drafted Lonzo, he went from 9 to 16.
Well,
Here's Kyle Kuzma. Hold on. Here's Kyle Kuzma feeding off Lonzo. It was a feast fest in the Lakers. Julius Randle, Brooke Lopez, Larry Nance, Jordan Clarkson. All these talented guys were being spoon-fed, and they was feasting off the ability of Lonzo Ball. Yes, Lonzo Ball did not have direct assists like a lot of point guards tried to manage their assists. Lonzo don't care about that. Lonzo was having a whole lot of what they consider hockey assists. He'd get the rebound, kick it up to half court to whoever, and then they make the play from there. That's what the Bulls wanted. That's what the New Orleans Pelicans wanted. They knew they was getting Zion, and they knew Zion needed to be acclimated into a Pelicans scheme, and they knew Brandon Ingram was a shot creator on his own. So Zion needed to have some filtration. Yes. They had the number 1 pick, remember?
They Zion.
Because before the hold on, don't get on her. Listen, let her go. They had the number 1 pick because prior to the draft, they have what they consider the lottery. And the New Orleans Pelicans won that lottery. Okay, that's how they knew they was getting Zion. Because everybody knew he was a consistent number 1 pick.
I'm just
so they knew there was
they got so Di and Zoe got traded the year they won the lottery.
Yes.
Yes.
Most definitely.
Okay, I'm just asking. I'm just refreshing my
And
memory.
Josh Hart. Oh, and Josh Hart. Don't forget Josh Hart. Yeah, and Josh Hart.
Yeah.
So all three of them
But
got
I am going to
traded.
say this though. Bi did play really, really good this season without Zoe.
Oh yeah, the year.
Yeah, Bi. I'm gonna tell you. Yo, go ahead, Scott. Go
And
ahead.
Bi game ain't never been predicated on having Lonzo Ball. Like he butting that dude like that.
Yeah.
Every year
Yeah,
with the
that's
Lakers,
true.
he been going
Hold
up
on.
2 and 3 points every
I
year.
agree.
And look,
Alonzo
I got-
made it much easier for him because Brandon Ingram said
Well-
out of his own mouth when he received the most improved player. He said it out of his own mouth. So let's not get too carried away now.
Maybe, but I know with LA.
Maybe.
Lonzo
See, that's
Ball
what I'm
did
talking
kinda
about.
mess it
See,
up for a long
this is what I'm
time.
talking
Right.
about. He said maybe when a man said it out of his own mouth in the midst of his family with Gail Benson, Lonzo Ball, and his family on a Zoom meeting.
Oh,
So what do you mean? Lonzo was present
I
when he
saying
received
maybe
the reward.
as in
Panic,
I'm
you
a-
don't even
No,
gotta
award.
say that.
Maybe.
Don't say
Don't
maybe.
even bring Jordan.
It's a fact.
Don't even
Not
bring
saying
on
maybe
Brandon
like it's a
Ingram
might.
in.
I saying maybe.
Jordan
like, yeah, that
Clarkson
may be
played
true.
better without him too with the Utah
Stop.
Jazz.
Stop it.
Man, go
Randall
look what that
playing
man.
good without
Okay,
him at the New
wait a
York.
minute.
Go look
Hold
what
on,
that
hold
man
on. Let's go
averaging.
there too. Let's go
Look
there
what
too.
that man averaging. You better
Hold
look
on,
at what he
Sky.
averaging.
Sky, see,
Off
I
the
know
what
what
I'm
he
saying.
averages.
Jessica, Jessica, this is where we part, Jessica, because we could be on something and then they take it somewhere and they skip a whole big hole.
Next, you just did that
Where
with
did
me
Jordan
LeBron.
Clarkson go? Hold on. Where did Jordan Clarkson go before he got to Utah?
He went
And
to
what was it?
he went to
The
Golden
Nuggets.
State.
Cleveland.
No, he
Hold
went
on.
to
No.
He
Let
going
Sky
to
answer,
Cleveland
please.
with LeBron.
Thank you. I
And they
want
had
a
him
Sky
as
to
a catch
answer.
and shoot player, which is in this game. That's the
So
only
what-
reason why
Okay.
he was playing up.
I'm
Wait,
glad you
hold on.
answered that, no panic. But I
Oh.
wanted Sky to answer it because he jumped to the Utah Jazz like he
Jordan
went straight
Clarkson.
from the Lakers to the Jazz. Jordan Clarkson was damn near on his way out of the NBA. Okay,
Fact.
keep that in mind.
But he got better though.
I'm
No,
not
if- no,
saying that.
listen,
I'm not
When we
contesting
talking
that.
about your boy though, your boy's still been in the
See,
league 5
see,
years.
that's
and
how you
ain't-
know these guys are haters.
No, it's
No,
the
Because they
truth.
do
Next,
not
you
come
can't
with
say
the
he
facts.
made him
They
better.
When
they
Jordan
play
Clarkson go to
hopscotch. They
Cleveland,
play
they had
hopscotch.
him as a
Scott,
catch
I'm
and
telling
shoot
you.
player.
Dex,
That's not his
Dex,
game.
No,
if
Left
he
Panic
listened
was
to
right
you,
though.
Dex,
Playing how
he
played
gave
in
it to you. Dex, you're agreeing with them. They're not listening, and they're trying to flip it back to Lonzo.
Yeah,
They're
they be fudgy.
haters.
But no panic is
Hold
right.
on a second. Can we,
Clarkson was playing out of his element. You right, no panic.
Facts.
But my point
Nah,
is,
he fast
being
as a
with
white boy.
LeBron,
Boy, you funny boy.
being with LeBron, you feel what I'm saying? Being with LeBron, that happens. He have you playing out your element. So if he was playing out of his element with Jordan Clarkson, and you can excuse that, then goddamn it, excuse when Lonzo was playing out of his element with LeBron too.
Oh, I'm
Mm.
not knocking that.
Mm.
Anybody play with LeBron? Nah,
Dex
nah, I
cooking.
ain't
They don't want to
knocking
admit
that.
that, Dex.
I
can we
go
go
hard
back
on
and
him, but I
clear
don't
something
count
up
when he
though?
was with
Well, I
LeBron because
just don't
LeBron gonna ball
understand why
down.
he been traded so many times.
Hold on, I want to just go back and clear something up that Dex said.
Because Jess, he was traded so many times because they got other players that can fit in their system.
Man, they
Like
got
that, and
better
that's a
players.
business decision.
Can we
For
clear
example,
something
Jess,
up?
I mean,
they traded
if
away.
he
For example, Jess, they
But
traded
let's-
away to get Anthony Davis, and they won a championship, even though he's
Jessica.
barely there.
Jessica, how many teams Lonzo been on? 3, right?
3 teams,
yes.
How many teams Jason Kidd been on? How many teams did Steve Nash been on?
multiple.
So let's
How many
let's
teams
stop it now.
Stephon Marbury been on?
Let's stop it now.
Man, I don't
Dex,
know.
Come
don't
on,
we have
man.
Don't act
contention?
like,
don't
that's
know
why I
nothing
keep trying to
about-
tell you guys, stop acting like Lonzo is the anomaly of negativity.
Hold
You
on, I
gotta
only
make
have
us out.
contention with. I only have
It's
contention.
not
one
that
thing you
I'm
said,
trying to
Dex.
do that. I'm just trying to bring you back down to earth. That's all.
Hold on.
But bringing it back, that's not. Oh, go ahead, Quiz.
Hold on. I have contention with only one thing that Dex said this whole time, and it may be minor. So Dex, when they got all of those guys, the Pelicans did know that they were in the lottery, but being in the lottery did not guarantee them the number 1 pick. They knew they were definitely going
Are
to
you
get a
serious?
top pick.
Yeah,
No, they had already,
they
the
were gonna
lottery.
get value.
The lottery was already chosen. Quiz. It was already chosen. That
It was
had
been
number
traded
pick,
one
and
time,
Memphis had the
Jessica. He
number
was
2
traded
pick.
for Anthony Davis.
Oh, I thought that they were in the lottery. I thought that was chosen at the end of the year.
Man, they don't know.
No, they were.
They didn't know
No,
That was
hold on.
chosen at the end of the year. They didn't know they had the number 1
they
pick,
didn't
did
know
they?
they had the number 1 pick. You right.
The lottery,
And at the same time, Lonzo been in trade rumors.
Hold on. Thank you. There you go. No panic. Go ahead. No panic. Go ahead. I'm letting no panic go. Go ahead. No panic.
I said Lonzo been in trade rumors damn near his whole career. Even when he bought the Pelicans in the second season, they've been trying. They've been
Trade rumors
looking at trades
now.
and stuff
What you
like that.
mean?
Okay, let's go back to quiz because I thought No Panic was on to something. So let's go back to quiz.
I just want to get this part.
So quiz.
Go ahead.
Hold on, guys. Quiz. When is the lottery? When is the lottery pick? When they see the order, when they pick the order of the lottery, when is it? Is the season still going on?
Dex, I think that isn't that like in the end of the year.
Yeah, didn't they just do the lottery pick?
Just did it, man.
Come on, quiz.
We just did the lottery picks. It only comes around during playoff time.
All right.
Yeah.
So okay. So to answer your question,
but they don't pick until the summer though, right?
Yes, but to answer your question, the draft
the lottery
is in June.
that they just picked is a pick that they're going to pick this summer.
Listen, the draft is in June. No Panic is right. Hold on, please hold on.
Go ahead.
He got a serious question, so stop.
No, because I want to be clear on this. I just you know what I mean, just for clarity.
And you know I respect you, Quiz. So that's why I'm clearing them. I'm not trying to have muddy waters. Listen, when Lonzo was still a member of the Los Angeles Lakers, right? Although the Lakers was not in the playoffs, he was still under contract with the Los Angeles Lakers because Lonzo wanted to have surgery in the offseason, and the Lakers said, if you have surgery, you're going to void your contract. Right then and there, they knew it was something brewing with Lonzo not being a Laker anymore. Now, when the situation came where they had the lottery picks, the lottery order, the New Orleans Pelicans won that, and Memphis won the second.
So they were already locked in. They were
already locked in.
Okay.
So that's what made the trade go. Because they locked in with the number one pick, and they said, okay, we got the number one pick. We're getting Zion. Anthony Davis can go. And this is what we want for Anthony Davis. And that's what they got.
All right, facts. I'm clear with you now.
Okay.
So they didn't solidify the trade for Lonzo and them until the end of the year when they were gonna. That's right, because that did happen around then.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Yeah.
You're right. That did
You percolating now, Quiz.
Yeah, because that happened at the end of the year, like right when the season ended or something like that.
Yes,
or right
sir.
near the end of the season. I remember that. All right,
You see, Quiz. You see how you could understand and not always try to flip it back on Lonzo. Good job, Quiz.
On that.
Good job, Quiz, for actually using his head and understanding. Continue.
That's why I didn't want to muddy the water. That's why I wanted to get clear. Yeah,
that needed to be clear.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, Jessica, go ahead. I'm sorry, sis. I think Jessica had something she wanted to say. You still there, Jessica?
So when they traded Anthony Davis, they knew right then and there that they were gonna get Zion.
Yes.
Because they already knew they had the number one pick, and they knew who they were getting. Right. They knew that before anybody else. They had the number one pick. They could pick whoever they wanted.
Right. So I don't remember. I wasn't a Pelican fan when Anthony Davis was on the team. So the season was over with. They traded away all these people, and they already had the number one pick. So as soon as Anthony Davis left, Zion came to the team.
Bingo, right? Because Zion Williamson was the number one pick. You know what I mean? Remember, Duke didn't win the championship that year, but they went far. It was Zion and Ja Morant. Those were the two big picks, and they knew who they wanted.
And RJ.
Everybody else.
Right.
Okay. I didn't know how long. Okay.
They right, Jessica. That's why I ain't even argue with them.
Yeah, that's not even a debate.
You can't argue with that.
I wouldn't be mad at them making that pick either. I mean, Zion Williamson was the number one dude, and Zion was highly endorsed by the NBA too. Remember when Zion Williamson was on that team, you automatically saw Pelicans getting games televised, and I mean Zion Williamson did have he did make an impact when he started playing.
Zion been a teenage sensation just like LaMelo Ball. You had LaMelo Ball on one end of the spectrum on the West Coast, and you had Zion over in the Southeast.
Since high school. Zion Williamson was LaMelo Ball's favorite player. That's out of his own mouth. That was his favorite high school player.
So that's the dynamic of Zion. He's been a dynamic. He's been a sensation for a very, very long time.
Well, too bad that Zion, Zoe, and B.I. couldn't take it to the playoffs.
Man, that ain't work, man. That's why I'm saying that couldn't work, man. They knew that.
Just when I had hope for Sky. Here we go. Come on, Sky. Speak your bullshit. Go ahead.
They kept the one they wanted, man. They always wanted B.I. It was more milk in the Lakers. That's all it was about, man.
Sky, if
No.
Jessica have a soft spot in her heart for that trio, let her have that soft part in her heart, and don't disrupt it by being mean.
And being a hater for no reason.
I hope we go back and get Josh Hart. That's who I hope we go back and get.
Okay.
Y'all got rid of
Yeah,
him. Y'all ain't bringing him back.
Y'all got rid of him.
Josh want to be
Talking
there.
about bringing them back. Shit. We got a pick. We'll get out of the way. We don't really need that 8 pick.
They not getting him back, Scott. That's
Yeah,
what
if y'all give away that 8 for sure.
We don't
it.
We don't even have room for
Look,
the 8.
we might not get him back, but I know that Josh want to come back, and I know that a lot of fans of the Pelicans wouldn't mind having Hart back.
Jess, the NBA don't work that way. Y'all ain't getting Josh Hart back. Because if y'all want them back, y'all wouldn't have got rid of him.
Nah, we had to get rid of him.
But we had to get rid of something to get CJ. Now, come on,
Yeah.
we
He facilitated that trade. Ain't nobody else. Yeah.
Yeah, but y'all aren't gonna go and give away a pick for him.
Why we wouldn't? We got plenty of picks.
All right, we'll see if it happens. I don't see stuff like that happening.
Quiz, you can't argue with the nonsense.
I mean, it ain't gonna happen. I mean,
But
I just ain't see
Quiz,
that
you can't
happening.
argue with the nonsense.
I'm not saying that it's gonna happen. What I said was
I'm not saying that either.
Hart want to be there. Hart would come back, and we would want him back. That's all I'm saying. That's just feelings. I'm just talking about feelings. They feel this. I ain't saying it's gonna happen.
But if they
Hey,
feel like that, then why let them go?
Hey, listen, I may be
Because
wrong.
It's
we
not about
did,
really
to be
letting them
honest
go.
with
They
you,
wanted to
I would have
upgrade
done
the
the
roster. They
same
had to put
thing
them in the trade.
to get CJ.
They ain't like,
You
I'm
damn right.
pretty
We
sure
had
if
to
they
give
could have
up
made
something.
that trade for CJ without having Josh.
So
Hart,
why
I'm
would
pretty
you?
sure
So
they
you
would have
expect a
traded
player who you trade away to get a better player to come back for lesser money?
I mean, all I said was
His
he
contract,
wants to come back, and
his
we wouldn't
contract
mind
is
trading
feasible,
him back.
dog. He just signed an extension with us. That's only why the Blazers took that contract, because it's feasible. They got
Wait, hold on.
They
So how
saved
is he with the Blazers and he just signed a contract for y'all?
because we traded him, dummy.
Yeah,
So
but
you
the
kept his
Blazers have
contract.
but you know the Blazers have the rights to him. You know that they have the opportunity to match any offer or offer him more money than anybody else right now.
Nah. We know
You
that.
right.
But what I'm saying is the way his contract structured, they could cut him too.
They could let him.
That's
They
not
could
how
let him.
that.
that much money against the cap.
They
could let him
rebuilding,
go.
man. Them people rebuilding, man. They might don't even want him. You see how their team structured? They gonna try to go young. If
Right,
they
but
get
that's
rid of
still up to
Damian,
the.
if
That's up to
Damian
the
Okay.
Lillard,
Portland Trailblazers, though.
man, if
That's up to the
Damian Lillard,
Trailblazers. Y'all
if
have no
Damian
leverage in
Lillard
this
leave,
situation.
if they trade Damian Lillard, they gonna rebuild, man. The people showing you they
But
going.
you don't have the leverage in that situation
Who don't have the
for him
leverage?
to come back. The Pelicans don't have the leverage for him to come back.
Man, we sitting on
If
tons
they
of picks,
if
man.
Pelicans send him that 8th pick deal, trade Hart back. Trust me.
Yeah,
Especially
man.
if they
You're
can
going to
get
give away an 8th pick to get Josh Hart.
See, it's not.
Okay.
I'm not saying. I'm
Tell me
not
what we
saying.
need.
This is what I hate about the NBA draft lottery. Because you have dumb teams like this that actually give away their picks away.
Man, what
And
we
then,
need.
and then trade the picks for people for not even decent enough players.
Nobody's
You
saying
trade for
that's
niggas
what
like
they
Josh
should
Hart.
do. All we saying is
Quiz.
if they offer
Go
him
ahead. Go
something,
ahead.
they
We
should
here.
trade him back.
What do we need? He talking about the 8th pick. We could do whatever we want with that 8th pick. Our roster fulled up all the way to like the
So why
8th.
don't you use the 8th pick for another budding
All we
superstar
could do is
instead of
get
using it on Josh Hart?
Sky, one
Give us
second,
the
Sky, 1
money.
second, 1 second, Sky, 1 second.
You can't have
Shout
so
out to
many
Flight Sports TV.
superstars.
Hold on, Jessica. Hold on. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the people's champ, the voice of the voiceless. You're listening with the live stream powered by StreamYard right here on YouTube. We have distinguishable guests on the panel. They're giving their illustrious takes, whether agree or disagree. There is something simple and is something special when you're able to have dialogue, discussions, and debate amongst friends, family, and your community. We're going to be right back with more Flight Sports TV and your New Orleans Pelicans.
This is Holly Heat of the Hot Seat with Holly Heat, and this is Flight Sports TV.
The New Orleans Pelicans, what do they do with their draft pick, Sky?
I say we could do whatever we want with that draft pick. We loaded all the way to like the 8th man on the bench, man. All we can do is make the team better.
So you would trade an 8th pick away for Josh Hart?
Snell
But you act like
contract
it's like
over with.
superstar talent coming out of the draft right now.
Exactly.
No, but why don't you trade him for a player that's established? You don't trade away the 8th pick for nothing.
But Marquez, where are we gonna if we trade away for another? Well, first of all, who's giving up a superstar for an 8th pick that's a draft that's not even,
A team that's desperate and needs it.
for the last draft?
A team that's desperate and needs it.
If they're desperate, Marquez, why would they get rid of their star player?
Brandon Ingram
A
on the
team
max.
that's desperate
Zion about to
and
get
needs
the
it.
max. McCollum got money, so
And they'll get rid of their star player. They're really they're gonna downgrade if they desperate and they get rid of a star player for an 8th pick in this draft.
Exactly.
I mean,
Not only that, but why get? But not only that, Marquez, but why get another superstar? We are when our starting positions is already loaded.
That's what I'm trying to tell him. In the bench, we
And
still
then
got
on top of that, for
man.
somebody in the chat that's talking about we talking crazy because we barely made it in the play-in. Let's not forget we have a star player that hadn't even played last season. So that's why I'm gonna talk a little crazy because we finna have a tank machine come out on the floor next season that can make a hell
the
of a
same
difference
tank
than
machine that
barely
y'all don't
making
want
a
there.
play-in.
The same tank machine that y'all don't want there.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that we don't want them there, Marquez. What makes you think that we don't want him there?
How y'all talk? How y'all speak on your number one draft pick?
What you mean? How we talk?
See,
we talk
okay.
with
Let me say something real quick.
If Zion was my
Jessica,
child, if
why
Zion
is
was
you
my
even
child,
arguing
I would
with
still be talking the same way. I don't talk. I'm gonna talk. Just because I'm a fan of Zion does not mean I'm not gonna sit here and say yes.
So y'all would rather trade away
Yes,
this?
he need to stay healthy. He need to be on that
But-
floor. We can't.
But if your
make
team
it.
is so stacked and
reports about
loaded,
Lonzo Ball
this is a
and
loaded. Do y'all not
It's
realize
second
this is a
loaded
loaded
with
draft?
Zion.
Y'all
This
don't
NBA
believe
draft
that,
is
but y'all
loaded.
believe the reports that Zion ain't gonna get signed back.
what you
I'm
saying?
not saying that.
They don't believe.
But if the
They don't
fans
believe the
listen to me,
reports about
if the
Lonzo being a concern to the Bulls.
I'm saying
injury.
this.
But they will
If the
believe the reports
fans
about
and
Zion not coming back.
it's clearly the organization is is literally ready to play hardball with Zion because they feel like he's
They're
not
not
worth
playing
it.
hardball with the only franchise player they're gonna get. If they don't sign him, who else they gonna get? Nobody.
What is that noise?
And sign with the Pelicans.
I don't
Wait a
know.
minute. Who might? Wait. What is that? Is that?
I
Oh
don't know.
shit! No, it's Rave. There's a Rave sighting. Rave is
Oh,
here
what?
to hold court. Oh my God! You guys don't know what y'all in for. Rave, what is going on with you, my brother?
Rave. What's up, Rave?
Rave, your mini me in here, Rave.
Oh, why?
Yeah, eat it. You know what, Sky? I'm not gonna do that on Flight's platform. Go ahead, Rave.
Why must we do this? Why must we do this? I mean, if you was to talk about Lonzo being hurt and he couldn't finish the season up, then that's a little legitimate conversation, debate. Spit your little shit about it. That's cool. Lonzo Ball been won this contract conversation, and I swore I thought it been over with because Lonzo Ball been won that. Okay, if for one, you're not slick. What's her name? What's her name? Jessica. You're not slick. How many times did he try to get traded? The man got traded one time. The man
Hey,
got
that's just so funny. His girl voice sound like his regular voice.
only official.
That boy tried. Then he wanted
Look
to
at Rave hot.
Rave
Rave is calm right now. Let him stay calm. Please let him stay calm.
They're like, okay.
It's Saturday night. Let him stay calm.
I mean,
Wait,
Panic,
Sunday morning over here.
Me and Panic is in a better conversations on here, so I was
trade or no trade.
Panic
He's been on
that
three
was
different
$10
teams.
and Rave
I
had
got traded
Okay,
twice.
he's only got
He
traded.
got traded
Okay,
twice.
so he only got traded one time.
Twice, man. We
he
traded
didn't.
him.
No, he didn't.
No, assigning trade
That was
and
his
getting it's only
fourth
one
term.
time.
Sir, that is a four.
Man, it don't matter if he got traded or not. He been on three different
But Jessica, it does matter because you said he was traded 3 times.
Okay, so I used the wrong word. Whatever.
Whoa,
I
guys.
don't care. He been on three different teams.
Whoa, guys. Rave is holding court.
I heard y'all talk. Hold up. I heard y'all talk. I heard it. Okay, he's been on 3 teams. Okay, because the third one doesn't count. The third one was his free agent destiny to go.
No, he wasn't.
Hold
Signing trade.
up. Bro, that is a
was traded twice. Like,
that is a. Can I finish? Can I talk? Y'all talk. I heard y'all.
Did you lying, man?
Nigga, that's not a lie. That was a free agent.
What is a signing trade? What is a signing trade? Tell you what it is.
Can you listen? Can you listen? Can I talk? Can I talk, bro? Can I talk? All right. Listen, that was a mutual trade decision going through his free agency. He was a restricted free agency. Pelicans was not trying to extend him, and Lonzo Ball was not trying to be there. That was a mutual agreement for a situation, so it does not count as like you just tossed them a fucking away. That does not count.
They did. They told him when
we're not finna pay you.
A seasonal trade.
Man, we not paying you $85 million, man.
That's like saying
You don't know what you're talking about, Sky. It's a Go ahead, Rave.
A seasonal trade was when he got traded to Anthony Davis. That
Don't
was
be
an
trying to act
actual
like
trade.
my
They
name
actually given him up for valuable assets. Okay, in return. Lonzo Ball has only been. Lonzo Ball.
You gonna let him keep talking like that, Dex? Dex, you gonna let him keep talking like that, Dex?
Like Dex, correct.
Listen, Rave is gonna configure himself. Rave is gonna reconfigure himself. Give him time. Give him time. He just popped up here. He jumped into a hostile environment. He's good.
Dex, was he traded 2 times?
No, he didn't. He got traded one
Yes.
time.
No, he was traded one time. No, he was traded one time.
If you want to count that second one,
signing trade is still a
He was traded one time.
Tell you what it is. Signing trade.
Am I tripping?
Lonzo Ball was traded twice. He was traded twice.
Traded once, Dex.
He was traded from the Lakers to the Pelicans, and he was traded from the Pelicans to the Bulls.
All right.
The Pelicans to the Bulls was with a contract. There's a agreement.
Never mind.
It was not, bro. There was no trade.
I wouldn't argue with it.
Bro, was not. Listen to me. Okay. Bro, you came up here with no facts. Okay.
That's a fact. He got traded twice.
You know, I know you came up here with no facts.
That's a fact.
Bro,
Dex, please
that's not a.
That's a trade.
Okay, panic. Okay,
well, I can clarify it if you guys want clarification.
No, you need to get at the me because you came out here hollering my name.
Hold on, panic. I'll give you that. If you want to say the second, okay, hold up. I'm agreeing, panic. If you want to say that second one was a kind of a trade, okay, I'll let that slide a bit. Even though I mean. We're keeping 1,000, even though that is he is done.
And it's a trade. Bring him like this. You act like that taking away from your argument. It's a trade.
Not, but I mean, because I don't count that as a trade. I mean, but listen. The reason I'm saying
I'll wait for Dex to clarify.
Okay, panic. I'm agreeing with you only because I'm trying to say is I'm only defending it because it doesn't count really to me as well because the fact that it's a mutual agreement of the fact that he's about to be done with his 4 years, but he stays as a restricted free agent. The Pelicans was not going to extend him, and Zoe don't want to be there either. So it had to be a sign and trade. It had to be a sign.
You know what the trade coming at? Because the Pelicans could have matched, dog. He stole his rights, dog. They traded his rights.
Okay, so Pelicans.
That's where the trade coming at.
Right. Okay, now
if the Pelicans wanted to pay him the $85 million,
Sky, can you shut the hell up?
All right.
I'm just letting them know, man. He capping, man.
Bro, all right. No, nobody's capping. He's only been traded twice.
And you is, man.
Okay, he's only been traded twice, I guess, to most. At best. Okay, twice. He's been on 2 teams. To me, Chicago Bulls is free agency new team. So, I mean, if you want to count that as a 13, y'all can have that as well. Y'all can have that as well.
It's a 13
as well. Okay.
I guess Ray must have celebrated a little early, too.
I'm about to tell you, man.
I said you can have that as well. Did I say no?
Yeah, Ray came up on this panel. What's her name?
Ray a little tipsy tonight.
Man, y'all finna make me get a little tipsy. This is blasphemous.
Niggas talk and lie.
Come on with the N-word. Chill, man. Chill.
Okay, my bad. All right, so
Ray
just
Junior over here.
I'm using the N word to keep me from saying a lot of words I've been learning how to not say no more.
Well, you might as well say the other word, the N word.
Okay, but I'm getting better at it. Okay, I mean, my bad. Shoot me with the gun. I've been getting better at it. Okay, so my bad. Shoot me with the gun. Whatever.
Right. We're all improving.
Okay, so anyways, Jessica.
Where you at in Georgia?
Anyway, Jessica was trying to sound like he got treated. Regardless, Jessica act like he got traded like 20 times. Okay, that's the truth. But when it comes,
you can't tell me how I act like.
When it comes to Sky, you're totally wrong because when he got signed on that Chicago Bulls on that contract, the Boston Celtics did a whole entire argument against the NBA against Lonzo Ball because they was planning to give him more money than what the Chicago Bulls offered him. They were trying to get They were trying to get Lonzo Ball as well too. There was a total of 7 teams.
We know that
desperately wanted him.
They were gonna get rid of. They were gonna get rid of Smart for Lonzo Ball.
Sir, there was a total. Bro, there was a total of 15 teams that wanted Lonzo
no
Ball.
one was giving Lonzo Ball $85 million but the Bulls.
And he was gonna come off the bench.
And the Bulls only gave him 85 because of Zach.
Why do y'all have so much to say? Where was this energy with? You know what? Go ahead.
Because
go ahead, Ray.
We want to keep everything factual on this line right now.
Man, because
we don't panic. You have been saying factual shit the whole night.
Ray and Junior, I ain't talking to you, boy.
Well, eat it.
I've been told you that. I don't know why you even talk to Marquez, man. You just jump on everybody's bandwagon. Man.
Jump on everybody's bandwagon? Sky, you jump on Jessica's bandwagon. What are you talking about?
I swear to God, you do. Y'all both suck each other up. What y'all talking about?
Thank you. Y'all both suck each other up. I'm sick of this shit.
Say what? Hold on.
You all mind if I join the conversation?
Crazy tonight.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Pelicans,
Yeah.
They can't defend their Pelicans. Shoot.
No, they can't.
Y'all Lonzo
They can't defend the quiz when they're wrong.
Every time.
Because Jessica, you're right. Jessica, because you're right, and your partner Sky is always wrong.
Always, bro.
How she could be right and Sky wrong?
Because the Sky's stupid. She talk about his takes.
Okay.
Ray, do you mind if I give it to
Sky's takes put him in that position.
But damn.
Okay, let me just.
Sky takes put him in that position.
Where was I wrong? Where was I wrong with?
Hold on, Ray. If somebody was saying,
Well, y'all listen. Ray's supposed to be up here holding court, and y'all just confusing this young man.
Right.
Well, may I add some clarity to the conversation?
Go ahead.
They got somebody new in here, man.
Somebody new in here.
Who is it?
This is
I know who
Newmark.
is it. Identify yourself.
My name is Newmark from Baltimore, Maryland. This is my first time calling. How's everyone doing tonight?
BMO.
How you doing?
Salute. Be more careful. Be more careful. We need to hear from you.
Where's he from?
Baltimore.
Shout out B-More. Yo, your man Tank Davis just got a knockout.
Again, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, word. That shit was crazy. I was just watching that shit.
Shout out to Teamwork for breaking that news.
Yeah, he from Baltimore.
Yeah, you.
Teamwork
Hey,
broke
like
that.
what round he get knocked out in?
Yeah, 6. He knocked out Rolly Romero. He went right into that line. He went snoozing.
Yo, GD, you
I
a
see
Ravens
a
fan?
6-round knockout.
Absolutely. But if I could impose on everyone for 2 quick minutes, I
Go
want
ahead,
to give
man.
you a nice evaluation of Lonzo Ball. I want to give you the good, bad, and the ugly. So first, let me say, I personally think he's the most underrated and underutilized player in the NBA. But I want to start with the ugly first. You got 30 teams in the NBA, so that's 30 starting point guards and 30 starting shooting guards, 60 people. The ugly for Lonzo is, of the 60, he has the worst layup game, without question, right? That's my opinion.
That's true.
So we're going to move to the mid-range game, shooting at the free throw line, shooting from the left, the right, and in the paint. Lonzo has one basic problem. I noticed something. Chris Paul shoots in that area all the time, and he never gets his shot blocked. Lonzo gets his shot blocked a lot, or it bounces off the back of the rim. The reason is when Lonzo jumps, he's gliding towards the basket. Everyone else jumps straight up and straight down. Now, I heard a story once, I don't know if it's true, that the first Olympics of LeBron participated in, Mike Krzyzewski noticed LeBron doing something similar. He put a piece of tape on the floor and told LeBron he wanted him to practice 100 from these different spots and make sure when he jumps, he lands behind the tape. If anyone has access to Lonzo's camp, I just recommend dropping that on him. And also, can he please throw me a ball fake once in a while in the lane? Because everybody in the league wants to block his shot. So it's like football. If the defense is over aggressive, you got to use the aggression against them. A little ball fake will go a long way. Now I want to give you the good. Is it 15 players per team, or was it 12 players per team on the roster in the NBA?
It was a total of 15. That
Okay,
was,
so 15 players.
It was
450 players.
Yeah, it was 15 interested.
I got it. 450 players. There's only 3 players in the NBA last year that shot a higher 3-point percentage than Lonzo.
Facts.
That don't count
4.
though, because he played 35 games, man. That don't count.
Yeah, actually, it does count. Let me explain.
All right, why are you interrupting this man? Let him talk.
I'm done, man.
It does count.
We know you're done because you're hating.
Because here's the thing,
Man,
right?
true, man.
Here's the thing. 2 things. Number one, if you notice when Lonzo plays and the clock is about to expire, like at the end of the quarter, end of the half, he throws a lot of full court shots. That still counts a point to 3-point average, right? So if you actually looked at his shots on his side of the half court line, like they're running an actual offense, he's actually the best 3-point shooter in the league. Now, here's why this matters. When I look at every other team, Golden State, Memphis, every other team, they run screens and picks for the guards. Klay Thompson and Steph Curry, they run picks and screens for them all game. What I couldn't figure out is, how do you have a guy who's the best 3-point shooter in the league this year and was one of the top 15 3-point shooters in the league last year, and nobody runs screens and picks for him? Then I thought about something. Here's the part, because Jessica asked, why didn't the New Orleans Pelicans offer him the more money? I have a theory. You all can do the research and form your own conclusions. It's just my observation. If you remember when LiAngelo and LaMelo were in Lithuania, and Jeff Goodman tricked Lavine into giving a report on camera, there were 2 coaches in the NBA who came out publicly furious at press conferences. One was Greg Popovich, and the other was the coach of the Detroit Pistons, Stan Van Gundy. Now, when you look at Charlotte and the assistant coach of Greg Popovich, everyone can look at LaMelo and go, you know, it looks like they're kind of trying to hold him back. But LaMelo has a good enough layup game that he can get around it. So then I go, how is it that Lonzo last year was one of the best 3-point shooters in the game, and they weren't running offensive sets for him to catch and shoot the ball? Oh, that's right. His coach was Stan Van Gundy. In other words, I'm basically accusing the GM of New Orleans of being an impediment to Lonzo, the same way many people think the Charlotte Hornet organization has been an impediment to LaMelo. It's just easier to see with LaMelo. But back to Lonzo, I would ask any of you, if you were a coach of an NBA team right now, and you had the best 3-point shooter in the game, would you run plays to get him open to catch threes? And that brings me to the last point. When you actually look at the actual numbers, I'll use DeMar DeRozan. He averaged 26, 27 points this year, something like that. DeMar DeRozan averages 20 shots a game. Zach Lavine averaged 18 shots a game. Lonzo only actually averaged 11 shots a game. In other words, if Lonzo took 20 shots a game, just like DeRozan, but he only scored 13 points, I would say he's a bust. But he's not taking the same number of shots as they are. If his averages were to hold, and we don't know for sure if that would be the case, but let's say they were, if he actually took the same number of shots as Zach Lavine, he would average 21 points a game. Woo! And if he took the same shots as DeMar DeRozan, he would actually average somewhere between 24.5 to 25 points a game.
Preach!
So that still comes back to me. That's why, because I think it was Sky who asked, well, what difference does it make? The difference it makes is when you're looking at your team, you design a team and you design plays to accentuate the talent and skill level of that player. It's kind of like you guys referenced the Ravens. Imagine Lamar Jackson coming to an organization who said, you know what? We're just going to have a drop back passing system. You weren't utilizing his skill set. Fortunately, he came to an organization and said, you know what? We're going to bring in somebody to take advantage of what this guy does well. And what I'm saying with Lonzo is, I don't really know what his full potential is, but the only time I've seen him in stretches where he was taking close to 18 shots a game is the stretch in New Orleans just before COVID. It was like 5 or 6 games. It was the stretch in the Lakers just before he got injured against Houston. And it was the stretch this year when I think it was either Lavine or Derozan out. The first game, he only dropped like 6 points. The next 4 games, he dropped like close to 23, 24 points a game.
Right.
The only difference was he actually took more shots. Now, I still go back to the one basic question. If I have the best 3-point shooter in the game, or if you just go by the official numbers, the 4th best 3-point shooter in the games, how can I not arrange more shots for him? And to give you perspective, Steph Curry averages 12 3-point shots a game.
Right.
Lonzo averages close to 7. So that's just my thoughts. You all can look at the numbers, evaluate it for yourselves. I'm not trying to influence your opinion about them, but I just wanted to give you a deeper dive into the numbers because someone asked earlier, or someone said earlier, a lot of the people in the league value Lonzo, but he doesn't know why. And the reason I think they do is because they're looking at the numbers I'm looking at and I'm going, wait a minute, this guy's skill set, they're not using it. That's my thoughts on it.
So every team he go to, they're not going to use his skill set? That's what you tell me.
Well, no, the Lakers, he didn't have that skill set. He didn't have the 3-point shooting with the Lakers.
But when he developed it?
He did with Fred Benson. He did the second half of the season with Alvin Gentry. That's when he really developed it.
I'm going to show you where you're manipulating the game. I understand that. You say, right, they need to run more plays than him, right? Most of his 3-point shots he hit come from off the side of the goal. So he's shooting bad from every other part of the court. They got to come off the short side of the 3-point.
Whoa. Hey, and Scott,
Bro,
add to that.
You made that up.
Lonzo
You literally just
Bro,
made
you really,
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let him answer. The guy
It's the
directed to
truth,
him.
man. Remember when I told you all he do is stand in the corner and shoot threes?
Why are you lying? You're lying.
Listen, another thing about the percentage.
Listen. You guys are being very, very disrespectful. Very disrespectful.
Let's say you're accurate.
He
in that
directed the
assessment,
question to
right?
him.
And I didn't pay attention to his shot chart, but let's say that's true. That still doesn't negate the fact that he and LaMelo Ball are the only 2 guards in the league that I've seen that these teams aren't running picks to get them open, and they're not running screens to get them open. See, every other team does this for their guards, but they're not doing it for these 2.
Why not?
Maybe Marcus Smart. Smart don't get that.
I told you with LaMelo, the suspicion is from a lot of folks they were deliberately trying to impede his development. I'm suggesting that something similar was happening with Lonzo.
Yeah.
In other words, if you have a GM and David Griffin in one hand saying before the trade deadline during the season, the offers weren't good enough, that's why he didn't trade him, then you can't come back later and say the guy is a bum and he's really just a role player on the championship team. Now, which is it? So what that said to me was he wanted to have the guy under his thumb. I mean, what's the rationalization for hiring Stan Van Gundy?
It was horrible.
See, that's not lost on me.
Defense.
And what
But he got hired too. So it's not
We
like
had the worst defense the year before.
no NBA coach
We had the worst defense the year before, so they went with a
Exactly.
defensive
Ain't
coach.
no NBA coach gonna volunteer to
You know
coach a
what
team
though?
just to
Did
go
they
by
really
the
have
SG
the
to
worst
tell you
defense, or
sabotage
was
his
Derek
players.
Favors
That don't
out
make
of the
no sense.
lineup a lot?
No, I'm
Because
talking
Derek Favors was out of the lineup a lot.
See, what I saw was they seemed to go on win streaks, they seemed to win 60% of their games when Derek Favors was in the lineup, and they
Because
would win like
that's
20% when he wasn't.
Because
And I thought it was unfair to Alvin Gentry because he never really had a center consistently throughout the year.
Nor did he even have Zion, remember?
Yeah, but even before Zion came, if you remember, they won like 9 of 11 games leading up to Zion. But the difference was Derek Favors came back for those 11 games.
And can I say this?
That's true.
I wasn't even trying to cut off.
Dang, y'all act like I watch the Pelicans game.
I wasn't trying to cut off.
And y'all acting like Lonzo ain't had games where he shoot 60% from the 3, then come back the next game and shoot 1 for 9 from 3.
I agree with you.
Well, I'm not agreeing with
Okay,
you.
But that average, that's why he's talking about his average. That's percentage.
That's what
that's
I'm
all
saying.
calculated.
He can't be up and down like that.
Yeah, but he talking
But
about
it's still calculated though, no panic.
Hold on, panic. Hold on.
The Warriors run a motion offense, so that's not the same thing as they setting up screens for certain people. They just running a lot of motions from
No,
because
No panic is right, but I'm saying to me he's right. But the way you alleviate that is if you play 6 games with Lonzo and he's taking 20 shots, 2 of those games he's going to score fewer than 10 points, and 4 of those games he's going to score over 22 points. But the way you alleviate that is when you run plays for him. And the other thing, as I said, is only Lonzo can fix, or his trainer. He got to learn to jump straight up and come straight down in the paint or near the paint. He's jumping into the defender.
What he can do.
How you talking though? You acting like Lonzo the first option, second option, or the third option on the team.
Well, that's my point. If you have the best 3-point shooter in the league and you're not prioritizing that skill set, then why do you even have him on your team?
So who you gonna take shots from?
Hold on, because they think he's a playmaker.
What are you talking about, Scott?
Yeah, they think he more than what he is.
Man,
well, what I observed was Lonzo would be open. There's only 2 players that Lonzo's ever played with that fed him the ball, especially when he was hot. That's Alex Caruso and that's LeBron James. What I saw in New Orleans is players looking them off. Now, I can't always blame them because I told you his layup game was trash. So they would look him off at the layup game. But a lot of times they were only Brandon Ingram, who I like. And I always thought if he got 15 more pounds, he could be the best player in the NBA. But that's another conversation. I've noticed he only passes the ball out of a double team or a triple team. He's not passing to get the guy open or take advantage of open guys. Derozan does the same thing.
Same thing.
Brandon Ingram, I don't know for what reason, but we talk about Luka Doncic. We talk about even like some of our favorite players. And we talk about some of the top young players in the league. And I don't know how the hell we forgetting about Brandon Ingram because Brandon Ingram is completely unguardable. I mean, we got to put Brandon Ingram in that conversation. Even with Zion.
From OKC.
I'm just saying.
That's one of the young. Listen, that's one of the.
He should have been an all-star this year too.
When it comes to Brandon Ingram, he's one of the young.
Did I hear Belize? Is that Belize?
Yeah. Belize is in the building. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the chat.
Yes. Belize, shout out to you, bro. I saw you on Ball Facts.
My boy.
Yes, he was holding it down. He was holding it down, bro. Belize. Yes, sir. I appreciate that, man.
Shout out to Zen too, man.
Shout out to Zen. Saw him as well.
Yeah.
I saw him over there well. Hey, listen, that production. Listen, Mike could be brewing something over there. I don't know, but that production unit, Ball Facts is in. Could be something nice.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Hey,
hold on. Y'all know I also have to shout out. You know it's only right that I shout out. Let's go, Rangers. We going to 7, baby.
Yes, sir.
7, baby.
What are you talking about, Rangers?
Hey,
what you talking about, Rangers? I'm lost, man.
Oh, okay.
What are you talking about?
You talking about hockey, not baseball.
Let's go, Rangers. Yes, sir.
Oh, I don't know. I'm down south. We don't got hockey teams down here. We don't do hockey.
Just update y'all real quick. You know, the Rangers been in a battle with the Carolina Hurricanes. We down. They never lost at home. Basically, long story short, we tied the series 3-3. We go into Game 7, which is going to be in Carolina. And like I said, they never lost a home game. And, you know, we love those New York stories. So we about to break that, give them their first loss at home, and we're going to move on to the next round.
Man, them boys don't be having no team name out in the hockey, man. I don't watch that, man.
Yo, hold on. Shout out to Keandre Miller and shout out to Reeves. Those are our 2, guys on that team. You feel me?
I didn't believe about shout out to GM.
Right.
Water boy. Nah.
Hey, but Rave, can I go after you, Rave?
Yeah, I got you.
Right.
Only reason
I love the Reed Jr.
I was not trying to cut off GD and Sky. I only cut him off because literally Sky made that shit up. Zoe on the Chicago Bulls. This is how I know he made it up. On the Pelicans and the Lakers, he shot a lot from the corner and the sides. If you look at the Bulls, Lonzo took his percentage of shots near the wings and top of the key this year. Okay, especially the deep ones that GD was talking about when he took some half-court shots too. Zoe was taking some. Yes, he is. You can look up his shot chart. He took more shots. He took more shots towards the wing and towards the. He took a couple corners, but he took it more towards the wings and the top of the key.
Man, the man played 35 games, man.
Okay, you keep living. You keep saying that. You keep saying that. Hold on. You keep saying that, Sky. But within those 35 games, he's still shown that He was one of the best 3-pointers in the game right there. He was going if he was still healthy, he's going to be in that 3-point competition, by the way. In that 35 games, he's still better than all your little point guards that's on your roster other than CJ. So you can be quiet. He's also in that 35 games shown that he is that point guard that can play both sides of the ball and play the high.
And hold on, and Ray, you missing
he's a quality guard. Let's not disrespect that.
You're missing a point. You missed the 1 point though. Also, in them 35 games, he showed that he would have made the all defense team this season. So let's keep those little things in mind. Let's keep those little things in mind. Like, he changed that whole organization. That within those 35 games, they even, like, the players, Derozan, Zach, they came out and said how much they needed Lonzo in the playoffs. So again, it's only 35 games. Yeah, I hear y'all, but you got to understand that he made a difference on that team. And I'm sorry that y'all Pelicans got that bad end of the stick because y'all chose the wrong coach. So y'all chose the wrong coach. That's why y'all didn't get the best out of Lonzo and Ingram and Zion. Like, that's on the coach. That's on the coach. That's why he was fired right after. That's why he was fired right after.
Hold on.
And I can agree with that because, like you said, that's why he was fired.
You feel me? So I heard y'all talking on the trade thing earlier, and y'all heard me in the chat, but I'm just gonna clarify for you guys again. That trade was they was ready to give up Anthony Davis for Zoe and Ingram but they wanted Kuzma. And we got to also keep in mind, remember, that's what broke up the Lakers and the whole team with the chemistry with them, and why they didn't even make the playoffs and all of that. Because when Lonzo and LeBron was playing together, they were playing great. But after LeBron came back and he wanted to trade the whole team, they didn't want to play with him no more. So the second half was downfall, and then they put Anthony Davis on the bench. So after they announced it that they got the number 1 pick, that's why they felt comfortable getting rid of Anthony Davis, and they just took the number 4th pick instead of Kuzma. And that's why Zoe and Kuzma was going beefing at each other, because it was like, Kuzma, you should have left too. But that's another story for another day.
And say also that the Pelicans was not going to let that trade go through if Zoe was not included.
That's a fact too.
Simple
fact.
And where you get that? And where is the backup to that fact?
Well, you could.
Bruh, like Jessica, the GM was talking about it.
Nah, but for real,
I can't hear everybody at one time. I just want to know so I can go look that up.
You can look that up all through ESPN or through anything.
I can't
look it up. And you gotta look it up back in that timeline, because the point of the factor was, right, before they even got the number 1 pick. The whole trade thing was they wanted Zoe and Ingram. That was them two together.
That's not true.
That is true.
No, that is true.
That is true.
No, listen.
That is true.
The season that they first been trying to trade for AD,
I'm trying to go.
The hang up on the trade was because they wanted Kuzma instead of Lonzo, and they've been adamant about just giving them Lonzo.
No, that's not true.
That's not true. That's not true.
That's definitely not true.
That's not true.
Hold on a second. This guy is muddying the water. It ain't no looking nothing though. You're muddying the water. This what happened. Hold on. They was never trying to trade Anthony Davis, right?
First of all,
the thing I'm talking about Dale Demps. That's what I'm talking about.
They didn't want to.
I'm not talking about Griffin. They did not want to trade him. They felt.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. My fault.
Well, you can say LeBron, but I'm going to say Magic. They thought Magic was trying to throw a monkey wrench in the chemistry of the team. Because if you listen to Dale Demps and what's his name?
I disagree with you,
Alvin
because
Gentry.
I feel like they didn't. I don't feel like Magic Johnson wanted to get rid of Lonzo at all. I don't think Magic Johnson.
That's not true. No, right. Magic said you can have everybody except LeBron. That's what he said out of his own mouth.
He tried to trade the whole team. He did.
Try to trade the whole team. So don't do that.
Trade the whole team. Yeah.
Try to trade the whole team.
Bad.
But what happened? So what happened was Dale Demps. Listen, hold on, man. Don't muddy the waters. Let's get some clarity. What happened was Dale Demps was very frustrated with Magic, and he would start leaking to the media about Magic trying to trade the whole team. That's where the leak came from. And then once they investigated and found that out, Dell Demps was fired. They got rid of him. So the thing of it was, he was trying to disrupt the Lakers' chemistry as he was trying to accuse Magic of tampering and disrupting the Pelicans' chemistry by trying to pull on Anthony Davis.
Well, see, my disagreement with that will be this, right? Because I think when Anthony Davis signed up with Rich Paul and LeBron really wanted Anthony Davis and Willie wanted him, I don't think, my personal opinion, I don't think Magic Johnson wanted to get rid of Lonzo on that team. I think he wanted to keep him. And because right after that, in my opinion, again, he Magic Johnson quit after they basically was going to trade him. Like,
no, that's not true. That's not true. That's not. Yeah, that's not true.
Neither what y'all say is a fact.
Dex, let me answer that one. Belize, I know where you're trying to come from, but you got it confused. And I'm gonna tell you why. When you said that he was not trying to give up he wasn't trying to trade Lonzo. He was trying to trade the entire team at first. Okay. The reason I think Magic was trying to find a way where Lonzo could stay, but they said no, we cannot allow that trade unless Lonzo is included. So that's why I can see why you're bringing up he was not trying to trade Lonzo, but he was. I remember, if I'm not mistaken, he initially said that they all can go.
Well, if it was,
that's exactly what he said, Ray. That's exactly what he said.
It was because of it was to make LeBron happy by getting Anthony Davis.
Right.
Magic is a corporate here because Magic promised the Laker fans. Listen to him. Magic promised the Lakers fans that in 3 years he's going to turn the franchise around and he's going to bring 2 max superstars. That's what he promised. Right. And he said, I already got one on the way and I'm working on the other. Now, some speculate that was Kawhi and Paul George. Others speculated it could have been LeBron and Anthony Davis.
And Belize, if you remember that game, LeBron was showing his ass off when they played the Pelicans.
Cleveland versus the Lakers. Cleveland versus the Lakers.
Yeah. No, not Cleveland. The Pelicans game. It was remember LeBron. It was the Lakers and the Pelicans. It was the year they wanted. He was like when everybody was expecting LeBron to go get Anthony Davis. It was near the ending where LeBron looked at Anthony Davis and hit like a half-court three. He kept going off. I don't know if you remember that game.
I thought you were talking about when he was talking to Lonzo in his ear.
Yeah, but I'm talking about when he was trying to impress Anthony Davis, though.
I mean,
overall, Magic is a corporate though. Magic's not innocent in this.
Overall, though, I just feel like the shame that Lonzo get, especially through his journey, goes a lot, in my opinion, toward the coaching, because a lot of the coaches, they didn't really believe in his offense and they didn't let him play to his liking, and that's what hindered him a lot, in my opinion. And
I think Alvin Gentry was going to allow Lonzo to be Lonzo, especially in the absence of Zion Williamson in the beginning of that season, because Zion Williamson got hurt in the preseason. And remember, the Pelicans didn't lose a game, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right, Sky? That preseason.
I remember them getting benched.
Yeah, I was going to get to that. So the Pelicans didn't lose a game that preseason, but they start off the season pretty rough. And Lonzo just didn't respond properly until he got benched. Then once he got off that bench and started revving up again, then Lonzo was averaging like 18-5 or something like that.
Yeah. So yeah, pretty much.
Hey, Dex Penn, I got something to say real quick.
Believes that the coaching. That here's the thing about coaching, because everybody didn't want to believe us. Where's Lonzo's coach? Other than the Chicago Bulls, where's those Lonzo's coaches now? They're all fired.
Yep. That don't mean that a lot of damn players.
They're all jobless and fired.
No.
Dan Van Gundy.
That means what?
Jeff Goldberg won a championship with LeBron, and where he at now?
Sir, look, Luke Walton is horrible. It has been notified that he is horrible. Gentry cannot find.
He got a what in Sacramento Kings?
And got fired.
They all got fired.
He still got another job after that.
Who? Talking about Gentry?
They fired, man. I don't know when No Panic is on tonight. All them coaches are fired. They are not employed in the NBA.
After Walton get fired from the Lakers, he going to the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah,
he
and
just
we
said,
and everybody knows why.
after they get
That
fired,
was white privilege. Come on, bro. Panic. Come on, stop doing this. Yeah, he was white privilege.
Fired is fired. If you got another job, you got another job. But fired is fired.
He got hired the next day.
Oh yeah, I mean, and I just say,
privilege, bro.
Vogel get fired. He won the whole championship.
See, no panic. See, this is where I have a problem with no panic, because 1 minute he accused Rave of not being technical with the sign and trade. Now he want to be untechnical with the word firing. The man got fired from the Lakers.
Thank you.
I ain't saying
he got fired.
Man, Ray, can you go? Because I really got to make a good point after
Bro,
this.
he only got a job because of white privilege.
Now he only got a job.
He got hired the next day.
He got another job. It don't matter. Every coach gets fired.
Come on, stop doing this. Panic. Is Luke Walton a good coach?
Yes, he's a good coach.
He got fired again.
Oh, stop it, Panic.
He got fired again.
You lying, bro. You're lying, Panic. You know
you. And you know what? It's going to be a long time before Luke Walton gets another job.
That don't mean he's going to be the best coach in the league.
Lying. You just said Luke Walton's a good coach. You're lying.
He is a good coach, Rave.
No, he's not. You're lying.
How did he get another coaching job after the Lakers?
He's not a good coach. 1,000, dog. Nobody like Luke Walton. Nobody.
You don't like him. I got my own opinion about him, Rave.
Nobody. Not just me. You're capping.
Ray, let me explain something to you. I don't care if 7,000 people come to me and say they don't like
Luke Walton, mother like him.
I like
Come
that,
on
bro.
now.
No panic. Luke Walton is only a good coach. He can only be a good coach when you have a well-oiled machine, where you don't have to do nothing but watch people and find out who's tired and who need to be subbed. That's it. As far as X's and O's,
what I seen.
He coached the Sacramento Kings to backwards. He coached them backwards. They fired him in the middle of a season. Is that a good coach? Come on, no panic. Stop it, man.
Listen, Dex, hold on. Let me say this real quick. The coach of the year in Toronto got fired after winning the fucking coach of the year. So when y'all be saying coaches ain't a good coach, it's not about the coaches all the time. Sometimes they can't put their own personnel in. If Lonzo can't shoot the ball, he can't face the floor. You can get fired because your offense can't take off.
Your takes is so bad right now, bro. Darren Fox said it.
No, I being real with it.
He said, Dex, remember Darren Fox said LeVar was right. That man,
yep, he sure did. He sure did say that.
In one season, Luke Walton went to that team. Darren Fox said, "I cannot take this, dog." He said LeVar was right. He was ridiculous.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
And then you gave
Did
Lonzo
Sacramento
Ball
make the playoffs this year?
a crumpy, shaky
No.
Van Gundy.
Okay, so what I'm saying?
How old is Van
That's
Gundy?
the personnel, right?
Don't Van Gundy got to take pills.
And now they're trying to give him, and listen, Ray, and now they're trying to give LaMelo Ball another old man.
Exactly. Give dudes an old.
She can't give LaMelo Ball somebody over 70 years
Y'all
old,
like to skip over
and they're cheering for it.
Y'all like to skip over other people's facts. Sacramento ain't in the playoffs.
Hey, Dex, can I go, Dex? Dex, can I go?
I'm sick of these old losers.
Dex, can I go?
Cycle losers.
Can I go?
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I got a little emotional. Me and Ray got a little emotional.
No, but I wanna make a point real fast. To add on to what is GD still in the chat? In the panel?
Yeah, he's still here. BMO.
Yeah,
I'm still here.
Right. And no panel will never admit this, but I just went back, right? Listen to what everything BMO just said, right? And just looked at Lonzo Ball's 33-point game. If you notice,
well, y'all love
when Lonzo Ball was cooking, the team was giving him open shots when he was open. Right? When Lonzo Ball was hit the 27 one, when he was wearing the Bulls jersey, they was giving him open shots.
Hey, Ray,
when they
Jr.,
knew he was
bringing
open.
up 20 and 30 point
No.
games, right? Like that's 50 points.
No, but no.
You now, like,
no panic. Stop. No panic. Stop. I let you speak, bro. I let you speak. No panic. I let you. Can I go? Can I go? I'm not even finished.
Fourth placer. I feel like
I'm not even finished. I'm not even finished though. Can I finish? Can I finish?
No, because you do the same thing Rave do.
He said no. No panic.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You be talking,
Okay.
man, Dex. You know
Okay.
how that jump
Fuck
go,
that nigga
man.
then. Okay. Fuck him then. I'm gonna keep speaking. And if you don't listen, fuck it. I'm just gonna keep talking.
with bad takes all day today. We all disagree.
Hey, but it's okay. No.
It
don't matter if 1,000 people disagree with somebody.
Okay, then so why do you keep talking as if your takes is correct?
Because Rave, you don't realize whenever you and Rave Jr. talk,
Dex, can I go, Rave? Rave, can I make this point, Rave?
I'm just saying you've been wrong every time. So
Rave, can I make this point,
Rave and
Rave?
No Panic lock horns, it's tough to pry them apart.
For real. So like I was trying to say. No. I'm trying to say. I can't.
We was talking and nobody agreed with his take. He act like his take is always correct and you was totally wrong.
Listen, it's just an opinion. It's not a take. Because let's say first.
Damn, can you let me finish before you say that shit, though?
Come on, bro.
Just my opinion.
Can I finish my point, Dex?
No, Rave Jr.
Hey, I'm not talking.
Hey, fuck it. I'm gonna keep doing. Fuck you. Hey, I'm gonna keep going. Fuck you, No Pain. I'm gonna still going. Listen if you want to. Now,
these kids are
Lonzo Ball. Hey, listen, Lonzo Ball.
Hey, we need all us need to meet
shot 33 points. Listen, Scott. Okay, No Panic. Since you want to keep talking this shit, explain to me why GD pulled up the facts. No. Explain to me why GD pulled up the facts. Explain to you that Lonzo Ball was one of the best 3-point shooters last year when he was on the New Orleans Pelicans. No, bitch. Explain to me.
I agree with
Explain to me.
Whoa, Marquez, chill.
No,
we can't. No. You can't justify that. You can't justify that. You can't call him man.
You know what? You're right. You know what? Right. You know what? Right. I shouldn't call him out his name.
That's all.
You know. I'm sorry. No Panic for calling out your name. I ain't gonna go there.
We need some decorum. Dex, could you moderate, please?
Please.
Okay, listen. Let Marquez go because he's dealing with a lot of trauma, and sometimes when we deal with the trauma, we don't know how to, circumvent it. So
that's why I said all of you to meet up in person and have this conversation.
All right. Okay.
I give it. He is Rave Jr. My bad.
Rave, go ahead, Marquez.
Let me go. Now I say this.
Oh shit.
33. Lonzo Ball scored 33 points, right?
Damn.
And again, if he's the best shooter, No Panic. Explain this to me. If he's the best shooter on your team, right, last season, and you're not building the offensive sets around him, how can you expect him to thrive if the team is not giving him the offensive sets to execute?
Well,
can you answer that question, No Panic?
30 games. And I'm not disagreeing.
You need to see him more in 30 games. The man had 33 points.
Let me answer your question truthfully, right?
In a week. He did that twice in 1 week.
The Bulls run the Horns offense. So they're not going to be running a bunch of screens for Lonzo and a bunch of motion or nothing like that. That's not the
But hold on.
They should be doing it. I'm not disagreeing. They should be doing that if he's the best 3-point shooter on the team. But I feel like when they run the Horns offense, Lonzo Ball spaces the floor for Derozan, who can shoot the 3-ball, but just not adept at doing it. And Lavine, who kind of erratic from a shooting, he spaces the floor for a lot of players. So I'm not saying that everything you're saying wrong or nothing like that. I just feel like when you talk, like you just be talking like.
I just be talking. Okay, so I'm gonna hit you with this point. If DeMar DeRozan is inconsistent when you put him in offensive sets, let me finish.
He shoot 50%, so I'm not going to let you finish by saying he's inconsistent.
50% is what? Half.
Yeah, that's
the floor. That's good. That's good. For a jump shot.
Red, get him, man. Hey, Red,
okay, I'm going to give him that. Can I make my point?
50% is good.
Yeah, you got to walk that one back right there.
Okay, fine. 50% is good. Can I make my point?
That's good. Continue.
Okay.
I mean, kind of invalidated, but go ahead.
I mean, okay, it kind of invalidated. Say the same nigga that sat around the whole time and sat here and said, I'm gonna leave it alone.
Hey,
no, I'm gonna leave it alone.
Okay.
No panic, no.
Marquise. All right, Marquise, take a breath.
Everybody seemed like they celebrated a little too early.
Listen, Marquise.
I'm just trying to make my point. It's aggravating.
Marquise.
I'm just trying to make my point.
Listen, Marquise, from my experience to yours.
What color dot you got on your Serato?
You gotta count the 10 and breathe.
It's a pink one, Dex. It's a pink one.
Take a deep breath, Marquise, and then continue to say your stuff.
Okay.
All right, trust me.
Shout out to
No
Rico.
Panic. I'm calm.
No, bro.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm gonna handle it. I'm gonna handle this. I'm good. Okay. No Panic. Even though you said blasphemy and bullcrap for the last hours, for the last 2 hours, it's fine.
You get to the
No,
point,
no, 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 no. I'm not
Marquise,
disrespecting him.
Marquise,
just
we
get
gotta
to
I'm
the
not
point.
disrespecting him.
Okay, Marquise, we gotta move on. Relax.
Yeah.
Come on, continue.
Wait a minute, Rave telling somebody to move on? Are you kidding?
Listen,
Hey,
listen. Listen.
That's gotta be bad. That's gotta be bad. If Rave telling you to move on, that's gotta be awful.
You know what?
That's
Let's
gotta be
move on.
awful.
You know what? You're right. Hey, Dex, you know what? Right. Move on. No, I'm done. Move
Nothing
on.
to see here. Nothing to see here.
No. Move on. You're right, Ray. There's nothing to see here. I know one thing. If he say one more trash pick on this panel, I'm finna go off.
Hold on, Marquise. Listen, Marquise
Go ahead.
is my guy, but just I've noticed he's kind of doing something. I've kind of been getting a lot better at. I haven't been calling people out of their name in a while, and he's a little crazy. All right, he's doing what I've been doing, and he's even showing some of the things that I've done that I'm going to continue to try to do better at. So, and especially he did the same shit that I did the pen a while back. So. I'm just telling him now.
Yeah.
Just relax,
Don't
let's
get
move
loud.
on.
Just get a better argument.
He wilding.
I'd like to reiterate
Right.
something.
I should have never.
if
I should
may.
have never said the B word.
Relax. We're trying to jump into the. Okay,
Yeah, I'd like to reiterate something, if I may. I'm not saying
Go ahead.
Lonzo's the best three-point shooter in Chicago. I'm saying he's the best three-point shooter out of 450 players in the entire
No, you can say
NBA.
Chicago. You say
Oh
Chicago.
yeah, I agree with that.
You say
Right.
Chicago.
But it's one other thing I heard you guys talking about the other
I
night,
agree with that.
and I just was hoping somebody can give me clarification on it. You were talking about LaMelo and his eligibility to become a free agent. My understanding is on a rookie contract, your fourth year, if you don't opt into the fifth year, you can operate that summer as an unrestricted free agent. But if you opt into the fifth year, then the summer after your fifth year, you're actually an unrestricted free agent.
Right.
Most players don't do it because they take the guaranteed money. But he does have the option to just simply opt into that fifth year and say, see ya.
Does anyone know how much
Which is
rookie
rare. Which is
max
rare.
exactly? That's why I was bringing it up. But does anyone know how much a rookie max extension is at this point? Because if he opts in, I believe that's what, like 8, 9, maybe 12 mil tops. But if he signs that
you talking about without making like an all NBA team?
Yeah, it's probably around 12 mil for that fifth year. But even if he requests a trade and does a sign and trade the way Lonzo just did with his, that's about $35 million. So if he doesn't have to play that last season, he could just tell him, yo, y'all gonna trade me anyways at that point, because that's really what it comes down to. They're not gonna let LaMelo walk on a fifth season if he doesn't sign that contract. They're gonna trade him. So either you come to terms, you come to an agreement after year 4 where you do a sign and trade, or you trade him before that, because they're not letting him walk year 5. If he opts out of his contract. No, that's what I'm saying. If he opts out of his contract and says, yo, I'm not re-signing, I'm just going to play year 5, they're trading him. I don't know what owner, what general manager, it doesn't matter. They're going to trade him.
Hey, JD, I got a question. I got to tell you, okay, JD, how long have you been watching Fight Sports TV? Is this your first time just everything experience?
No, man. I've been listening to you guys for quite some time. I just wasn't really...
So this isn't like just some random stream that just be talking about the bar, but it's like we actually had LeVar Ball here on an interview. Yeah, a lot of important guys like Bone Collectors, Train Leangelo, and all that. You seen that before already?
Yes, man. I've been rocking with Lonzo since since the Kentucky game. Quite frankly, yeah.
All good. All right,
What's the Kentucky game?
Glad to have you, GD.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. The second Kentucky game, and I started watching the narrative form from there, and the ups and downs of the guys, and even in Lithuania, people don't know that actually Jello was the leading scorer in that league coming off the bench.
Sure did. Dropped the 70 bomb too.
I'm talking about in the official LKL games.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Shout out to Ball Facts. Shout out to Ball Facts.
That's
research.
one thing I'll say. And Lithuania, they did get a bad hand dealt to them. I'll give them that. Because they ain't been trying to play them in regular games. They've been cutting their minutes, subbing them in and out and all that. So I will say that they did get a bad shake on that.
Finally.
Well, what took me off...
I a Ball family fan. I just being realistic about my views of them.
Well, what tipped me off to LaMelo in Charlotte?
My bad. Go ahead. Get your
No, what tipped me off to LaMelo in Charlotte? Everyone remembers the game when he became the youngest player to get a triple-double. What they forget is the game before that, he was either 1 assist or 1 rebound from getting a triple-double. I can't remember which one, but it's 7 to 8 minutes left in the game, and the coach sat him down. And that was the clue to me that said, okay, am I still here?
Yeah, you good.
Yeah, you can hear.
My phone, the screen. That was the clue to me that said, hey, wait a minute, something's up with this. No other organization would do that. And that's when I began to watch through that lens. So that's why I said I get frustrated with Lonzo like a lot of people do. But I've just accept the fact that if he plays 5 games, 2 of them, I'm going to get 6 points.
Right.
But 3 of them, I might get 20. But 2 of them, I'm going to get 6. And I think, as I said, the issue is his layup game. And I don't know how you fix that at this stage of his career. That's usually something people develop junior high, high school, that sort of thing. But the mid-range game, if someone can get this to him, man, learn to jump straight up and straight down. I don't know if you've ever watched it, but when he jumps straight up and straight down, he's dropping about 65%. It's the other shot that is only like 15%.
I was actually trying to tell Panic that as well.
No, hold up. Don't do that.
Calm down.
Everything he just said about Lonzo getting layup wise and everything. I ain't been saying that.
This is why Raven's so frustrated.
I ain't been saying all this to you. And y'all been killing me for that.
Trust me, Pat. Calm down, Panic. Trust me.
Oh, I'm about to say I ain't been saying everything he said about his layup game and his mid-range. I ain't been saying that.
This wasn't against you at all.
Don't come at me like, oh yeah,
just let him finish.
I swear to God, this wasn't against you. I was going to say, Panic brought that up to me as well, and he told me that, and also I was going to agree on that he has to consistently continue to do it because she's shown signs that he can go ahead and take mid-range shots, and especially when they give him those mid-range shots. That's all I was going to say because me and Panic had a conversation about it, and he actually put a little sense into me like he's got to continue to take more mid-range shots because he can actually take them. When I seen Lonzo pull up in mid-range, I'm talking all net, and I'm talking, wet as butter. So that's why I was not about to go
wet as butter.
I was not about to do that.
Leave it alone. Leave it alone, Dex. I thought he was gonna say wet like water because that makes more sense. But go ahead.
Cash nasty, wet like water.
Wet like water, right? That makes more sense. I don't know about the wet on butter, but go ahead. Continue.
I don't know about that cash nasty. I don't know about that.
Lonzo got a good top of the key game too, though. He do. He just don't use it.
Lonzo's role has been defined already in the current NBA. We just need to pair him with more people who pass the ball. That's really the issue with him.
Thank you, Rico.
There's nothing really wrong with what he does inherently. I've told the panel this a million times. The NBA and today's NBA thoroughly believes that if you're the best scorer on a basketball team, that means you need to have the ball in your hands all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't. You can look at every single NBA team, whether it be Devin Booker, whether it be Giannis, Kawhi, whether it be Luka. It doesn't matter. Varying passing abilities. They don't all have to be amazing passers, but if they have the ball in their hands all the time, they're gonna technically run point guard. This 1990s style of basketball play that we all want to see, where this point guard is going to run everything and he's going to delegate. That's not the modern NBA.
It don't work no more.
No, it don't. And honestly, it's never worked. If you go and you look at your history, it's never worked. The only point guard to won championships that way was, I believe, Magic. Isaiah Thomas all the way back when.
That's true.
That's how it really worked.
Because the moment the Jazz was starting them alone, they never won a chip.
Exactly. Are we going to forget about Magic?
No, wait. No, because we're not forgetting about Magic. But I'm talking about the normal point guards. Magic is an anomaly. He even played center that series you're talking about. So he played everything. But the only
you're right.
You're right about that. The only normal point guards who won championships playing the style that we all want Lonzo to play was Isaiah Thomas way back when.
Yeah,
whether it be Chris Paul,
I agree with you on that.
Whether it be Chris Paul, Steve Nash, Jason Kidd, none of these point guards won championships like that in their prime. It actually takes a point guard like Stephen Curry these shooting point guards to do what they do. So right now, what Lonzo has done, and I don't want this is maybe disrespectful of a name to you guys, but Lonzo Ball has pretty much turned himself into a million times better version of Mario Chalmers.
Oh fuck!
They gonna kill. Hey, Rico, they gonna kill you.
I know they are, but listen, that's his
That
role
hurt
on
my
the
soul,
team.
Rico.
No, listen, he plays off ball to a dominant ball handler. He creates space. When that dominant ball handler gets off the court, he can run the offense with the people who are less talented. But Mario Chalmers was never going to take the ball out of LeBron James' hands. Let's be honest about that.
No, because that was never part of Mario Chalmers' game.
Exactly. Now, the way the coach has this set up,
ain't gonna get killed for that.
Lonzo Ball is never going to take the ball out of DeMar DeRozan's hands.
Yeah,
No, he just need to make his shot when he needs to.
Yeah, exactly. But
You know what? We're not gonna kill Rico for that because it's too late.
Nah.
We done already spent our energy on Sky and no panic. So Rico slide in late night when the energy is low. So
I actually agree with Rico right there. That makes a lot more sense.
But
I agree with Rico.
That's not an indictment on Lonzo Ball. That's what I'm trying to say. The problem is really the fact
Y'all act
that
like Mario
DeMar
Chalmers was
DeRozan
trash
doesn't
though,
pass
but
the
Mario
ball.
got his buckets.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is DeMar DeRozan is the problem. He doesn't pass enough to utilize Lonzo Ball. Like Homeboy said, he's not saying he's the best shooter in the league, but I myself was saying Lonzo Ball is top 5. And if I thoroughly believe Lonzo Ball is a top 5 shooter in the NBA,
I need to give Lonzo Ball the ball more.
from 3. He definitely needs to move around all ball. I've said this to y'all plenty of times. We watch Seth Curry and the way he plays. Seth, not Steph. Seth. He runs around screens. He doesn't just stand still. Why can't Lonzo Ball play like Seth Curry? I've said this a million times. Why can't the coach give him something similar?
Now, okay.
Man,
like it doesn't make sense how you don't.
Lonzo would easily drop 30 if they let him play like Steph.
And I
Seth.
just want to address Sky. I want to address Sky as something he said. He said that Lonzo Ball is making $20 million a year. This is number 2 money. That is not a factual statement. It's not. It's actually far as hell from it. Today's NBA number 2s are actually making max contracts. That's around $30 to $35 million a year. If you want to go look it up, you can go look at any number 2
Duncan
option.
Robinson makes about the same money.
Exactly. Whether it be what's his name, the number 2 on Milwaukee is Chris Middleton. He's on a max contract. The number 2 on 76ers is James Harden. If you want to say before James Harden, it was Tobias Harris. He's making a max contract at $35 million. Chris Paul, nearly $40 million, I believe, as a number 2 to Devin Booker. Like Anthony Davis, a number 2 to LeBron, he's on a max contract making $35 million. No, $20 million is not overpaid for a number 2. You think a number 2 is supposed to make 20 mil. Maybe if that's what you want to say, cool. But $20 million nowadays is like a number 4 option.
That's true. I wanted to say, hold on, because I wanted to change that narrative, bro. I mean, even what Rico just said, I wasn't even gonna jump on that because that's factual. I'm watching the Bulls. We said it all season. We wanted DeMar to play with Lonzo's skill set, and DeMar himself said, "I'm going to be playing with Lonzo's skill set," and they did the total opposite. The beginning of the season, they came in the the preseason and the first 3 games, they was playing well. Everybody's passing the ball, playing defense. Lonzo Ball was passing it. He was dribbling up, giving it to DeMar mid-range. Zach hit 3. So it looked good, but then they just changed the flow of what they do, and it was just total opposite of what they've been saying all year. So I would never jump on that. And anytime we talk on Lonzo, if it's facts. If it's facts, I ain't gonna jump on you about it. I might say something, but I ain't gonna jump on you about it because, like some people try to bring up Lonzo's injury. I might not like it, but I can't really jump on that.
What? What's up?
Well, let me ask you this, Red.
I'm only gonna jump on it when you be capping. If anybody capping,
let me ask you this. I've been saying this for almost for like 6-7 months now. Am I wrong for saying Lonzo Ball is a high-level role player?
Yes.
Yeah, you're wrong about that.
Yes.
How?
Oh, define a high-level role player?
Right.
A high-level role player to me is somebody who you play a role when all the stars in and everything like that. But once them stars go out and it's on you, you can give a lot more. You can give a lot more than what you actually give in your role position. But you
you ain't coming and dropping 30 a game and nothing like that, but you can give a lot more than what, like, I wouldn't call Jalen Brunson a high level role player because what he do with the Mavericks or whatever, he give you buckets or whatever. But with Lonzo is, like I say, he give you elite defense. He spaced the floor for you. And on occasions, he makes smart plays, smart instinctive plays or whatnot. But at the same
In
time,
occasion, he always. When does he not make smart plays? It's either he has the ball and he makes a smart play, or he doesn't have the ball.
That's why I'm saying that's the reason why I say occasionally, because he don't have a high usage rate. He don't just go and get the ball sometime, or like how you say with Seth. Like, I understand the offense they run, he can't really run around like a Seth do or whatnot. But it be times where like he'll kind of drift off into the corner, and it's like, well, Lonzo, you kind of come up to get the ball or move into a better position for catch and shoot.
He does that. He
not all
whenever
the time.
Demar
Sometimes he kind of
no panic. Whenever Demar starts his move in the mid range, you always see Lonzo Ball cut up to the hash pretty much. And another thing that you guys were wrong about talking about, he stands in the corner. No, the majority of shots come from the hash. He's that above the break 3-point shooter. Wait, no panic. What I'm telling you is what you're criticizing him and telling him that he doesn't do, he actually does. You just don't see it because DeMar keeps on forcing up horrible shots. Now, if DeMar was passing him the ball, the way he comes up to the top of the key to get the ball, and then he just did nothing with it, and he gave it to like Io or Zach Lavine, then okay, I could completely agree with what you're saying. But I cannot bash Lonzo or say that he's not doing something when I'm watching him put the effort to do it, right? Like if I pay a mechanic to fix my car and I give him the money and I'm watching him fix my car, I can't tell him he's not doing shit to help my car. I'm watching you try to fix my car. And it's the same thing. Lonzo Ball is coming up to try to take pressure off of DeMar DeRozan. He just doesn't have the IQ to pass the ball.
Bro,
that's not Lonzo's fault.
Hold up one sec. There was one time where DeMar even looked at Lonzo and said, "No, that's my bad," because Lonzo was ready right there on that wing shot at hash, and DeMar was literally getting double teamed, about to do something hella stupid. He turned around like, "Oh shit, Lonzo's wide open right behind me." He's like, "I got you, my bad." And he looked good. That time was running out. He saved DeMar's ass right there. So I mean, that happens, bro.
I mean, what y'all explaining ain't pretty much. I mean, I ain't really telling me somebody else has something to say now.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a question. Do you think Klay Thompson is a role player?
I was gonna ask him Draymond, but
no, let's go Klay Thompson.
The reason why Draymond ain't a role player because
no, I'm asking about Klay Thompson.
No, I get Klay Thompson. And Klay Thompson is a focal point of that. Like, you can't have that. The motion offense don't work if Klay Thompson can't be aggressive. When he get off them screens, he get in the corner where he get the ball at, like, you notice sometime where on a defensive rebound, even on a rebound, even the other team hit the shot, he'll come down court and already be having a route he about to run, and he'll come and get the ball and shoot. Like, I don't think he a role player because of the offense they run. But if you telling me like, oh, Klay just gonna be catching, shooting, like he's gonna stand in one spot, stay in a certain area and catch and shoot, I'll call him a role player, but I knew he'd do a lot more than that.
But you said something key. You said, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, my bad, GD.
You said something key. You said when he comes off screens. And I said at the beginning, there's only two guards in the entire NBA that I see they don't set screens for. That's LaMelo Ball and Lonzo Ball. You can speculate as to why. But Klay Thompson, who's considered one of the best three-point shooters ever, he went on like an 8-year run where he averaged over 40% from three. His best year was 43.9% and 44%. I'm saying Lonzo this year averaged 42.3%, but if you take away the throwaway shots, he's averaging closer to 47%. He also rebounds. He also plays defense.
That you're giving me.
So I think LeVar made one error. He compared Lonzo to Steph. To me, he's really more like Klay with the ability to pass. Because, see, Steph can score his threes and shoot off the dribble. That's not – Steph, to me, is still the best. Him and Dame are the two best three-point shooters, and I guess Bird, the three best three-point shooters off the dribble I've ever seen, right? But in terms of his skill set and what he does, to me, he looks more like a Klay Thompson, but he can play make for others.
But if
Think
you look
about
at Clay can actually penetrate.
But the difference is Golden State runs screens for Clay to get him open because they recognize he's a good shooter. And for some reason, Lonzo
goes
can't
to
get a
why
coach to do the same
about
thing.
But their offense is a motion offense. Everything is always moving at all day, every second somebody moving. When it comes to the Bulls offense, they run a horns offense, meaning that it'll be a bunch of high pick and rolls, and Lonzo got to be the man who's spacing out the floor for them. That's why I don't knock him too much for being just standing around. But at the same time, when y'all say things like, "Oh yeah, well, making Lonzo go in the corner," or "Well, Lonzo could have get a lot more shots," sometimes that's on Lonzo for not being more aggressive on the ball or going to the ball or getting the ball. Like,
I agree with you on that, but I think, as I said, what hinders him is he don't have the layup game.
Yeah, and that will prohibit him from being more aggressive.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
If I know I can't shoot free throws like that, I probably will take the ball in the hole. I don't want to get fouled. I don't want to get fouled with none.
Okay, Panic, I agree with you. He needs a layup game. That's facts. I'm noticing you're saying a lot of old media takes. For starters, he doesn't have this little corner shit. He didn't do that with the Bulls this year. He did not do that. I don't know why he keeps saying that. That this year the Bulls.
Listen, when I say corner, when I talk about the corner and what Sky talking about the corner, what Sky talking about is he just sit in the corner, like the very corner on the short end of the corner.
That's not true. He didn't do that with the Bulls.
What I'm talking about.
Are you hold on, wait a minute. Okay. I'm trying to hold on.
Instead of saying that's not true, just pull up the stat so we don't have to argue about it.
That's what I'm trying to understand with Panic. He didn't do that.
I pulled up this stat like 10 times already. They don't want to listen.
Let me finish.
No, I just said he didn't play like that against with the Bulls.
But Rave, let me finish. You ain't hearing what I'm saying.
Yes, I did. You just said.
Rah, let me finish.
Okay.
When Sky says he goes sit in the corner, Sky talking about he don't want to do nothing else but sit in the short corner and shoot because it's an easier shot from the corner. Well, not easier, but it's the shortest shot from the corner three.
Okay.
What I'm saying is not so much the corner, even though in the wings, it's like every times where it's like, Alonzo, you got to kind of like shift over and get a little more space.
He does.
But no, listen. But sometimes he don't do it. Maybe not. I'm not saying because he can't do it. What I'm saying is he understands he don't got an ability to drive. And he don't get played loosely. He get played tight. So sometimes that's why you always see him when he catch the ball, he got a quick release. So he shoot a lot of shots off the catch. But it be sometimes when it's like Lonzo like pump fake and go or something, but he don't do that because of the simple fact that he don't got a drive game or a mid-range game. So when I talk about being more aggressive on the ball, that's what I'm talking about. Sky talking about something totally different. So when you telling me about
how about his teammates just pass him the ball when he's open? How about that? Let's start with that aggressiveness.
Right. That's
how about when he's open, you just hit him?
No, I'm not disagreeing with that point at all. All I'm saying is it's times where it's like you can kind of put yourself in position to where it's like, okay, boom, I'm gonna come a little closer. I got a defender on me. If he's seeing DeRozan with the ball, it's like right here, I got it, so you can take it instead of every time I pass you the ball, it's like a contested three. I understand he can shoot, but he's like, damn, pump fake can go sometime. That way you wouldn't have games where you're going 1 for 8 from 3.
Well, okay,
be more aggressive on the ball. That's all I'm saying.
No,
I'm not knocking him for shooting shots. I just saying be more aggressive on the ball.
Okay, the only reason I'm disagreeing with you
is times where he can cut to the basket. This man ain't paying attention, but he's right up in the
we got that part.
Don't do it.
We got that part. We got it that he needs to work on the layup.
So there's no disagreement.
Right? We got that part. That's not where I've been trying to disagree with you. I'm not trying to disagree with you. After that 3, yes, he needs to take more mid-range shots, which I feel he has a very smooth mid-range shot because when he releases it off the hand, hopefully he could take more mid-ranges next season. And yes, we have already said that. The dude just said he needs a layup. He needs a layup game. I seen Lonzo's layup, and it ain't the greatest. I agree. That's not where I'm trying to cut your argument or try to disagree with it. Only reason I was disagreeing with you is because you was bringing up things that a lot of people said about Lonzo last year and in his formats of what he did, all that standing, not want to move any move act involved. This year he took a lot of shots. Now, we're talking about consistently a lot of shots near the wings and top of the key. He was barely in the corner. and he was in the corner for maybe 1 or 2 shots, but we're talking about consistently and most of the time. And he was acting evolved. Me and Rico expressed that he literally runs and moves like waiting for the guy to like pass me. I just moved for the different guy. The left side is contested, so let me go to the other side. We watched Lonzo rotate and go to the other side. They just did not pass it. He's moving
So
and acting. That's why I feel like he's aggressive. He is aggressive in considering that the 3-point line. But yeah, he's not aggressive in the driving or mid range. But
That's what I'm
he's
saying.
aggressive in the 3-point. He's active and he's moving around. You get what I'm saying?
Yo, Ray, remember during the
I
season
never
where I
say he
started?
don't do that.
1 second, no panic. Remember during the season where I started pretty much petitioning for Lonzo to get up 10 threes a game?
Yeah, that's where I got mad at you. Yeah, I remember. I got
Yeah,
mad at you.
and that's what I was noticing. I was noting that he was one of the elite shooters, and even if he doesn't want to drive, and I understand it'll make his game better, but he could still be effective taking about 10 threes a game. And that's what I was trying to get through to everybody. He's open for a lot of these threes. He's getting open, and they're not passing him the ball. But he needs, like I said, he needs to get up those 10 threes, and then once teams start overplaying him, then he could use his quickness to get to the rim, where layup package don't even matter.
Rico, so whose fault is that he's not getting the ball?
Like I said, is Demar, and I don't want to put a name
Should he
on
clap?
it.
Yeah, should he
Is
clap?
Demar, is Billy Donovan, to some extent is Zach, but Zach is also playing off ball to Demar, so he needs to be as aggressive as he can, but to the main is probably Demar and Billy Donovan. They're not putting him in a position to succeed because they're prioritizing Demar in his MVP case.
Right, and that's
That
why
meant
Zach
nothing in
could be
the
on
end.
his way out. Yeah, exactly.
Yep, that meant nothing in the end. Like I was saying it, like I said it would.
That's true.
All of that.
You
that MVP
you was on
and
that. Nico was on that. Yes, you guys was definitely right. Big
And
time.
what I said
And
about
somebody else
Lonzo
was on
Ball-
that. I can't think who else was on that.
That's the reason I said earlier. If you know,
Lakers in 4. Yeah, Lakers in 4.
I think KNT.
If
KNT
a player know
Yeah,
I got a
KNT.
nice
Yep,
jumper,
KNT.
they gonna stay up on me. But if
Whatever
they
happened
know
to
I got
Lakers
the
in 4?
ability to go to the basket, they gonna sag off a little bit. That kind of helped me get more open shots from the 3. If a defensive player just sitting there like, well, he can shoot the 3 ball, but he also got the propensity to take him to the basket. So I can play tight defense on him. And I ain't saying they do pass him the ball down like that. I understand. I watch the games too. I know they don't give him the ball sometimes, even when he's wide open. But that's just basketball. At the end of the day, Lonzo can do a lot more than what he's doing. Like you can't, like who fault is that if you if like they say closed mouth don't get fed? So why you ain't fussing at Derozan on the bench saying, bro, I open. You did it.
Right, clap your hands, right? Like DeRozan be doing. DeRozan be clapping his hands. He needs to clap his hands, right?
Like more than clap, like go to the bench and be like, man, listen, I open. What you doing? What you looking at? Be more aggressive in your personality. I know that in his personality, but be more aggressive. Like just out there, like don't just stand there and be like, he missed me again. Jeez. Let me try to get the offensive rebound in case he missed. Like, that's not going to help nobody on the team at the end of the day. Even though he is a marksman, he top 5 in the NBA. I've been saying he's an elite 3-point shooter. He's an elite defensive player, and he can play make. He's smart. Like he can whether it's an inbound and full court pass.
Okay, but why are you
whatever,
wait? Why are you?
Your game
Why are you
gotta
saying
evolve before anybody can sit here and say you anything more than a high level role player?
But why are you expecting so much from him if the team's not doing it?
Hold on, Marquise.
No,
why
but
do
you
you keep saying?
That's like
hold on. Why do you keep? I keep getting confused because I keep getting confused. Why do you keep saying he just sits there and goes, "Oh, damn"? That's not true.
Because
you
know why? Because
shoots,
no, he's
trying to get the rebound. He's trying to get the steal.
And we playing on a park right now, right? And it's me, you, and 2 other guys. We playing a 4-on-4. And I open every shot down. I'm like, and I ain't saying nothing, but y'all keep missing me, but I wide open. They leaving me, but I don't say nothing. That's a detriment to me and the team. Can I blame y'all for not seeing me? Or should I blame myself for not saying, hey, damn, like, I be open down here. Y'all got to pass me the ball now. I be open. I got to say something too.
Yeah, it's
I can't just sit there and let somebody spoon thing. Like,
but
yeah,
I understand. No panic. You're right. You're right. But listen, no panic. Right? Okay, there we go. Because when you go to film study, if they're going to film study, I don't believe everybody go to film study.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So if they go to film study, that should be something that's pointed out, and that's where your IQ come in at. And this is why we talk about IQ.
Yeah.
But see, and that's the between an alpha personality and a beta personality.
But it doesn't matter when it comes to IQ.
That doesn't matter when it comes to
it doesn't matter.
IQ.
No, but listen, if I on a team with DeRozan and I wide open all the time and I shoot top 5 in the NBA from 3 and I wide open all the time, first of all, I'm gonna be mad because I know I can go from 13 points a game to maybe 20 points a game if I get in 3 or 4 shots you miss with me. So at the end of the day, you can't just sit there and be like, well, if he don't see me, then it's like we gotta just trust that he the man on the team. That's a
but no panic
mindset.
But no panic. It's not if he's telling. You don't know what Lonzo's doing. If Lonzo goes out and tells him, I quote this, Lonzo say, "Hey man, I'm open. Hand me the ball. Hand me the ball. Hand me the ball." And DeMar DeRozan still goes and makes a mid range on 2 people, contested, and doesn't see Lonzo. That's bad IQ on DeMar DeRozan. How many times Lonzo got to tell you?
What happened? Say that again. Hello?
Mark,
can you hear me?
Yeah,
now we can.
Yes.
Yeah,
I was saying I was trying to say that you can't expect if Lonzo, even if Lonzo is still telling everybody, is still telling DeMar, I'm open. I'm open. I'm open. I'm open. DeMar still got to have enough IQ to look and see that Lonzo's a wide open man and trust in Lonzo Ball enough to make the shot.
But you see,
that's an IQ situation.
No, it's cool, but I'm not saying it's 100% Lonzo's fault. All I'm saying is he's not doing that. You can tell he's not doing that because even the coach would be like, you know what, DeMar, like games that DeMar had a bad shooting game or whatnot, right? You don't think that's something that the coach would have been say to DeMar or Lavine would have been speak out with, or if you the person who ain't getting the shot, who getting the passes, would have been speak out about? Like you don't see him.
But you
histrionics, none of this extra junk to be like at the end of certain plays when a player be talking to the other player and he look like, oh, you're trying to tell him an opener. You don't never see Lonzo doing that. And like I said, the whole thing can be shared responsibility on that. I'm not saying it's 100% Lonzo. It can be like 35% Lonzo. All I'm saying is you stole.
It's really more like 20% Lonzo.
It could be
in my
35,
opinion.
35, and 30. Whoever you want to give it a 32, cool. But you still got to speak up as a player. Cause think about it.
But if he speaks up as a player, if he speaks up as a player, okay.
Shots a game, and he up from 14 to maybe 19 last season. You don't think he would have been offered more than 85 million?
Right. But also, no panic. You have to understand. If I'm as a player, I don't have to. Me personally, not gonna say nothing. I'm not gonna put myself personally into it because then you're gonna say, "Oh, my point don't count." So I'm not gonna even say that. Even if Lonzo is telling them I'm open, even if Lonzo goes out and is telling you that he's open, if a person got bad basketball IQ, it doesn't matter how many times Lonzo say it. It doesn't matter how many times the coaches say it. If you're a bad IQ player, you're just a bad IQ player.
And
what are you not understanding?
Yeah, because you're not gonna learn that overnight.
You can't teach basketball IQ overnight.
All I'm saying is, and anybody want to say I'm wrong. How much people on this panel down see Lonzo Ball angry at another player, or not even angry, just approach another player to be like,
I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen it. Are you there, no panic?
Yeah, I know you saying you seen it, but I ain't trying to wait for everybody else to chime in so I can feel there's an overwhelming amount of people that have seen it, so I can start going back and look at some type of tape. Because I've never seen Lonzo Ball out of his mind about something that went wrong on the play. I don't see him.
That's not true. Lonzo has shown emotion on the court since he was with the Lakers. Stop that.
Hold on,
that's not Lonzo Ball. Has been you try to say that Lonzo Ball is not like a rah hoorah type of attitude type of person. That's just not what he is personality wise. But I'm telling you, I've seen it in the game.
It's a 30, 35. No matter how much you want to split the blame up.
No, it's 20%.
Even if you want, bro, you can say 5%. I just know Lonzo needs to speak up more.
But okay, and if Lonzo speaks up, fine.
If that's not his personality, If that's not his personality, you know what I'm saying? You can't make a duck bark.
I know,
Right.
I know.
And also, if Lonzo does decide to go out there, right? No panic, just by using the logic and going out there and saying, I need the ball more, right? Do you know how fast? Hold on. Do you know how fast? Do you know how fast you can turn to a team cancer that way?
No, wait up, Marquez. I want to address something because we no panic, no panic. We're coming at it from the aspect where Lonzo Ball isn't given a big enough role on the team,
right?
And he's not expressing it correctly,
right?
And the flip side to that is he's not the only one either. There's a report that just came out of Chicago where even Zach Lavine is mad that he doesn't have a big enough role on the Chicago Bulls, and he's supposed to be their franchise player. So this is not a one person problem here.
It's a
we know
team
who the
problem.
Is. We know
DeMar's
who
the problem.
Is.
Listen,
DeMar's the problem.
The franchise player has not committed to the team yet, or it's up in the air. Even though I believe he will resign, maybe. But
he's not going to resign as long as DeMar is there. He's going.
That the franchise player doesn't have a big enough role on the Chicago Bulls.
He's gone, bro. He's gone.
No, listen, Rico, I understand that, and I don't even disagree with you. All I saying is, when I look at Lonzo on the court, them plays when he be wide open, because I see him too. When he be wide open and he don't get the ball past to him, you still gotta say something right there in the net of DeMar. DeMar, I've been right, y'all. But if DeMar,
bro, he gonna be talking to DeMar all game.
He shouldn't have to.
He will be talking to DeMar 20 times a night.
And that's what.
Hey, no, Rico.
Listen,
Rico, no, I shouldn't have to.
My personality, and that's why I look at it from a different aspect as y'all. My personality, no matter why yet, like if I go work at a job, I negotiate in my pay before I even start. I don't care what it is. I'm speaking up for myself. I'm not about to let nobody just do something, and I know it's like, damn, what about? It's not gonna be. I hope they see me, or I hope they be nice enough to be like, hey, I'm not like that. So when my mindset, when I look at Lonzo, I understand that in his personality, but you still gotta be the man and be like, listen, I've been open just now. I understand you hit the shot, but next run down and you see it like that, be on the lookout for me over here. We don't see Lonzo doing that. So he got to get some type of blame too. It don't got to be 50%. It could be 5%.
Okay. So explain to me how come.
I know the rules that got bad IQ.
Oh, no,
that's fine. Oh, no. Rico, I got it, Rico. I got it, Rico. I got an example. I got it, Rico. I got an example.
He still be missing Zach, and Zach still talking.
Right. Hold on. No panic. Right. Let's not use Lonzo as a part of this example. Right. Say that I have De'Aaron Fox. Right. Buddy Hield. Right. And Marvin Bagley. Right. Just think about this. If I'm De'Aaron Fox, I just say, let's just say, God forbid, De'Aaron Fox goes down the court, he dribbles, he makes he shoots a mid-range over two people, right? He doesn't see Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield comes over to him and says, "Hey man, I'm open," right? Right? No panic. Are you following with this with this example, right?
I follow you.
However, Marvin Bagley is the big man. If Marvin Bagley last couple of games, right, has been in the mid-range cooking, right? Why in the freak should Marvin Bagley have to go up to De'Aaron Fox and say, "Hey, bro, I'm open. If you've been seeing me cook the last possessions in the paint on the paint, don't make a stupid mid-range shot on two people."
Marquez, I'm not.
Is that not bad IQ? No panic.
Hold up, because I think what it keep happening with this back and forth right now is y'all assume that I'm just saying it's all Lonzo. What I'm saying is, yes, DeRozan should have more IQ than that, especially at his age, to get the ball open to the open shooter.
So where is Lonzo getting the 30% fault in this?
Because
I only think realistically, I think Zach and Lonzo only gets 5% of the problem.
That's
And
what
what
I'm
I'm saying,
saying.
okay, listen, hold on. What I'm trying to tell you is we can only look at basketball and sports from the perspective of us. If I love defense, then if I love defense, I love defense. Like when I watch basketball, like when I see people play defense, like defensive game, that's my favorite type of game, right? When I look at basketball and you be like, well, who would you take, De'Aaron Fox or Lonzo Ball? I'm gonna take Lonzo Ball. People might laugh at me, but you know why I'm not looking at it like I made a bad decision? Because I know I get in defense out of them. So when I look at
And Lonzo Ball's a better, has better basketball IQ than De'Aaron Fox.
Okay, cool. But what I'm trying to explain to you is my perspective of watching the game. When I see a player doing what the ball on Derozan doing, yeah, I'm gonna look at him, be frustrated, and be like, damn, Lonzo been wide open. But at the same time, the person I am, from my perspective, I'm gonna look at it a little bit. Damn, why you ain't saying nothing about it? Why you just sitting around letting them?
And that's your problem. Because me and Rico, we're taking it from just no. That's your problem. No panic. Because me and Rico are trying to explain to you from a basketball strategy standpoint how DeMar DeRozan is the whole problem, and only Lonzo and Zach is only 5%.
I get that. But there's nothing wrong with me saying that you still got to speak up as a player. Like Zach Lavine, if he's frustrated because he ain't got a bigger role, we don't know that. You know why? Because we ain't never seen him display that on the court. We think they're a tight-knit group and all that, right? We don't know that because we don't see them complaining in game.
Come on, man. Stop the cap, no panic. You mean tell me you never seen Zach Lavine with a pissed off look on his face every time DeMar DeRozan makes a stupid mid-range and he know he wide open? That's just because you not seeing it.
But I'm not saying you wrong, bro. Like you getting upset, but I'm not saying you wrong.
Oh, I'm not getting upset. I'm just being passionate with you. You making this a 35 issue from your perspective.
If somebody look at that's like with bullying. If you let somebody play with you one time, they're gonna keep doing them. So you stop it right there by standing up, right? So when he come to Lonzo need to say something right then and then when he happens. Instead of like, oh, well, Lonzo don't care because he a pass first player. Everybody like to play with Lonzo.
Rico, you understand what I'm trying to say though, right, Rico?
I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. You just don't want to give Lonzo any type of he should say something.
I give Lonzo Ball 5% of the blame. You know why I give Lonzo Ball 5% of the blame? Because his layup package could get better. His mid-range shots could get better. That's 5% of the problem right there. Zach Lavine could get better at being consistent on defense. That's a 5% problem right there. But DeMar DeRozan is not seeing wide open men and making dumb shots. That's an 85% to 95% problem.
Listen, if I Lonzo Ball,
am I lying, Rico?
And I see DeRozan driving to the basket.
I just want to explain something to No Panic.
If I see DeRozan driving to the basket,
he's thinking about it from his perspective and not using basketball strategies.
Go ahead, finish, No Panic.
Go ahead.
If I Lonzo Ball and I wide open and I see DeRozan not look at me and he hit the shot, I'm gonna say, oh yeah, good shot, but I've been wide open next time you decide to do that. If I see him miss the shot, hey, I've been wide open. Why you ain't?
Dang, Josh, you believe that for real?
That's who I is. So if you feel like I wrong for putting any blame on Lonzo, that's speaking to your perspective, your personality. I can't fix that. That's not saying you in the wrong. I'm not saying the DeRozan right for not having IQ. He is in the wrong himself. But all I'm saying is, at the same time, you still gotta be a man and speak.
But look, No Panic. I'm gonna address that.
Go ahead, because I've been trying to address it. But go ahead.
Or to say something to DeMar. I agree with you, but it's just the fact that, hey, yo, bro, I shouldn't have to.
Thank you.
Like, you a grown ass adult. You've been in the NBA how long? You played under Greg Popovich. What the fuck?
Bruh. He's played. Listen, he's played on the same court as LeBron James
for a whole year. Ain't no way. And this is how you play. That's a problem. You no.
Problem.
I agree with everything you're saying when you talk about DeRozan.
But
All
I
I'm saying is,
understand. That's why I'm
yeah, see,
saying.
so
That's what I'm
basically
saying.
we agreeing with each
He
other.
should
We
do it more
disagreeing with
often.
each other
That's what I'm telling you.
strongly.
He should stand up and say that he's open more
Yeah,
often.
man,
But
listen.
also, he shouldn't have to. The man's been in the league for 11 years. He
Let me ask
shouldn't
y'all a
have
question.
to.
Let me ask y'all a question right now. Let me ask y'all a
LeBron,
question.
hey, listen. When Lonzo was playing with LeBron,
As
Lonzo
much
wouldn't have it.
as ball
Lonzo,
handling responsibilities he gets, he should know how to pass.
listen.
He always
No,
has
When
the
hey,
ball.
LeBron,
How do you
Rico,
not?
ask y'all a question.
I'm
That's right here,
gonna ask you a question, Rico. When LeBron and Lonzo was playing together, right? And LeBron was in transition, right? LeBron could take the dunk for himself, but guess who he sees cutting in the paint,
we
and he's
can't
gonna
sit
throw a
here
lob to,
and compare
right?
LeBron.
He's gonna throw the lob to Lonzo, right? Because that's his basketball IQ, right? That's you seeing your man wide open, right, Rico?
I mean, shit. There's the current Bulls players who be throwing lobs to Lonzo, but it's whatever.
There's plenty of players throwing lob, but it's no
It
reason
ain't
why
Demar.
Lonzo Ball,
It ain't Demar.
but it
Quiz.
ain't Demar.
I'm
It's
gonna
no
ask you a
reason why it's
question.
4 other players passing to
I'm
me,
gonna
and the
ask you a
star players
question so
not
you can
passing me to take a
understand the
stupid shot.
perspective. Let me ask you
And
a
the fact that
question.
Josh Jackson said DeMar has higher IQ than Zach shows all to me that this NBA conversation is screwed.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question. You got any kids or any nephews or anything like that?
Listen, I have nephews. Yes, I have nephews.
Okay, let's say one of your nephews in school, right?
Mhm.
And your nephew
But
come
make
in.
sure this is a basketball. Keep this on a basketball discussion when you bring up nephews in school. Go ahead.
Your nephew in school.
Mhm.
The nephew come home and say, uncle, this little boy in school, like, he always wait till the teacher walk out and he just starts slapping me all the time.
Right.
What you gonna tell him?
Well, the first thing I'm telling him is, because I'm using my this okay. First thing I'm telling him is, did you tell the
Easy, hit
teacher
back.
first? He
Okay, thank you.
he needs to hit back.
Lonzo
Okay, fine.
Lonzo is the
But if he hits
person
back and get in trouble, he still gotta take the consequences of his action because he still hit him without
that's the
telling the teacher.
ideology I coming from. Lonzo is your nephew in the scenario.
Rico, am I
If
tripping?
Lonzo come and say, I ain't getting the ball passed to me, the first thing you gonna say is, did you say something
But
about
that's
it?
still low IQ on DeMar DeRozan's
No, I
part.
know it.
That's
I
low IQ on
and that's
me
why
to
I'm trying to
tell.
help you
That's
understand.
bro.
That's what I'm trying to
Basically,
help you
no panic. You
understand.
basically telling me.
The little
So
kid
no
that come to
panic.
school,
You just
that's your
told me
nephew,
if I told
he
my
in the
nephew he
wrong to
got to go
come to
hit him
school and
back,
hit
right?
somebody's
So what
child.
happens if I
But
tell
at
my
the same
nephew, hey,
time,
hold
if
on?
it's your
But what happens
child,
if I
do
tell
something
my
to the
nephew?
teacher.
What happens if I tell my nephew to hit him back, right?
Mm-hmm.
If my nephew get in trouble for it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's still low IQ on my nephew's part because even though he defended himself and I'm proud of him, he still should have told the teacher first,
I
which goes back to
disagree.
the IQ situation.
I disagree because
Okay.
what happens
Okay.
is if you go run back and tell the teacher, that could make it worse not only for the guy
Exactly.
that's initially
Exactly.
bullying him, but for other kids who thinking that he'll
Because
be
he
No,
a
able
but
to
rat.
run
Dex,
and
I'm
snitch.
saying to tell the
But now
teacher
he a
first.
rat in the
So when
school.
you have to defend yourself, Dex, they cannot tell. They cannot tell. I say you tell the principal as a
Yeah, because
security
my
blanket.
grandson went to that same situation. My grandson went to the same situation. Some kid punched him in the mouth,
Right.
made his mouth bleed. He went and like his daddy kind of tell him don't get in trouble because he's a smart kid. He went to do
Right.
the right thing, let the teacher know. Listen, this guy hit me, and the teacher really didn't do nothing about it. So the next time at recess, same guy came back to him again, and a couple of other cats, and my grandson put hands on him, and he don't have
Right.
that problem no more.
As he
Now he got
should.
in trouble.
Exactly.
He
So
did
when
get in
somebody
trouble,
play with you
and he
one
got
time,
suspended.
they gonna keep playing with you.
Yeah, he did get
So when
suspended.
you ain't getting the ball that
Okay.
first time, you say something about it, and they gonna know.
But
When he
Rico, you
get
see
the
how
ball
they trying to
tomorrow,
make this a different
he gonna
situation
be
than what it
fussing.
is, though. We're talking
No,
about a
because
kid defending
I
himself
agree
right
with you on the
now
But
rules and
compared to
you have
somebody
to
who's on
have
a
I agree
basketball
with you.
court asking a nigga to pass the ball when he's been in the league for 12
no.
years
Listen,
and he should
listen,
pass the
listen,
wide open
Marquez.
man.
Marquez, listen. This is
All
what we're
right.
saying. That has to be innated in you. You follow what I'm saying? To be
I
able to
understand that.
respond properly under those
Okay.
circumstances. I'm not saying you go out and just start mess. or you just go out and just be disruptive.
You're just saying that he needs to defend himself more.
Yeah, when it's come times for that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like, dude, come on now. You follow what I'm saying? You can't go around squeaking like a little mouse. You have to open up, and you have to be man to man, respectfully. Dude, I'm open. Listen, we went over this in film study. We went over this in practice. Billy keeps harking on it. Come on, man. If you're not adjusting, then you must be doing this on purpose.
Yeah, like, and I'm gonna say this
again. Okay.
I agree with.
I like to respond to, and I would like to respond to Dex, right? And I would like to. Can I respond to Dex real quick on that? I absolutely agree with you. Lonzo should have to speak up on himself and say, "Hey, man, you see me wide open. Why don't you trust me to make this shot?" I agree with that, right, Dex? But also, Dex, if I'm like Zach Lavine and Lonzo Ball, and I know what your NBA pedigree is and your resume is, I shouldn't have to ask you to give me the ball if you see me wide open.
But that's why you
that
have to
should be general principle.
But listen, that's what I'm saying. That's why you have to go check it to make sure this is not intentional. Like, dude, are you just looking out for yourself? You know what I'm saying? What's up here?
That's why, you know what? I agree 100% what y'all saying, and I'm pretty sure y'all can agree with the things I'm saying too.
I've been saying that for the past hour. I agree.
Right. But let's be real, Rico. And Rico, you might be right, and this might be the reason why Zach might want to leave. It might not even be about Lonzo.
I don't even
you hear me?
Zach really want to leave.
Zach is going to leave for this simple reason. Zach is going to leave because DeMar DeRozan is a horrible IQ player, and he doesn't see why people open.
I don't know if he's a horrible IQ player.
Zach,
yeah, I don't know if he's horrible because
I ain't saying he's horrible, but
he did run pop offense, and I remember when I saw them play against the Lakers, and DeMar cooked the Lakers.
Yeah.
Okay, and but guess what though? Right?
And I'm talking about with San Antonio. I'm talking about San Antonio, DeMar.
Right, Dex.
Yeah, like he been more of a playmaker,
and
like
Dex.
a distributor and all that.
And I'm not trying to call DeMar DeRozan stupid basketball-wise, because you have to be somewhat intelligent to thrive under Popovich's system. I'm not trying to call him stupid. But when it comes down to that situational awareness, where you have to calm down and you have to trust your teammates, DeMar DeRozan IQ in that situation is garbage.
I mean, I ain't gonna disagree. All I'm saying is the Bulls been the #1 seed at one point, playing that same way of basketball. I understand, like, he do need to have higher IQ and keep the ball up to Lonzo when he be wide open. All I'm saying is two things can be true. Lonzo can speak up as well.
Facts, Josh Jackson. But yeah, the thing of it is that that has to be adjusted, and he basically gonna have. It's a dog-eat-dog world in the NBA. You know what I mean? Especially when you're dealing with contracts, you're dealing with revenue stream, you're dealing with livelihood, you're dealing with trying to enrich generational members of your family or have generational wealth. Nobody ain't got time to be babysitting nobody's emotion. Dude, you better get in this fight. You know what I'm saying?
But guess what though? And that's you right. But guess what though?
In this league that don't really speak as much as Kawhi.
Okay, but guess what though? But guess what though? Kawhi also passes has good basketball IQ to pass it to wide open people, and I shouldn't have to ask you. If I gotta ask you 40 times, bruh, in a game, if I gotta ask you more than once,
owe you money, right?
If I gotta ask you more than once, I'm already be mad.
How you gonna feel about them not paying your money? You gonna ask for your money, or you gonna be like, well, at some point they gonna give me them. I'm gonna just sit here and be like, I shouldn't have to ask them. Or you gonna be like, hey, where my money at?
That goes with the same thing. You're right. Lonzo got to defend himself and step up. But also, if I'm Lonzo, I'm a grown ass. I'm a grown man, and respectfully, I shouldn't have to ask my teammate who's also here to give me the ball if he knew he just seen me go off for 27 points last night. I shouldn't have to.
I said two things can be true.
I shouldn't have to.
Listen,
and can't nobody tell me nothing different.
Yes, listen, Marquez. Many times over, we have witnessed Lonzo Ball have an outstanding first quarter, second quarter, or even half.
Third quarter.
And then he goes over into halftime and make a hell of an adjustment. And the adjustment is he surrender his game. It's like, wait a minute, bro. You just had 18 points in the first half. You just had 14 points in the first half. And then come the second half, you only have 5 and sometimes even 0. Like,
yeah,
what
like
the hell happened?
Well, then guess what? That's an attitude issue. And then guess what? It is what it is. You can't change a person. And if you couldn't change DeMar DeRozan and his problems, you're not going to be able to change Lonzo Ball and his problems. So at this point, we just got to hope that LaMelo won't have to deal with that. I mean, it's crazy.
See, and I'm glad you bring up LaMelo. LaMelo ain't going to sit for that. LaMelo going to say something. That's the difference between LaMelo and Lonzo.
But also, LaMelo shouldn't have to say anything. His game shows it all.
No, and that's cool. I know, and that's cool. But all
Marquez, what part you ain't understanding? It's a doggy-dog world. Dudes are out here trying to generate generational wealth. What do you mean? If you don't speak up for yourself, you got. Listen, it takes a special NBA player to coach and coax another player to go ahead and be the best version of themselves. Otherwise, most NBA players are like, dude, I'm on a mission.
Which is why Zach is going to leave, because he's on that mission. And if I'm Lonzo, if I'm Lonzo, respectfully as a man, Dex, you shouldn't ask me anymore at this point to hold back my game for DeMar DeRozan. No more. If he can't involve me in this game, I don't want to be here.
But that's not
if that's the case, fault. And if that's the case, no, that is DeMar's fault.
No, listen,
that is DeMar's fault.
Reason why you can't blame DeMar is because DeMar is not. Listen, DeMar is not Zach Lavine pet peeve. Now, the system that became DeMar's is Zach Lavine pet peeve, because DeMar came over there just to play his game. It's not DeMar's fault that his game ascended to nearly MVP level, basically top 5. It's not his fault. His thing is to go play basketball, put the ball in the bucket, try to get wins. You understand what I'm saying? Now, along the way, you have to justify your contract. And we know that DeMar's contract is not like Lonzo's contract. Lonzo is 100% guaranteed. Okay, and I think only like 10 million is deferred. So you can basically say $75 million of his contract is guaranteed, whether he play another game or not. And I think 10 million is deferred, right? Like 1 year here, a couple of million here, a couple of million there, things of that nature. Zach Lavine contract is heavily incentive laden because of his age and because of his numbers and because of, you know, his time in the league and things of that nature. So he has to probably do more in his contract to fulfill his obligation than Lonzo at this point.
And that is terrible.
It is to an extent.
Then you know what? By that logic, Dex, I shouldn't be mad at DeMar DeRozan, because DeMar DeRozan is the player who is a choke artist in the playoffs like he always been. So that I'm not even mad at DeMar DeRozan, because that's who DeMar DeRozan is as a player. A somewhat mid basketball IQ players. He's a good basketball player with great basketball IQ until the moments you need it the most. And that's just it. But this system has to go, because it seems like only DeMar is eating in the system. Zach can't eat in the system, and you're Lonzo, the other guys can't eat in the system.
You can't say that. You can't say that. I think you're jumping the gun here, because Zach Lavine definitely was eating, because remember, both of them was in the top. No, not just top 5 in scoring, MVP race, because I think DeMar was 5 and Zach Lavine was 7, and then Zach got hurt. Zach Lavine and DeMar was the second best scoring duo in the NBA behind Kevin Durant and I think James Harden. So Zach Lavine was eating, so you can't say he wasn't eating.
Fine.
What happened was Zach, he got hurt. Hold on, Marquez, please, bro. Let me give you some good insight. Don't fight me on this. What happened with Zach Lavine was when he got hurt, it took him a while to get back to come around, whereas DeMar DeRozan never got hurt. And DeMar DeRozan was playing games where he should have rested. The only rest DeMar DeRozan actually really got is when he caught COVID. Because up to that point, he was playing every game, every minute, basically leading the team almost in minute scores. If he wasn't second or third, he was damn near in that realm. I think Lonzo could have been first, but I'm not for sure about that. But nevertheless, Zach was eating. He got hurt. DeMar kept going. He had that little minus break with the COVID. And then in the second half, when it was obvious that that DeMar was crawling to the finish line, that Billy gave him a break. And I thought that was some absurdity myself, that you allow this player at this age, in this stage in his career, play so many minutes without giving him a day of rest of a game or two, and you guys are soaring high. You was top 3 in the league. It was like the Bulls couldn't believe that they was in the space that they was in, and they had to pinch themselves, and they was afraid to give DeMar or even Zach a rest outside of injury or COVID, that they probably would slip out of the playoff race. But yes, Zach Lavine was definitely eating.
With this break, I'm just going to say good night to you guys, and thanks for having me on. I've been listening to Flight for quite a while. I find you guys to be very informative and entertaining. And from time to time, if it's okay, I'd like to stop back through and say hello.
No question, brother. With all the analytics that you brought to the channel tonight, and that beautiful expose of Lonzo Ball, the good, the bad, and the indifferent, is what we need. Listen, you remind me of Rico to the core, okay? And Rico is a flagship of Flight Sports TV. And brother, you're damn sure welcome to come back.
Thanks. Okay. And
Absolutely.
Sorry I missed my man Coffee tonight, but I'll catch you guys the next time.
Yeah, most definitely.
Y'all have a good one. Thanks.
All right. Yeah.
But, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Marcos. No, I was saying. So yeah. So everybody was eating in that system to a certain point. It just happened once guys was getting injured, and DeMar DeRozan became the Rock of Gibraltar for the Chicago Bulls, and he was in a campaign for MVP. It was a conundrum for Billy Donovan to stop. We here at Flight Sports TV, listen, the streams, his library bear witness throughout the season. We said, especially me, because I basically was leading the parade on that Billy had to stop this madness. This cannot be sustained at a high level with the velocity that DeMar DeRozan, and to some degree Zach Lavine is doing with this ISO. It's not going to fare well in the end, and Billy have to have the galls to stop it, have a hard conversation with these two players. I don't care if you take them in the most remote, darkest room at the United Center,
right,
or the adjacent practice facility, and have a talk with just them two. And we've seen that once players start to go down and attrition start to kick in towards the negative, then the players that was available didn't have a clue what to do. And it turned out the way that we said, they will be eliminated, not quick, but soon.
Mm-hmm. And Dex, I can completely understand. And Zach has been able to eat in this system. Because look at the numbers he put up, right? But if you're asking, if we're having serious conversation, right? Zach's not getting any younger. You know what I'm saying? Dex.
Of course.
And being in the system like No Petty, you were saying today, it's a dog eat dog world out there. Right?
Listen, one thing about that, you cannot blame it because this is how the NBA system is set up.
Oh, it's I'm not trying to. I wasn't going to blame it.
Right, yeah. So it's so you basically have to get in the circle. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm not saying you have to be ferocious, But at times, if you want to win a championship, you're going to have to endure some altercations and even some conflict within your locker room. Shaq have said this time and time again, how him and Kobe had their conflicts, how him and other members of the Lakers championship run had conflict, whether it was with Kobe or whether it was with Robert Horry, they had conflict. But look, they three-peated. They three-peated. They are the last team to three-peat as champions. Nobody else have done it since the Lakers.
Right.
So even with Michael Jordan, when you saw The Last Dance, Michael Jordan highlighted in The Last Dance, albeit to his favor, he highlighted the conflicts that was going on behind closed doors in the Chicago Bulls locker room. But they still was champions, and they completed a three-peat.
Right.
So you're not going to get through this without any altercations, differences, and even straight-up conflict with certain teammates, because you cannot win a championship in the NBA playing like you a tennis player or a golf player. What is all that noise going on? Somebody laying in their bed talking?
I don't know. It's not me. I don't mute my thing. It's probably no panic.
It's no panic.
Oh, y'all can, well, yeah, it sound like a fan. I got that fan in front of me.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you was in the sheets under your pillow, tossing and turning, trying to find the one side of the pillow.
I done muted my mic 3-4 times, and the noise was still going on.
But yeah, so to go back to that point is that you have to understand the mindset of these players. Now, it's like some of these players are raised on survival, and then some of these players are raised on love. And when you raised on survival, the players that's raised on love must understand that these players, every niche, cranny that they achieve, it's like the law of nature.
Right.
You guys know what the law of nature is. The first law of nature is self-preservation. So a lot of these players are basing their game, their journey in the NBA on self-preservation because they're raised on survival. Whereas other players in the NBA are raised on love, and a lot of them are a little more passive than the players are raised on survival.
And
you know what?
Like, okay, that's what I will say about Lonzo and his opportunities when he come playing with the Bulls, right? They run the Horns offense, and what the Horns offense is, the ball handler bring the ball up, and Vujicic, he had to like the free throw line, the high pick and roll. The point is to get the ball in the Vooch hands and let them make a decision whether you go run the pick and roll with the ball handler, and they kind of rotate off of that, like between it's supposed to be him, Lavine. I mean, it's supposed to be Derozan, Lavine, and Lonzo Ball. That's why you keep hearing Billy Donovan want a bunch of ball handlers because all three of them supposed to be running the pick and roll. But the problem in running that offense is they ain't had Pat Williams to start the season off, and he can kind of scratch the floor to a certain extent. But they had what a dude name was, the guard number 24. They had a power forward most of the season. Green. He can't shoot the three ball, so even a lot of spacing issues with that. And with Lonzo Ball not being able to finish at the basket, his pick and roll ain't really been effective. So now you only got one space on the floor, which is Lonzo Ball. So that kind of prevent him from being able to run the pick and roll mostly. So that take away from a lot of his touches too. So like I said, I don't put all the blame on Lonzo Ball for not being more aggressive. Because at the end of the day, like I'm pretty sure if his pick and roll game and combined with if they had a power forward that could have kind of scratched the floor a little bit, I feel like Lonzo Ball would be a lot more productive point-wise. But the fact that he ain't productive as far as the pick and roll concerned and him not speaking up as far as being open, I think that kind of keep him to where it looked like he ain't a big part of the offense. But naturally in the Horns offense, he would be like one of the guards that's handling the ball off the pick and roll just as much as you see Demar and Lavine. Lavine wouldn't, like, it'll be like how they say the Derozan get 20 shots a game, Lavine get 18.
It'll be more
Lonzo is
spaced
like
out.
7.
It'll
Right.
be 15, and maybe 12, 13, or something like that.
Mm.
But it's a lot that go on with the personnel that they can't run the offense to 100%, like how they want to run it. So, like I'm saying, is Lonzo got to put some on his shoulder as far as getting better finishing in that mid range. Because I mean, think about it. Even if he don't get 3 or 4 more shots from the 3, what if he just get 3 or 4 more pick and roll opportunities?
Shout out to Uncle Vern.
But that would just help more. I'm not saying, you know what I'm saying, no panic. Don't, Lonzo at the end of the day, Lonzo got to be more aggressive. And that's the thing we hate. He's not aggressive when you need him to be. And I don't think he'll never be aggressive because that's just not his personality. Right?
Right. You can't get blood from a turn up. So, I mean,
Exactly.
I don't know
You
what
can't
be
make,
respected.
for example, you can't make a pup into a dog. Which is why the Miami Heat is kind of in this situation where if the dogs just come out and do what they do consistently, this team will be a problem. And here's what I mean by that, right? No panic. Jimmy Butler, who some have labeled as a team cancer because he's going to tell you how he feels 100% of the time. He don't care how you feel, right? It's because he's that dog. You know what I'm saying? No panic. And he go out and he can drop 47 on just about anybody. Because that's the mentality he was born with. You see what I mean? And it's weird because LaMelo seemed like he got that attitude and that dog in him. And Lonzo doesn't. And they was born and raised in the same house.
But see, sometimes it be like that with siblings. Like when you a parent, like your oldest child, you kind of learning how to be a parent. By the time your youngest ring come around, it's like, I know I can't be too hard.
Oh, thank you, Dex. Thank you.
I know this, that, and the third. So now that you do that with LaMelo got more. He got more freedom. Like he got more.
That's right.
Oh,
that's right.
Freedom to be himself more. So the Lonzo.
So what you're saying is
bigger brother.
Let him finish.
Right. Oh, okay.
Go ahead. No panic. He was on.
He had to be the bigger brother, so he always had to be the shining example. He had to be the one that listened, like just like how the Spurs go, like Popovich said, I be hard on Tim Duncan, so the rest of the team can be like, okay, cool. So if he be like that on him, then I know we got to fall in line. With LaMelo, he been like, because if you think about it, if you look at their personalities from the top down to the bottom, like from Lonzo got the most shelled personality. Jello kind of shelled too, but he a little more open than
I think Joe a dog. In my opinion, I think Joe's more of a dog.
You don't see him as much in the inside the media and all and out the bottle, whatever like that. But I mean, if he want to say something, I'm pretty sure he'll be like, like, hey, I open.
Right.
But I mean, like I said, I hear people say that a lot about, oh yeah, they come up in the same household and they don't act alike. It always be like that. Like, I got brothers that all act the same in certain regards, but like we different all around.
Of course, and I agree with that. I come up to a family of 13. Was 7 boys and 6 girls. So, and I'm the youngest boy, and I got a sister that's younger than me, right? So I know what it's like, because with my brothers, I remember them used to always say, and I didn't understand at the time, but now I do, of course. They used to always say, "Dang, Mom, you let Dexter get away with everything." You feel me? So basically, that's telling me that she didn't let them get away with too much, because like he was saying, they learning how to be parents. So you have to be a little more stricter with them than you will if you have little more siblings and things of that nature. So yeah, I understand that totally. And also, I have some brothers that's very passive, right? Not many. I think I got a couple of brothers that's passive. You know what I mean? But all of the younger ones, that might be a little older than me and myself, we are aggressive. You follow what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
We are dominant males. Only 2 of my brothers a little passive. You know what I'm saying? I remember we used to tease one of my brothers that he's gonna, he might end up being gay or something to that nature, because that's just how it was in black families. If you acted a little soft, they think that you're a little Tinkerbell or something like that. So
right, I feel you.
By me witnessing that, I was saying, I can't never act nothing like that. I got to be harder than what I'm really am. just to show or use as a cover that I don't have any type of sugar in my tank. You feel me? And over time, having that mentality in playing sports, it developed into what you consider an alpha male, or that dominant, that dominant personality,
That dog,
and,
right?
and things of that nature. But it was shaped and fashioned in me. It wasn't like I just inherited. You feel me? I know we
Right.
all have it. We all have that dominance in us. We all have that level of testosterone that we can take to the next level. But if it's not nurtured, or if it's not guided in a certain way, then you probably have an opportunity to lose that. You know what I'm saying? Because with me, I never had an opportunity to be a parent as a kid. Whereas Lonzo, you can see his nurturing ability by when he's out there on the court. He is a nurturer to a lot of the guys that he distribute the ball to. Y'all go ahead. Y'all go ahead. I'm protecting y'all. Y'all go ahead. I'm good. I'm good. So that comes with sacrifice, because he's the oldest. I didn't have to do that. I didn't have to nurture nobody. You know what I'm saying? Only thing I had to do was develop my mentality. Where some of my others, right? Well, some of my other brothers and sisters, they had to nurture me, right? Because they're older than me. They had to babysit me. Mom, pop's not there. They got to going to work or doing their thing. They had to babysit me. So they're more of a nurturer than I am with my kids. With their kids, they're a little more soft. With my daughter, I'm not.
Right.
You understand what I'm getting at? So that's the psychology of of players. Now, if those brothers of mine who were doing a lot of nurturing to the younger siblings, then if they was to actually get into sports, they might be somewhat, a little passive. You feel me? Because of that part of them that was being developed by being a parent when it really wasn't a parent. You know what I mean?
Right, because that's all they know. That's all.
That's
Because
basically
that's how
all they
it
know.
is.
And I have, listen, one more story before I go. I have a nephew that's 6'4", 310 pounds. And the dude was 6'3" at 14 years old. We knew he was going to buy his mama the biggest house, on the biggest hill, on the biggest lot, in the biggest city. But you know what happened? She had a second son that was 5 years younger than him. And that second son that was 5 years younger than him, he had to do all the babysitting, all the cooking, all the chores, all the cleaning, while his mom, which is my niece, worked. Because it was a single parent household. Their pops was in prison. You know what I'm saying? Their pops was in prison. Right. So now he's still 6'4". He's still about 300 pounds. But guess what? He's a gentle giant. He's a little cupcake.
Okay, Dick. I understand.
While his brother, his younger brother, is a freaking dog. Is a dog out there on that football field.
So we can't really get mad at Lonzo for not being that aggressive, because he's been passive like that because he's the oldest. We expect Melo to be to be more of a dog because he's the youngest. He got more to prove.
I don't get mad at Lonzo for being like that, because that's his personality. That's who he is. My whole thing is, when you talk about being on a court and your money involved, you don't think if he had averaged 5 more points, he would get more than 85 million?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so it's like, if he been more aggressive, and not saying that he wasn't, not saying that he had his leeway with New Orleans to do this, but if he just had said more and did more, been more aggressive and work on certain parts of the game and go on to average close to 20 points, a team would have a problem giving him 100 million or give him 115 million, nothing like that. It's just the fact that
no panic.
We just think he was a catch and shoot player.
85 million.
But yeah, I'm finna get off though, panel. Thank y'all for allowing me on.
No, hey, can you hear me? No, hey, listen. No panic. You keep on saying you ain't saying that he ain't being aggressive. To your extent, he's not being aggressive as far as you are concerned. He's not being more aggressive like you are concerned. I will assume you saying on the layups and going like that, going to the basket and stuff like that. That's to a certain extent part of the game. Understand that. But believe me, he didn't come into the league with no reputation as being the most dominant point guard in the league like that as far as being his character. His character is a pass first point guard. So that means what? He's sticking to his character. Now you want him to come up out of his character to please you. You sound real silly especially when the Bulls turned around and signed him for $83 some odd million. Who are you to say he's not aggressive enough for you, my brother?
I ain't saying he ain't aggressive enough for me.
No panic.
What I'm saying is, from what y'all saying and from what y'all want.
You've been saying that all the time. Go ahead.
No, it's not about me because I'm not getting the paycheck. What I saying is, it's times where like, yeah, Lonzo do be wide open. He do get missed or passed over. But at the same time, you gotta be the one to aggressively go up and be like, listen, I open, pass the ball next time you're in that position because I'm right here. Otherwise, we can't sit here and say, oh yeah, well, it's everybody else's fault. It's this person's fault without
I don't want to cut you out, no panic, because you still keep saying no panic. I don't want to cut you out because you still be saying that same old shit. What I want to envy over that, what you just said, he ain't the coach. He ain't got no pauses telling nobody what to do and when to do it. The coach do that. Now, go right back to that dumb shit again, because that one right there didn't work. Go ahead.
Well, let me ask you this, Uncle Vern. Would you rather get paid $85 million or $110 million?
I'll get paid anyway. I'd rather get paid for sitting on my ass. But he out there trying to do his job. Go ahead.
So if he's just trying to do his job, then you can't really complain about him getting passed over, right?
I ain't complaining about it. I ain't complaining. You is.
I ain't complaining. Like, to me, he's doing exactly what he should be doing. Everybody else saying that Lonzo, that's everybody else's fault except for Lonzo. All I saying is just go be a dog and go ask for the ball. Go get the ball. Go be more aggressive. That's helping him if you ask me. I think I'm doing him more justice than y'all doing if y'all saying, oh, no, that's on Derozan to find
panic. No panic. Don't take it personal. I've been listening all night to now I was finna say y'all, but I'll put you with y'all. Skylar, I'll put Skylar, you and Skylar being haters like that. You know, Skylar on a different hater list. What's the name? Phonics on a different hater list. You understand me? But when it comes down to Zoe and Zoe being professional B, man, Zoe all that B for real and all that. Yeah, and ain't even gonna start with Mello or Jello. Zoe all that B. You got Zoe. You no panic, because I hear you and I listen to you all the time. You really got Zoe messed up. You really think he ain't all we say he is, or all I say he is. He is.
I mean, shit, not really. Because, like, remember how everybody was saying he had a bad
say, whoa, that rolled right past me. I didn't hear that. Say that again.
I said, you remember when everybody was saying he had a bad rookie season? I thought he had a good rookie season, 11-7-7. Them some good-ass numbers.
Man,
I don't be down on Lonzo. All I saying is for him to meet the potential that y'all always see that he is, he got to do X, Y, and Z. Now, if he don't do that and he maintain the same person he is saying play he is, I don't got a problem with that because I feel like where he at now, like, at some point, like, you can win with Lonzo. I don't care what nobody says. You can win with Lonzo, but if y'all want him to be the type of player that y'all speak him out to be, he got to do X, Y, and Z. So, and the hate against
and what is X, Y? What is X, Y, and Z? Start out.
He need to be more aggressive on the ball. He need to take the ball to the basket and actually finish. He need to develop a mid-range, develop an inside shot. That's the only thing. I feel like he got mostly a complete game outside of that. Like I said, I feel like how you feel about Ben Simmons?
I can care less about Ben Simmons. I think it was for a brat from when he was in high school all the way up to when in the pros. And I can think he care less about college than anything else. He about getting paid. And he want to sit on his ass and get paid. Like I told you, Lonzo could do the same thing, but it's not in his character.
But why you saying this? Do you think Ben Simmons is a good player?
No, I think he got a whole ass character. I mean, that goes right back to a good player. I mean, what? He played defense? I mean, what do you want me to say? He played defense. He's 6'9".
No, I mean, he done made a couple All-Star games.
Dude, listen to me. He want to be like LeBron James, but he ain't got the heart to.
Yeah, I
And then the
agree, but
hardest
he
part
made
is
some
just
All-Star games.
that
The reason why I bring
your
up
heart
Ben
is
Simmons
upstairs
because
too.
I feel like
Yeah,
Lonzo
your
Ball
heart
and
is
him
upstairs
both got
too. He ain't
complete
working with
games. They're
he ain't
just
working with a
lacking
full
what
deck.
each other
Go ahead.
damn good at. If Ben Simmons had Lonzo
Yeah.
Ball shooting ability, Ben Simmons would be a superstar. If Lonzo
That's
Ball
what they
had
say.
Ben Simmons'
Yeah, well,
drive
see,
game, Lonzo Ball would be a superstar.
thank you. Hey, Dex, thank you, Dex. I agree. I agree with him. But no, Panic. That's the first thing I agree with you right off the back. If Ben Simmons did have not just shooting the ball, listen to me, no Panic, because I don't agree with that too. Because if Ben Simmons had a heart,
Yeah, that too.
Go see the Wizard
See,
of
I don't
Oz.
question.
listen to me.
I don't question Lonzo
Still
hard. I
don't
know
get it.
Lonzo
If he
got
had a
heart. That
heart,
ain't the problem with
he
him.
wouldn't need Lonzo Ball's shooting. If he had a heart, he wouldn't need Lonzo's ball shooting ability.
But the reason why I bring up that comparison because I always say this like I feel like Lonzo Ball got a complete game. The only thing he missing is the driving ability. That's the only thing he really missing in the mid range. But the mid range ain't as important if you can damn knock down the three at 45% and can finish.
When you said it, when you see no panic and then with no can I ain't cutting you off, but when you say that means you really don't expect much out of dude. You know what I mean? No, you don't drive to the basket. He don't drive to the basket. The dude got a vertical, man.
Yeah, exactly. He don't use it.
Your biggest thing, your biggest concern is he don't drive to the basket. He ain't Derek Fox, that Fox dude. He ain't, man, come on, man. I mean, stop that, man. Dude,
No,
man,
I understand.
dude, he owns something,
bro,
man.
I ain't knocking him. All I saying is when y'all speak about Lonzo and why he ain't doing X, Y, and Z, why he ain't averaging 20-something points, why he ain't being used a certain way, I look at the facts of what I'm seeing, and I'm letting you know the reason why he ain't running more pick and rolls for the Bows and the Horns offense, like I'm pretty sure Billy Donovan would want him to do, is because they don't have no other space on the floor because the DeMar DeRozan, even though he can hit the three occasionally, nobody really scared of that. Lavine, he don't really want to do that. Jay Green, when he play him at power forward, he can't shoot the three. Pat Williams was missing most of the season, and then when Lonzo running the pick and roll, like he can't really finish, so he ain't putting that much fear in the defense on the inside. So when you ask me if what Lonzo Ball can do to average more points or be better, I telling you.
You boy, I'm telling you. Go. You ain't asking too much. All you want Lonzo to do is finish more. Boy, you ain't asking too much. I ain't mad at you. That ain't asking too much. That ain't shit.
Yeah, that's why I see he got a damn near complete game. He just missing those aspect of the game. That's the only thing he missing. I don't even care about free throw because I feel like if he hit them at 70%, shit, he good. Everybody ain't got to shoot 90% from the free throw line. Shoot 70% from the free throw line. Get me some baskets on the inside, space the floor. Like, said he'll be good. Like I said, Lonzo could have easily averaged like 20 points if he did all those with no problem. Come on, now, 14 points and 13 points he averaging, that's how to shoot the three ball. And two ball players averaging the double digits just shooting the 3-all game. Duncan Robinson ain't really been doing that. Most people that only shoot the 3-ball, they averaging like 9, maybe 10 points. Like Redick ain't never been 15 points to score game score. Not that I can remember.
I agree. I agree he can be averaging that 20 points a game.
That's why in the first half, like how Dex was saying earlier, in the first half you have a good game, and then the second half is like, what happened? And that's because in the second half when they make them adjustments, it's like, hey, stay on Lonzo, don't even give him no space. So now that he ain't got no space, it's like, okay, well, I can't go to the basket and I can't really get a shot off because they're in my face. So now you go maybe score 12, 13 points in the first half, and you think he scored 13 in the first half, or he good for at least 20 this game, and then the second half he don't do nothing. It's because when they make adjustments, they taking away his strength, which is the shooting. And now he can't do nothing else. So it's like now he can't really score. But he still impact the game because of his defense. That's all that is.
All right.
I say when I say something about Lonzo,
I never looked at it
I swear I don't be trying to hate on him. I swear I don't be trying to knock him. I just see it for what I see. And when I see it, it be the same thing. Like I say, Lonzo will give you 12 to 14 points a night, elite defense, and he gonna space the floor. And what happened basically his whole career? 12 to 14 point a game score.
Well,
But
well,
if he
you well
add,
you to a certain extent, you say based in his whole career because he wasn't doing that type of thing out there in L.A. L.A. was a different program. You understand me? So it really wasn't like that. In L.A., it basically got down there to when he got down there to out there in New Orleans. You understand me? And then it was back to the way he had now. With the Bulls. But
like think about it, if Lonzo
basically, yeah.
never
But then,
developed a
but then
jumper,
to a certain to right, I understand that, but to a certain extent, that's good too because that helped him work on his jump shot, on that 3-point jump shot, and that's always good. All he did was just
yeah,
added that to his game. That's
and
how
that's why I
the
said
teams that he's playing for. That's how the teams that he's playing for want him to get down and do that. So that ain't on him. That's on the team. So you can't hold that against him, and you
no,
can't take that away from his game. That's
and no,
just
I
another
ain't,
weapon
I
that he
ain't,
got to his game.
I really ain't. I really ain't. I said this one time before. I feel like the best thing for Lonzo was getting traded out of LA because now he had much pressure just to do everything else. He could just work on what he good on. He could play off ball. Like that's why I feel if Lonzo has signed or get traded or whatever to Charlotte, he'll fit perfectly next to Lonzo Ball. I mean not Lonzo, LaMelo Ball the way his game is
I
now
agree with
because he can
Lamelo.
play
Yeah,
off
I
ball
agree,
now.
and with Jello. Yeah, I agree. I agree.
But
I mean,
as far as
I've
like
been
what
wanting that to
y'all
happen for the
seen, y'all want
longest.
him to have the ball in his hand more and do all this and have more shots or whatever. You can only get that if you can bring more to the table than just shooting. And that's not a knock on him because he's an elite shooter. But at the same time, like you can want him to have a high usage rate with the ball in his hand, but like he only really gonna shoot the 3-ball, and that's it.
See, all right, I got you. And then see, I can't argue with that because with the Bulls they do it too much too, just like they was doing it with New Orleans, but with the Pelicans. But it's like that. You understand me? With that situation with Lonzo when he was up in L.A., man, he was in a sweet situation. You understand me? Because of the fact that he was running with LeBron James. Even before he was running with LeBron James, he was in charge of handling what was going on as far as the ball handling part of it. Not all the
Yeah.
time, because you only got 24 seconds on the clock. So what he was doing was sitting up there moving the ball, but he was in charge because he was putting his hands on the ball instead of putting his hands on the ball and get to Zach Lavine and Mary Jane and the rest of them, on there. You understand me? He was passing it off. He wasn't doing that in LA. He was getting it to the ones that was supposed to be getting it. He was in charge. The ball was getting right back to in the hands when it's supposed to be. It ain't been the same since then. But that's not on him. That's just the way it is in the NBA as far as his career go. That's what he's been running into. That's what he had to deal with. Like I said, he's been learning and he's been growing from him too. Especially when they asked him to get that jumper right, he got that jumper right. So,
Yeah, I mean that's the
man,
best
I
thing
tell
for
you,
him. But
man,
like, imagine if he didn't have that jumper right now. It'll be like Lonzo probably wouldn't even really be scoring more than
yeah.
5 points a game. He'd probably be just like
If you
Caruso.
didn't listen, if
Shout
you
out to
listen to me, I understand that.
Calfani.
Okay, you're right. But I ain't hear you,
Hey
Jack.
man,
Say
y'all
it
talking
again.
about Lonzo, man. I think Lonzo got a complete package, man. It's just a matter of see what y'all looking for. Y'all want Lonzo like in certain parts of the game is just just take over the game. I mean he can, but just imagine if Lonzo switch the game up and say fuck it, I'm just get mine man when I need to, then I pass when I need to. Then and
Right,
yeah, what would happen if he started doing that? Even though
right.
he could.
I mean, say he can do that, but I mean, at the end of the day,
Right.
like if you can't finish in the basket, you ain't got no dribble game. Like, I mean, you can't really take over a game.
See that
Man,
there go that disrespect.
you
You
got
saying
you
That
he
got
ain't
them
ain't
he ain't got no
disrespect. I
excuses,
mean,
dribble
man.
that's
game.
just
You
basketball.
Well,
got
That's
them
like if I
you
can't
excuses though.
dribble with my
disrespected all
left
over the
hand,
place.
if I can't dribble my left hand, all you got to do is play me to my left to make me go left all the time, and I probably ain't gonna go left. I'm gonna just dribble the ball, maybe 2 steps, and step back and shoot all game. It's like you taking away with if you know he only trying to shoot the 3-ball and he can't really take the ball inside or shoot the mid range. That's an easy way to play him on D. So all you can really do is listen, you can shoot the 3-ball, stay out there, space the floor for Derozan and Lavine so they can have space to move and do their thing on inside. Like I said, Billy Donovan originally, when he signed Lonzo Ball and all them, his plan was I'm gonna have those three as the ball handlers, and all three of them gonna be running pick and rolls all day. That was his plan.
You
But
know
when
what, though? I think it's like
Right.
Lavine got to enter the game. He just need to go to the hole. He don't go to the hole enough. I mean, come on, man. The man could jump out the gym. So there's no way you can tell me he can't go to the hole.
who, Lonzo?
He can
Lonzo can
definitely
go
go to the hole.
Lonzo
No,
just got to
Lonzo
take it
can
around
get
his
into the
mission
hole.
that
I
he
ain't saying he
has.
can't. What I saying about him was like, go. I mean, I know you about to go do
It's just
all
what
this,
he
but
do when he
if
get
you
there,
watch
right?
all his games, when he get
Yeah.
there, it's like he don't got no finishing. He don't got no finishing move. He don't got no. It's like the ball always get blocked, or he'll just give it up because he know he can't do it. Like he got trouble finishing over tall defenders, which is every defender he gonna run into, and that's a problem if you talk about your
He goes
drive
out
game.
there, you know.
Like go look at his shot chart. He only really had like I promise if you look at his shot chart, he probably only shoot maybe 40 shots, 50 shots in the whole all season. For a point guard or for a wing or ball handler, that's low. Most people look for the drive game and they ain't work their way out to the three ball. Like you got smaller players like Kyrie Irving and Steph Curry that actually go to the hole a lot more than him. And like I said, I
Yeah.
don't want to sound like I'm trying to knock him, but like that's the only part of his game he don't got. But outside of that, he do got a complete game.
Yeah, true.
Up
So
there.
who y'all got for Game 7, man? Y'all got Miami or
I'm
Buffalo?
tell you something. The reason why
I'm about to go
the reason why
Miami.
the reason why they chose because of this man. Lonzo, one of the best point guards in the league, one of the best point guards in the league, B. And he do what he take to win, B. And that's all he do, man, for real. And whether he go to the hole hard enough for you or whether he don't, it don't too much make a difference, B. He's successful, man. He get paid for doing what he do. He ain't lacking at none of that.
Yep.
What you just said, none of
Right.
that.
Only thing that
It don't
used to
add
tick
up
me
to
off.
your standards.
Yeah, Uncle Vern. The only thing that used to
Because
tick me off.
hey, Dex, listen. Hey, Dex, Dex, please let me say this. Let me finish this.
Oh no, go for
because
it. Go for it.
when he had that okay, thank you, Dex. When he had made this final point, his final point was look at how Kyrie do and all the rest of them. You understand me? So I see right now what you trying to do. You trying to add him up to them peoples, and it's like,
No,
hey,
I really ain't.
Dex. I'm gonna
I
tell you
really
something,
ain't.
Dex, for real though. Listen to me, Dex. Understand me. I know Kyrie got a good IQ. His game is real good like that. Steph Curry, the rest of their games is real good like that. But we was talking last night about IQs and Lonzo's IQs compared to everybody else's. Lonzo in that top 10 as far as IQs in the NBA as far as I'm concerned, because when it comes down to that point guard spot,
Tough
Steve
on.
Maravich and all the rest of them, and Magic Johnson and the rest of them, listen to me, they had real good IQs, you understand me? And Magic said Lonzo got a real good IQ. And if no panic sit up there and say Lonzo IQ and all the rest of that stuff ain't going along with him, man, then I take Magic's word against his all
No,
the time.
I know Lonzo
just
got high
saying, that's
IQ.
all.
I tell you, he got a complete game. It's just his finishing ability
Yeah,
needs
and
work. His mid-range game
yeah,
ain't there.
he's
I'm
smart.
not saying
Listen
he
to
can't
me. I
do
know,
it.
no panic. I want you to understand this. I know what you're saying. This is what I'm gonna tell you. There's no panic. Listen to me. This is what you saying. You saying this. Lonzo don't do this. Lonzo don't do that. My thing is, Lonzo do enough to take what he got to do to win games, and that's proven by when he left up out of there when he was hurt. They was in their position. They was in the lane they supposed to have been in. When he left, they got up out of that lane. Not fast, but they got up out of there. So
No, I mean
I
my
Right.
mean,
expectation for
his
him ain't the same as
Zoe is only
y'all.
going for the W.
his
Yeah,
potential,
Yeah,
he
like I
his
don't got no problem
potential
with
is
that.
winning is a big thing. So go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dex.
My
Go ahead.
Uncle Vern, my
Go ahead, y'all.
expectation for
Go
Lonzo
ahead.
is not a 25-point a game score. I don't expect that from him. That's what a lot of I say y'all like to accuse y'all, but like that's what a lot of his fans be trying to prop him up to be. But at the end of the day, all I can
Stop
say
with
is
that y'all, bro.
if he
Stop with
wanna
that y'all. Stop with
if
that
he
y'all, because I don't
if
think
he
like
want to be
that.
a
Don't
20,
say
25
y'all.
point
I
per
don't know
game
who you talk
score,
about,
he
y'all.
got to develop a
Skyler,
drive game and a mid range.
Chronic.
If outside of that, he a good player to me. I ain't got no problem with his game.
No, he
It's
already
just
got
y'all
that.
want
He
me
already
to
got that. He
y'all want
came
me
down
to
as a
have the
package.
same
That's part of his
expectations as
package.
y'all, but
It
like
ain't good enough for
I
you.
can't do
Go
that.
ahead.
Hey, Uncle Bird, listen, Uncle Bird, man, he lump y'all all together. He be like Skylar, Panic, Phonics. You know what I'm saying?
And I
Because
noticed
all
y'all
y'all
be
takes,
doing that.
yeah, because all y'all takes is the same, with to a certain degree. You know what I mean? And it just sound like a broken record.
Right.
So that's why he be like Phonics, Skylar,
Man,
or Panic. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's why I always try to differentiate myself from everybody. Cause like I was saying earlier, like I ain't saying you just go sit in the corner and wait for a shot. All I been saying is something different.
Hey, Dex, look here. This is what the killer part is, Dex. This is the killer part of this right here. When you talk about that situation out there when Lonzo was out there with the Pelicans didn't want to pay him his money. You understand me? You know that, and everybody else and their mama know that. But then when the Bulls came up there and said, "Look here, well, we want you to come to the dance," you understand? We've been trying to get at you for a long time. And then Skyler's thing to that was, didn't nobody want Zoe. You understand me? We didn't want him anyway. We didn't want him. It ain't the fact that we didn't want to pay him. It was the fact that we didn't want him now. You know what I'm saying? It's like when the jealous, when
Change the narrative.
It's like you got a girl for your wife, and she leave you, and then all of a sudden, I didn't want her no way. No, you didn't want
Right.
You want to play her.
Yeah, she wasn't shit no way. Yeah, exactly.
Right. And that's what
Hey,
that
so
was
y'all
out
tell me
there.
what's going on with
Game
Dr. Bean? Is he
recognized
coming
game
back to the
NBA.
Bulls
And
or
if
he
they're
going to
gonna
the
pay you
Lakers?
$85 million, no panic. I'm
Say that
telling you.
again.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, that's still
Hey,
an unresolved
Say it again.
mystery right there.
Hold on, we got said. We'll do talk. We got said.
I mean, if he do that, man, the question is LeBron going to resign over there? LeBron still didn't resign over there on a contract yet.
I think he
So
gonna
I don't
sign.
think the Lakers gonna win again, man. I think it's a lot for him. I think they should start rebuilding. Because teams are too good now. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know.
He just trying to play it out to his son, getting there. He gonna see where he go from there.
Well, we'll see how it's going to unfold when it comes summertime.
Yeah, that's
Somebody got an echo.
Yeah, I had an echo too.
It ain't me.
Is it me? No, I turned my mic down, but
yeah, you the only one that ain't got it.
Yeah.
Ain't me, is it? Yeah. Okay.
So basically, Zach Lavine, I just think Zach Lavine is partial. Is that you, Vern?
No. Matter of fact, I'm put
let me see. Yeah, man, I turned my mic down. Yeah, I turned
let's see.
Yeah.
Everybody mute your mic.
Mute it? Okay.
Mic check. Yep, I think that's you, brother. Mic check. Oh.
Mic check.
Put your mic on mute.
All right, man.
Okay. Mic check. Yep, that's you, Kafani. Mic check.
Oh, okay.
Mic check. Yeah, that's you, Kafani. Yeah, you got your speaker up too loud. So that's why you're getting the feedback. So you got to turn down your volume. So you can't hear you, but you can hear us.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just believe that the Chicago Bulls with Lonzo Ball, Zach Lavine, Ayo DeSumo, DeMar DeRozan, Vooch, all of them return as the core of that team. And I think that version of Chicago Bull, when you bring in some other talent and you augment it with the core of the Chicago Bulls, and what kind of talent should you bring? I think you should bring definitely a rim runner. That should be their priority. Just like the Chicago Bulls pursue. Oh, we got it again. You guys got to turn down. Oh, you know what it might be? You might have YouTube and StreamYard running simultaneously. So if you got YouTube open, close YouTube and just run off of StreamYard. Sometimes that happens when you click on the link, your YouTube still might be open. You just have to close that app down, and then you run off the StreamYard app, and that way it won't be echo. It's like being in an alternative universe and bumping into yourself. So yeah, I just believe that the Chicago Bulls should go out fishing and bring in a rim runner. The person that I like, that I always wanted, but people are trying to say Hassan Whitehead and Tristan Thompson and all those over the hill cats. I think they should get Rashad Holmes. Well, JaVale McGee can come off the bench, but I'm talking about a starter.
Yeah.
I think Rashid Holmes, because he's not trying to
ain't
score.
No rim protector. I like him too. He ain't no rim protector.
Yeah, I thought he is a rim protector.
Hey, he can't look. Hey, Dex, and the main thing about that is he ain't gonna do no more than what Boots gonna do. You understand me?
No, he's gonna do less. That's the point. Less is more. He's gonna do less than Vooch. Vooch is a scorer. Rashawn Holmes is not a scorer. And that's what Chicago need. They need a junkyard dog in that middle, knocking people down, pushing people over, blocking shots, altering shots. That's what they need. They don't need nobody who's going to look to try to get 19 to 30 points a game, because they have to maintain their all-star level. See, Rasheed Holmes might not ever be an all-star, and I think he's fine with that. That's the type of mindset you need to bring into the Chicago Bulls. Somebody who's not going to upset the apple cart.
I've been hoping the Jazz would break it up after this playoff exit. Try to get what his name is he slipped my mind, from the Lakers, 6-man.
Say that again.
Clarkson. Jordan Clarkson would be nice coming off the bench in Chicago.
Yeah, but they're gonna have to pay Jordan though. See, that's the thing.
Yeah, but I think the Bulls probably gonna be able to afford it, because think about it, they only using one max slot in it, or is Vooch on the max too?
I think Vooch is max.
Well, they got two max slot. Well, I mean, they're probably gonna be able to afford him, because I mean, he ain't gonna demand max money or nothing like that, but he also ain't cheap.
Yeah, but that's not what they're looking for. That's not what the Bulls need. The Bulls need defense, because if you can slow down your opponent to 10 less points a game, that's only 5 buckets. That's only 5 buckets. If you can stop your opponent 5 buckets per game on the average next year, the Bulls can be an easy second seed. Because by the Bulls allowing those extra 10 points per game, it was killing them, because now they can't get nothing off their bench, because Kobe is up and down. Alex Caruso was banged up, and he's really not a scorer, no way.
Yep, and that's why I'm bringing up Jordan Clarkson. Because you
but what I'm saying is that but this is why I'm saying Jordan Clarkson should not be a priority. I'm not saying they should.
Not a priority. Not a priority. Just it'll be nice to have.
Right, they can bring him in if they can afford it to help the team out. But I think it's a must. Cut Tristan Thompson, cut Troy Brown Jr., cut all that fat off the hog, and go get you either, because you can't get Time Lord, because I think he's going to stay in Boston. Now, Mitchell Robinson is possible, but it just seemed like Mitchell Robinson has turned into THT from the center position. He is basically the center version of Horton Tucker, because once he got paid, it seemed like he ain't really that effective anymore for some reason. So I don't know if that's just a stale environment in New York and he wants to move on, because he's seeing what they're doing to Randall, and he's basically going to be next. After Randall get all this rancor from the New York Knicks fan base, Mitchell Robinson is definitely second in line to receive it, because they have already embraced Alec Burke to a certain degree. You know, they embrace Derrick Rose to a certain degree, and they definitely are hugging RJ Barrett tightly. So they coveting him so tightly, there's no way he's going anywhere. So the loose leaf for the New York Knicks is Julius Randle and possibly Mitchell Robinson. You know what I'm saying? Because they basically going to slide in Norn Lorines, or whatever you say his name.
Oh yeah, Nerlens Noel.
Yeah, Norlens Noel. They basically probably going to slide him and make him get the same amount of production from him than they are with Mitchell Robinson, because he should be fully healthy coming in next year. So they can easily insert him in the position of a starting center and let Mitch fly, because Mitch wants some money. And if that's the case, then that would definitely devalue Mitchell Robinson worth as an asset, and the Bulls probably could acquire him on the low. You know, they can get him for a thrifty price if the New York Knicks indicate that they're done with him and they're going to use Noel to play the position of center in the absence of Mitchell Robinson. So if that can happen for the Bulls, that would be a perfect scenario. But hey, we only know perfect scenarios in Hollywood, and this is not no Cinderella story. So the Bulls going to have to be very aggressive in pursuing a rim protector, and hopefully that rim protector is a rim runner as well. Because if you can recall, the Chicago Bulls was like the #1 offensive output in preseason and coming into the regular season, how they were just blowing out teams that they was facing. And that carried over until the first 5 games, until they ran into a roadblock playing at that point of time the mighty New York Knicks, the boys in blue. And they put a hurting on the Bulls. The Bulls almost came back and won that game, but they fell short, unfortunately. And it seemed like from that point on, the offense was altered. The offense was changed. And then when they did that change, I think it was probably prematurely, or it just happened to twist in that direction unavoidably, because of DeMar DeRozan and Zach Lavine both being the stupendous players that they are, and very high efficient shooting that mid-range and taking very difficult shots. We all know that they are the 2 most difficult shot taker makers in the NBA. It's a weird parody between those two, how both of them are on the same team and both of them are one of the 2 bad shot taker makers in the NBA, and they were basically thriving doing that. And I know Billy was pulling hair out of his head. It was like how Steve Kerr would say when he first got together with Steph Curry. He was like, "Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh wow, yes." You know what I'm saying? And that seemed like the scenario that was going on with Billy, with those difficult shot taker makers between the super duel of DeMar DeRozan and Zach Lavine. So we know that have to change. Like I said earlier in the stream, a lot of us on this panel, some are here, some are not here today. We said that they need to have a definite talk with the 2 superstars to try to alleviate some of that ISO ball. Because when it gets down to it, as Coffee and I used to share with the panel, when you get down to it, you got to have some identity. Ooh, that fan is crazy right now. You got to do something with that fan. You have to identify yourself of what team you are offensively and defensively. And I just believe that the Chicago Bulls ran through the season with an identity crisis that they never resolved. And when it came down to it, they played the former champs, the Milwaukee Bucks, and that identity crisis reared its ugly head, and they was only able to get 1 out of 4 games. It was a gentleman's sweep, even though that one game they got, DeMar DeRozan lit their ass up. But after that, it was more misfortune for the Bulls, and they lost 3 in a row, and 2 of those games were back-to-back blowouts in the United Center, which is unacceptable for
Dex.
a Bulls team.
Hey, Dex.
Yes, sir.
Unacceptable. I understand. Hey, Dex, can I ask you this question? Because of the fact that the Bulls turned around after they got, the Bucks turned around after they got to beat the Bulls, but pause. They turned around and got their butt whooped too because of the fact that they came up short because of the fact they was absent a player or two. I mean, so what's the point to what you saying now about the Bulls?
Well, yeah, I didn't really get into right. See, what I was doing was just laying out I was just laying out a summary of basically what was going on with the Chicago Bulls hashtag Run With Us, See Red, Bulls Nation. Is that in that summary, I left out a lot of intricate details because I felt it was unnecessary, because I was just, basically outlining, the season to the Bulls, what was very disappointing. And yes, they was missing players, but at the same time, Milwaukee was missing players as well. And the players that Milwaukee was missing was just as integral to their team as the Chicago Bulls was missing for their team. So both teams are missing very important and crucial players. Still, Milwaukee was able to walk out with a gentleman's sweep. I thought the game should be more competitive. Every game should have been at least 5 points or less. You know what I mean? 2 possessions or less to win the game all the way through, whether it went 7 or whether it went 6. But I had no imagination that this series with the Chicago Bulls and the Milwaukee Bucks will end in a 4-1 Milwaukee. I thought really it'd go 6. I thought the Bulls would definitely win one at the United Center. And when they stole that game in Milwaukee, I really felt the Bulls had a genuine opportunity to give Milwaukee a run for their money.
Yeah.
And hopefully Milwaukee cave in and the Bulls will get a cheap series win and move on to the second round.
Yeah, I agree. I thought they had a better chance too, but I realized they did because Zoe wasn't playing, so I wouldn't put no money on it besides that.
But the only thing about that is that that's where the adjustment came in at. Or the adjustment didn't come in at. Because once Lonzo first went out, I understand the Bulls was out of alignment. It's natural. It's just like breaking a bone. You feel what I'm saying? You're not going to walk right when you break your bone because it's out of alignment. But after a while, the doctor, nursed it back to strength. He put the cast on. He straightened it out, and hopefully your bone grows back and strengthens itself, and you can walk again. You might not walk as perfectly as you walked prior to that injury, but you're able to walk. With the Bulls, it seemed like there was no one there to put the cast on the Bulls, and they didn't heal properly as a team when Lonzo was absent and when Alex Caruso was absent. So when Alex Caruso came back, guess what? No cast, no proper heal. So the Bulls was definitely out of alignment. They never got to the point where they reconfigured and allow themselves to become a force in that extended season, which is called the playoffs. And Milwaukee just basically trounced them right out of the first round of the NBA playoff series.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, exactly.
And that's a coach's error. I'm putting that on the coach because he had ample amount of time to try to scheme up a plan. And I remember going back and forth with Coffee. I remember going back and forth with Marvin, where they tried to announce that Chicago got something up their sleeve. And I was like, malarkey. Chicago do not have anything up their sleeve. Billy Donovan is not
I thought
playing
they did.
skullduggery with anybody. Yeah, you was one of them too. I was going to spare you, but you was one of them too. Yes, sir. And I said, there's no skullduggery with them. What you see is what you're going to get. The dramatics. You familiar with that song, right? What you see is what you get.
See is what you get.
And that's what. And you remember, you guys was hammering back at me, but I understood because you wanted in your mind that the Bulls were capable of making necessary adjustments to prevent that slide they had. And they never really actually recovered from that slide. Because if you remember, Uncle Vern, I think the only team that actually beat in that slide that was of competition in the Eastern Conference was the Cleveland Cavaliers. After that, they really didn't beat anybody.
Right, exactly. Right. Yeah. And that was my biggest concern because I didn't think they were going to beat that three-headed monster they called themselves having out there in Cleveland. But that really wasn't no three-headed monster. It was just, you understand me, it was a bunch of tall guys.
Right. Well, I just think the Bulls had the Cleveland Cavaliers number. I know Cleveland beat them once this year, but they just, it was a matchup that they just had their number. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And so that was the only playoff team. Well, actually, Cleveland was a play-in team, right? So they didn't even make the playoffs.
Yeah.
That was a play-in team. But that was the only team, I believe, that was north of 500 that the Bulls beat in the second half of the season, if I'm not mistaken.
Hey, Dex, man, look here, Dex. I'm glad you said that. Look, Dex, I'm gonna tell you something.
They beat Toronto. Yeah, they beat Toronto too.
Hey, Dex, shout out to you, my brother. I'm gonna tell you, I like that Tony Weeks. I like that interview, bro. I'm gonna tell you something, Dex. Man, I'm gonna tell you, Dex, you right, man. Look, Dex, you a smart young man, Dex. Hey, if I ever come back, I have to come back another one of my seven. This might be one of my 7 lifetimes. We get 7 lifetimes a lot in the whole thing. This might be one of my 6. And my 7 come back. I want to be smart like you, Dex. I want to be influential like you. I want to be the type of person that give things thought. You understand? Because you got to get things thought because you have to reach conclusion and you have to be satisfied with that conclusion you give a thought to. So you don't want to go likely with your thoughts and how you give things to and who you deal with and give your time to. And you a young brother that realize that you'll give your time to the blind because you want to help them get across the street if they're having a problem. You'll go out your way, Dex. You got a good heart, young man. I love you. People recognize your heart, and that's why they stick real close to you. Dex, I'm going to stick real close to you, too. Like a brother.
Salute, Uncle Vern. Yes, salute, Uncle Vern. I love you too, my brother. And we had our clashes and we had our agreements and things of that nature. And yes, I read a lot when I was younger. I used to be a voracious reader, but I'm not as much as now. You know what I mean? Now I kind of, scan through material and information, and I just allow my brain to process it based on some of my foundational reading I did when I was a little young Thundercat and things of that nature. And I prided myself to have information, because like I said, remember I gave you the dynamic of my family. 13, right? 13, all from the same mom and dad, except my baby sister. My baby sister is the only one that was born out of wedlock. But all the rest of us are all Crockett's. You know what I'm saying? Same mom, same dad. At least that's what they tell us. So we all Crockett. You know, mama's baby, daddy's maybe. But anyway, we ain't gonna go there. But yeah, so you had to be smart, you had to be cunning, you had to be whimsical, and you had to be capricious in that type of family. Because one of my brothers he made Black history. You feel what I'm saying? He was the first Black president at what's that college? Pierce College. Yeah, Pierce College. That is one of the prestigious colleges in California, and he was the first Black president there. You know what I'm saying? He graduated in high regards, had businesses and made good money and things of that nature, big homes and all that stuff. So my other brothers were kind of street oriented. And so when it got down to me, and so my older sister is very educated. She worked for the EPA. You know what I'm saying? That is one of the most high agencies in the United States and almost in the world, if I'm not mistaken. You know what I'm saying? I think it's one in China that kind of rival it. So she worked for them for almost 40 something, almost 50 years. She worked for the EPA. And then she's very, intelligent. And then I got other sisters that was kind of, halfway in the streets, halfway educated. I got brothers that was halfway in the street, halfway educated. So I seen all that. And then that gave, and I derived a lot of my character from my older brothers and older sisters. You know what I'm saying? So I wasn't so much influenced about gangs and all that stuff that's in the streets, because hell, we was a gang in the South. You know what I mean? Back in those days, you having 13 brothers and sisters. You know how that go, that family thing. You know what I'm saying? So we was basically a gang within ourselves. So I didn't have to go out looking for friendship. I didn't have to go out looking for acceptance and looking for validation. I had to do that within my household. You feel me? So that protected me from a lot of that type of stuff. But at the same time, a lot of my rivalry was in my own household. This is why the Ball brothers dynamic is special. And when you have the way the LeVar, the way his telemetry of the information he disseminated down to his children in a way where it was respectful, but it was competitive. You know what I'm saying? And it gave them a competitive edge to other maybe kids around their age who didn't have that dynamic within his family. And that's how I can relate to that, because that same dynamic was within my family and with me when it comes to sport, because I had to be faster than my brother, right? I had to be more willed than my brother, because they used to always say, well, quit then, you crybaby, quit. And so, and not to satisfy them, I wouldn't quit. And guess what? That made me that type of player in life. So when I get out there and try to do my thing in life, I don't quit, because I can always have a reserve in my mind, remembering when my brothers and sisters used to try to tease me and make me cry and say, well, quit then. Go back and tell mama. Go back and tell daddy. Go ahead, you little snitch or you little rat. You know what I'm saying? And I would never do that. So it fortified me in a special way where I can go out in the midst of all that's going on in our country and still try to overcome those impediments and be successful. Because I can always remember them saying, well, quit. You a crybaby. You're going to cry anyway. Well, quit. You know what I mean? Or if I get an injury, this was another thing, Uncle Vern, before I know I'm running being very loquacious, but there was another thing. We used to play some hard sports, right? We used to have rock fights. You know, I know you probably remember the rock fights, you know, because we couldn't afford BB guns and all that until later on. Right. So we used to have rock fights. And rock fights is you take a rock and you throw it and you trying to hit somebody. You know, Cowboys and Indians, you know what I'm saying? They on that side of the hill, you on this side of the hill, and you throwing rocks. But, you know, it was a limit to what size the rock was, because if you throw a rock too big, then you out of the game. You have to throw, you know, a rock that, you know, you feel wouldn't hurt nobody. But guess what? My brother threw a rock at me and bust my head. And then he was so nervous. Yes.
Hey, Jax, look out, though. I ain't gonna cut you out. We go back to rock fight. Look here, I know you grew up in California. I grew up in California too, in the East Bay in Richmond, California. Look here, we played Barbardi. Barbardi is dodgeball. We played dodgeball real good. We used to tell people. We used to tell people, Dex, I'm telling you, we was in grade school, kindergarten, going up, playing dominoes and dodgeball. We was tearing people's heads up in physical education. I passed the class. I got A's in physical education. I didn't get A's nowhere else, but in physical education, Dex, I got A's.
What about kickball, Vern? Did you play kickball in elementary?
No, because it was too much like soccer.
Yeah, but it was soccer and baseball mixed together.
Yeah. Nope.
That's how the kickball I played.
Would you? I did like you when I came up in school. Look, I was Dexter, Bishop. Let me tell you how I did it. This is how I came up. This is my testimony in sports. I came up playing baseball. We had a good baseball, little league baseball team. I was like 6, 7, 8 years old, going like that. And then one day, I had catching the ball, and the ball went through my glove, Dex. It had to go through my glove. I can't explain how the ball did it, but it hit me in my head and made a black spot for a long time. And I said, I stopped playing baseball no more. I'm going to play football. And then I went to football, and we was like 11 to 12, and this dude came up and tackled me, and I didn't even have the ball. And they said, that's how you play football. And they said, hold on, I ain't playing this no more. Look here. And I started playing basketball, and I didn't look back since.
See, your thing, Uncle Vern, you excelled in basketball. I didn't excel in basketball because of my height. I was fast, and I had major hops. I was able to touch the rim in high school, but I couldn't dunk the ball, but I could dunk a tennis ball. But I couldn't dunk a basketball because my hands were too small. It'll always try to slip out. But I could dunk a tennis ball, and I can grab on the rim with both hands. But I wasn't able to excel in basketball because it wasn't something I was into in high school. But where I excelled at coming up was baseball and football. But basically, baseball was my number one sport. I went all the way to Babe Ruth League in baseball. You follow what I'm saying? I played high school baseball and all that. That was a sport I actually excelled in. But I was good in a lot of sports, but baseball was like the sport I actually excelled in, even though football was my favorite sport. I didn't start liking basketball really until I was about like 16, 17, 18. That's when I really started liking basketball because I had a friend named Jeff. He was like the Michael Jordan to us. And they used to always play basketball, and I wasn't really good in basketball. So I had to just play with them just to be, to make the teams even. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I just became better and better and better because that was my will, because I wouldn't quit. Remember, I was telling you I wouldn't quit. So I became pretty good in basketball. And then people were like, dang, Dexter, you got hops. Because that's what we used to call it back then. Dang, you got hops, man. And I didn't even know what the hell they was talking about hops. They were like, man, you see how you jump? I was like, no, not really. And then they started saying, see if you can dunk, see if you can dunk. But I could never dunk. But I was always able to dunk a tennis ball.
Hey, Dex, look here. When I came up, we got time to talk. We talk about it before flight come in. Look, I'm gonna tell you, when I came up in high school, I told you this before. This the God's honest truth. I came up playing sports with Craig Hodges and a dude named Raymond McCoy. Raymond McCoy was the best player in Chicago at the time, and Raymond McCoy finished. He came out the 1979 graduation class. And who else came up out of that 1979 graduation class? Your boy, Isaiah. Ray was better than Isaiah all the time. Isaiah went to Indiana. Ray went to University of San Francisco. He got caught up with Quentin Daly out there, that rape case out there.
Quentin Daly. Quentin Daly.
And then Ray switched away from there and then went to DePaul.
Isn't Quentin Daly from Chicago?
No, Quentin Daly was from I forget. Quentin Daly was in Chicago because he got drafted by the Bulls.
Right, he got drafted by the Bulls, right.
They started picking in the Bulls stadium, Chicago stadium, because Quentin Daly was down there. The people was wearing Quentin Daly up out of Chicago. Him and Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan got there. Quentin Daly was through because he couldn't play that no more because of the fact that Michael Jordan there now. That was his spot. Michael came.
That was his spot, yeah.
But
plus, Quentin Daly was on some other stuff too. Yeah, he was on some other stuff too. Yeah.
USF. I was out there in California at that time too. That's when I went out there. I was out there from 79 to 82.
Gotcha.
I was out there.
Yeah.
What was going on? And yeah, but to make a long story short, Ray came back. When he came back and he transferred to DePaul, he started talking in the papers about how he was getting paid and everything else. That dude, Ray Myers, said the old Ray Myers, not the young one, but the old one, said his butt on the bench so far on the bench, it was pitiful, Dex. It was
pitiful. That's crazy,
Raymond,
right?
Hey, look, and this young man I'm talking about, a 5-star All-American. And that
that's crazy.
That was during the time when they had the DePaul. That was when they had Skip Dillard.
Well,
they had Skip Dillard. They had what's the name?
And Mark Aguirre. Mark
Aguirre. Terry Cummings. Yeah.
Yep. Terry Cummings. Yeah. Yep. Mark Aguirre. Terry Cummings. Yep.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yep. Mark Aguirre got he was drafted to the Dallas Mavericks, and I think Terry Cummings was with Milwaukee Bucks, right?
Yeah. Right, yep. Terry Cummings was with the Milwaukee Bucks. Terry Cummings was playing with Craig out there with the Clippers, and then he went up with the Bucks, and then Craig went out there. Matter of fact, they was in the same trade. Both of them went out there to the Bucks.
I didn't know that.
Craig Hodges went from the Bucks to the Bulls, and that's when he got out there, got them championships, got them what's the name, the 3-point championships, the 2 3-point championships out there with the Bulls.
Right, yeah. See, a lot of, you know what I noticed? A lot of people don't even mention Vern. A lot of people don't even mention Terry Cummings, man. Terry Cummings was a beast.
Man, yeah, that was my mother's preacher. That was my mother's pastor. He was my mother's pastor when he retired from basketball. Even when he played basketball, he was a pastor of the church out there in the South Suburbs, and we grew up out there.
Yeah, I know he was. He went to. Yeah, I know he became a pastor. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a pastor. Yeah. A lot of people don't know about Terry Cummings. You right.
Right.
Mark.
Yeah, a lot of people don't even talk about him. I might hear Mark Aguirre name every now and then because his association with the Detroit Pistons, but they don't really talk about the Mark Aguirre for the Dallas Mavericks. You know, they don't talk about that version of Mark Aguirre, but they talk about, to some extent, every now and then they might bring him up as one of the members of the Bad Boys.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Which is due understanding because that's where he got his championship at.
That's where he got a championship at. Even though with the Mavericks, you know, they used to fight the Los Angeles Lakers tooth and nail. Now, I hate the Dallas Mavericks playing the Lakers in the playoffs because it could go either way, you know, because, you know, they had Rolando Blackman, they had Derek Harper, they had Mark Aguirre, they had Roy Tarpley, they had Sam Donaldson. So they had everything to match the Lakers because the Roy Tarpley was their James Worthy. You know what I'm saying? And Derek Harper, he wasn't a Magic Johnson, but he can handle that ball. He's not gonna turn it over. And Rolando Blackman was like their Byron Scott. You feel me?
Yeah, so he was utility. I like it here.
And I know we didn't have an answer for Mark Aguirre. I remember that. We did not have an answer for Mark Aguirre. They used to put AC Green on him, but he used to cook AC Green.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's why I was scared of the Dallas Mavericks when we used to play them in the playoff. And they in one Western Conference, I think it was 1988. I think it was 88, where they took the Lakers to 7 games. They took the Lakers to 7 games, man. And that almost stopped the Lakers back-to-back season right there, the Dallas Mavericks. They almost prevented the Lakers from winning back-to-back.
Yeah.
Yeah, so those the good old days with some of them good old players, man. And yeah, sure was. And I think George McCloud was the Dallas Maverick coach, if I'm not mistaken. George McCloud, because he wore a suit like Pat Riley, but he wasn't. His suit wasn't Armani. His suit probably was.
We about to get up out of here.
Yes, sir, Flight. I knew you was coming. All right, salute,
we
Flight.
got a hell of a night, though. This was a great honor. Appreciate everybody who pulled out.
Yeah, you know what? And I rolled all the way out, man. I didn't fall asleep this time. You ain't gonna hear me snoring.
So thank you for rescuing me because I was on my way out.
Well, shout out to everybody who pulled up, man. We love y'all. Right.
Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.